Hokage starting with 3 TOMOE raising Kushina. Chapter 1 Soul Transmigration Uchiha. Kushina was scared to death at the beginning. Based on the experience and lessons learned from the previous book, this one should be better written. Inside the Konoha village ninja school, a young boy from the Uchiha family with black hair and purple hair suddenly woke up from his desk. Uchiha Ryuyun held his head in his hands and looked in pain, and a large number of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind. Not long after, the 2 different memories merged with each other. In that little head, the fusion of the conscious spirit body caused some kind of mental mutation. The vast spiritual power pushed the power of blood in the body, and the next moment Uchiha Ryuyun's eyes showed a scarlet color. The first, second, and third black megatama appeared out of thin air around the pupils. Not far away, a red-haired girl discovered something unusual here. It was lunch break now, and they were the only 2 people in the classroom for the time being. Seeing that her desk mate was holding his head and seemed to be in pain, she patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and asked kindly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Uchiha Ryuyun suddenly turned his head to look, and his terrifying scarlet eyes instantly scared the red-haired girl to the ground. "Is this hell?" His eyes were filled with blood, and combined with the memory of his own death, he thought he had arrived in hell. "No, I'm not dead. No, I am indeed dead." Ryuyun looked at his little hands and muttered to himself in horror, his blood-colored eyes full of disbelief. This kind of nervous state of talking to herself scared the red-haired girl beside her to the point where her face turned pale. "Ah!" She just heard a scream, then hurriedly got up and ran out of the classroom. This little classmate is crazy. She wants to find the teacher. Uzumaki. Kushina. Looking at the back of the red-haired girl, a familiar name appeared in Ryuyun's mind. Konoha Village, Ninja School, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Clan. I see. After a short period of thinking, he gradually understood what was going on. After my death, I actually traveled through time. His soul traveled to the world of Hokage, ninja, and was reborn in the body of his namesake Uchiha. 2 conscious spirits, one big and one small, merged together, and Ryuyun, the big spirit with more than 20 years of memory, took the lead. Young body, bright eyes. Ryuyun sometimes looked down at his young body, and sometimes stroked his 3 Magatama Sharingan. The corners of his mouth began to gradually rise, and the expression on his face gradually became excited. This mediocre life ends, and a new life begins. From now on, I am Uchiha Ryuyun. In just a short period of more than 10 minutes, Lu Yun had already accepted the result of going from death to time traveling. In fact, it was not up to him whether he would accept it or not. He could only say, "Take it as it comes." "Teacher Xiaotian, come with me quickly, Ryuyun is crazy, his eyes are so scary." Kushina hurried over with Teacher Chinen. As soon as they entered the classroom in a hurry, they saw Uchiha Ryuyun doing eye exercises as if nothing had happened. Kushina suddenly felt that something was not right. Why did this guy suddenly return to normal? After thinking for a moment, Kushina quickly walked to Ryuyun's side and pulled his palm off. "Hey? What are you doing?" "Kushina." Ryuyun opened his eyes and looked at Kushina with a blank expression. A pair of big eyes are bright and energetic. Where is the terrible pink eye disease? Your eyes were clearly not like this just now. Kushina was a little dumbfounded. What are you talking about? What's wrong with my eyes? Your eyes were as red as blood just now, why did they suddenly return to normal? Kushina asked hurriedly. Ah, is it very red? Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. I said why I'm so sore. No, I'm rubbing my eyes, doing eye exercises, to relieve them. Ryuyun explained with a smile. The fact that he opened Sharingan cannot be exposed easily, so he can only feel wrong to Kushina. Hearing this, Kushina's face froze. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but Liu Yun's explanation was reasonable and made her a little confused. But what are the nonsense you just said? You said this is hell, and one moment you said you were dead, and the next you said you were not dead. Are you crazy about gain and loss? Kushina spoke hurriedly, and Teacher Chnin, who didn't know what was going on, looked at Liu Yun in surprise. Ah, didn't I just take a nap on the desk? I was daydreaming and fell asleep. I thought I was dead and then came to hell. Liu Yun smiled embarrassingly. This explanation is watertight and echoes back and forth, making it impossible to refute. It turns out you were in a daze. Kushina, are you making too much of a fuss? You two should go and rest, don't be crazy all day long. After scolding the two of them angrily, Teacher Oda left the classroom with a dark face. Kushina scratched her head and sat back in her seat, her mind falling into self-doubt. No, that's not right. That's not the case. I just saw 3 red eyes. Before Kushina could finish her words, Liu Yun hurriedly covered her mouth. Teacher Oda hadn't gone far yet, so she couldn't let anyone hear her. Keep your voice down. This damn girl is obviously not easy to fool. Being covered by the boy of the opposite S**X, a blush suddenly appeared on Kushina's pretty face, and she quickly opened Liu Yun's palm. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Kushina asked curiously. Don't ask, just keep it a secret for me. Liu Yun didn't want to explain too much. What are you keeping secret? Those 3 magatama-like black beans? Why should I keep it secret for you? Kushina asked, blinking her big beautiful eyes. You have been pretending to be stupid just now, right? I was scolded by Teacher Oda for no reason, and now you want me to help you. I'm afraid you're not dreaming. I'll make it clear to Teacher Oda later. Kushina threatened with a sneer. Don't, Aunt, I was wrong. Liu Yun was so frightened that he apologized repeatedly. Are elementary school students in the ninja world so smart? Kushina couldn't help but feel funny about Liu Yun's subconscious name. It's not impossible if you want me to keep it a secret. Can you first tell me what's going on with your eyes? After a long silence, Liu Yun sighed helplessly. Have you ever heard of blood inheritance limits? The blood inheritance limits of the Uchiha clan. At this time, they were in the 5th grade of elementary school, and Teacher Chnin had already popularized the knowledge about the limits of blood inheritance. You mean, you've awakened the blood inheritance limit? Sharingan, who is as famous as Hokage Byakugan. Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. When she was at school, she often heard the Hokage clan and the Uchiha clan arguing about whose eyes were more powerful, and she naturally understood what Liu Yun was talking about. Hearing this, Liu Yun did not argue anything, but smiled faintly and nodded lightly. Chapter 2, First I'll reward you with a big DK, and then I'll ask you if you're cheap. Blood succession limit, you, show me again, I didn't look very carefully just now. Kushina swallowed and said. She was almost scared to the point of peeing just now, and she only took a brief glance at it. After she recovered, her curiosity about 8 trigrams arose. You've seen all 3 magatama, aren't you careful enough? Liu Yun was speechless. You. Just as he was about to say something, he saw several primary school students walking into the classroom together. It's inconvenient because there are so many people. I'll open it to you again when I get the chance. Liu Yun whispered vaguely, trying to fool around. Okay then, you can show me after school. Hey, stinky tomatoes, little bastards, what are you two talking about in secret? A primary school student scolded him, looking for trouble. Stinky tomato refers to the whirlpool Kushina, and Zio Mao refers to Uchiha Liu Yun. Most Uchiha people have shiny black hair, but Uchiha Liu Yun has long black hair with purple in it, and is often called Little Miscellaneous Hair by other tribesmen. And it was the adults of the Uchiha clan who were the first to shout like this. As they kept shouting, the children of the Uchiha clan also started calling them little bastards. Because his mother is not a member of the Uchiha clan, but an ordinary purple-haired villager. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan was diluted a little, and Liu Yun's hair was not black enough, so he got the nickname Little Miscellaneous Hair. I'm telling you, don't keep looking for trouble, otherwise you'll have to find the teacher again when you get beaten and cry. Kushina glared at the elementary school student. Being said to be a sore spot, the primary school student immediately became anxious. You BD stinky tomato, you have gone to see the teacher a lot, right? Do you still have the nerve to criticize me? It's just that you always complain to the teacher, isn't it you, rotten tomatoes? Another primary school student joined the scolding battle. Kushina, this guy, just beats them on weekdays, but after beating them, he goes to the teacher to sue them for bullying. The teachers in the school didn't care who was right or wrong, but they only favored Kushina. The boys were beaten and scolded, and they were often insulted by her. This also led to their fight to the death with Kushina, who would rather be beaten and punished than be disgusted by this stinky tomato. Don't you like to be mean for no reason? Either curse or pull my hair. Kushina spoke angrily. Who made your hair so red? It dazzled our eyes. Who are we to scold you if we don't scold you? Ha ha ha, that's right, it's all your fault. Several elementary school students laughed. They would not reason with Kushina, but just acted rogue. Oh, by the way, there is also this little BD next to you. You two have bright hair. No wonder you are sitting next to each other. You are a perfect match. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words came out, several people laughed again. In the minds of primary school students, teasing classmates to match up is completely a malicious tease. Kushina's red hair is disliked by the class, and Liu Yun's mixed hair is regarded as impure blood by the Uchiha clan, and they are also disliked. You bastards, get away from me. You are buzzing like flies day after day. It's annoying. Kushina's little face turned red with anger, and she shouted out strange mantras. If she accumulates a little more anger, she will beat someone up. Well. Liu Yun sighed softly, and he sat quietly in the classroom. He didn't recruit anyone, provoked anyone, or offended anyone, but someone came to trouble him. What? Are you not satisfied, little BD? Why are you sighing? That's right, who would like a hair color like rotten tomatoes? It's hard for you to get a pair. Before the elementary school student named Sato finished speaking, he saw Liu Yun lying on the table, his eyes carefully looking at Kushina's straight red hair. The hair color is okay, quite cute. Liu Yun whispered seriously, this was his truth. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Kushina herself was stunned at this moment. You, what are you talking about? You said this hair color is okay? And you said Kushina is cute. Sato had a look of disbelief on his face. He even grabbed a handful of red hair and waved it around. Since Kushina was in a daze, he didn't have time to beat him. He just looked at Liu Yun. They all suspected that they heard wrongly. Well, it's really cute, don't you think? Liu Yun also specifically stretched out his hand and pointed at the big pie face. With her red hair and big face, she is very recognizable, and she is also good at dressing. Liu Yungxiang would not hesitate to say that she does not look good. Pftahaha. A group of primary school students burst into laughter. Kushina's entire face was redder than a monkey's butt at this moment, turning completely into an extra-large red tomato. She buried her head deeply, not daring to look at Liu Yun anymore. She has had a bad temper since she was a child, and coupled with her bellicose personality, she would either quarrel with boys or fight on the way to school every day. How could any of her peers think she is cute? Is the tough blood red pepper cute? If you don't see it, the little fourth generation will inevitably get scolded if you look at her a few times. This is the first time in her life that a boy of the same age has complimented her on how good her hair is and how cute she looks. Moreover, the praise is serious, unabashed, bold, and straightforward. At this time, her heart was filled with unspeakable joy, and her little heart was beating unsatisfactorily. Girls in the ninja world are generally very precocious and are already shy at the age of 10. Ha ha ha. A primary school student laughed so much that tears came out. He put a hand on Lu Yun's head and subconsciously grabbed his hair. Nima. It's okay to call him Little BD several times, but now you actually dare to touch his BD? His uncle could bear it, but his aunt couldn't bear it anymore. Liu Yun stood up angrily, raised his palm and gave him a big slap in the face. There was a crisp pop sound, and the laughter suddenly stopped. The primary school student's mouth was almost slapped. The whole person fell directly to the ground. I hate people pulling my hair the most. Are you cheap? Liu Yun clapped his hands with a stern expression. This big butt instantly scared away several students, and the primary school student on the ground even cried out with a wow sound. Yes, I also hate people pulling my hair. Are you mean? Kushina stood up quickly to help. Feelings, this little roommate is my bosom friend. Kushina was so moved that she almost cried. She had been bullied by these guys for so long, and she finally found help today. Uchiha Liu Yun, that familiar face suddenly became a bit familiar in Kushina's eyes at this moment. A soft sissy who was originally similar to Namikaze Minato seemed to have become a lot more handsome in a trance. Seeing the menacing momentum of the two men, several people led by Sato were frightened and did not dare to act rashly. Kushina alone is not easy to fight, and now we have to add Uchiha. A few people lost the courage to fight and hurriedly ran out of the classroom by lifting up the crying primary school student. A few cowards, ha ha ha. Watching several people flee, Kushina put her hands on her hips and couldn't help laughing. When she was smiling happily, she saw Lu Yun looking at her with a strange expression. The smile on Kushina's face stopped suddenly, and the blush that was about to fade spread to her cheeks again. Chapter 3, Kushina, the Voyeur, Minato Namikaze who picks up small pieces of paper. Seeing Kushina who suddenly turned into a quail, Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh. As the lunch break ends, there are gradually more students in the classroom. The class Lu Yun was in was not large, with a total of close to 30 people. A little yellow guy walked into the classroom. He smiled and nodded at Lu Yun as he passed by. Liu Yun found out that this little yellow guy was fake when he looked at him, but he was real when he peeked at Kushina. Regardless of gender, children in the ninja world are generally very precocious, especially mentally. Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Liu Yun smiled at him, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. When I was young, fourth Hokage was really pretty, almost like a girl. Liu Yun commented secretly in his heart. He subconsciously ignored his appearance. In fact, he was also good-looking. If his smooth straight hair were not tied up, he would look more like a girl than Minato. Okay, students, please be quiet and pay attention to class. The first class in the afternoon is an ideological education class. According to Lu Yun, this is a pure brainwashing class. Ninjas taught in ninja schools always put loyalty first. Brainwashing classes like this are held every day, sometimes more than one. Ninja schools teach many things, including reading, literacy, various ninja knowledge, ideological education, practical combat, and so on. It can be said that in 6 years, the little ninjas have to learn a lot, and their courses are fully arranged. Looking at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces in the classroom, my turbulent thoughts gradually calmed down. He didn't listen to the nonsense talk of loyalty from the instructor on the stage. Instead, he kept his consciousness introverted and examined his own status. The vast spiritual power activated the power of blood in his body. Not only did he awaken the 3 Megatama Sharingan, he also clearly noticed that the chakra in his body increased more than 10 times. Because his own amount of chakra is not much, even if the increase is 10 times, it is actually just a little more than an ordinary chnin. This is already the highest energy limit that his body's muscles and veins can carry, because he is still young at this time and his physical strength is also weak. As he strengthens his exercise and his body continues to grow, the amount of chakra he can carry will also be greater. Not to mention that the amount of chakra in the future will be comparable to that of Narasa and others, but it will definitely be more than the average Uchiha, and the starting point will be higher. Lu Yun, this guy, didn't pay attention to the lecture, and he was actually practicing the hand seal gestures. Kushina used the corner of her eye to catch a glimpse of the hidden movements of her little classmate under the desk. Sensing some strange gaze, Lu Yun turned his head and looked at the little red-haired man. Seeing Lu Yun's gaze, Kushina pretended to be nonchalant for a moment, but her body reaction of sitting up straight due to stress betrayed her. The first time Lu Yun did this, he ignored her, but then he was caught peeking for the second and third time. Lu Yun tore off a small piece of paper, wrote a few words and quietly threw it to her. Throwing small notes is one of the common tricks of primary school students. He had thrown it like this in his previous life, but now that he was doing it again, it felt novel. Kushina soon noticed the ball of paper, and secretly opened it and looked at it. It read, "Why are you peeking at me?" Kushina's pretty face turned red. She picked up the pen, wrote a few words and then threw it back. "When did I peek at you? Don't talk nonsense." This was the reply in the paper ball. Lu Yun tore off a piece of paper again and wrote a line of small words, "Really? No. No? What about your blushing bubble teapot?" Seeing these words, Kushina's face turned redder. "It's none of your business. I don't have it anyway." The ball of paper hit Lu Yun's handsome face directly. "Okay, don't get caught by me. This is the final exchange." They were making a lot of noise, but Minato Namikaze, who was sitting behind the two of them, was dumbfounded. As soon as this ideological education class ended, all the primary school students ran outside, because the second class was an outdoor class, and there was a practical test today. While most people had left the classroom, Minato quickly came to where the two of them were sitting, and then secretly picked up the small paper ball on the ground. After quietly opening the ball of paper and taking a look, Minato couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. Why is Kushina peeking at Liu Yun? Bubble teapot, what is it again? He felt in his heart that something was not right with these two people. Today we will test Kunao and Shuriken throwing techniques. According to your seat number, come one by one. On the playground, Instructor Chnin took out a small book to record scores. Number 1, Watermelon Taro. The elementary school student whose name was called picked up the kunao in the bucket and threw it towards the target 20 meters away. The first hit was an empty target, causing a big joke. Watermelon Taro blushed and started the second hit. Everyone must throw 6 times. Among the 6 throws, 3 hits are kunao and 3 hits are shuriken. Watermelon Taro hit the target 4 times and missed the target 2 times, barely reaching the passing mark. This assessment standard is not too strict. Not everyone has the kind of vision and throwing skills of the Uchiha family. As long as kunao and shuriken can hit the target, no one requires that they have to show off this technique like the Uchiha clan. Hey, Lu Yun, this assessment is your best, you should be able to get full marks, right? Kushina came to Lu Yun and started chatting in a low voice. Candidates at this moment can move freely unless their number or name is called. There are not many restrictions in outdoor classes. I don't know. I hope I won't fail the exam. Lu Yun replied in a low-key manner. He had no pursuit of perfect scores. After all, there was no actual reward of half a dime. If his performance was too eye-catching, he would be easily targeted by interested people. How could it be? Your grades in this subject were very good before, not to mention you were awakened to write. Before this stupid girl could finish her words, Lu Yun covered her mouth again. Lu Yun glanced around, then grabbed her white and tender wrist and pulled her quickly away from the crowd. Kushina, who was taken away, blushed and her heart beat again. She felt that Liu Yun's actions were too intimate. She wanted to resist, but in the end she didn't let go for some reason, and instead she let Liu Yun hold her hand obediently. "Didn't I ask you to keep it a secret? It would be very troublesome if anyone knew that I have a Sharingan." Liu Yun was by her ear, lowering his voice and scolding softly. He was biting Kushina's ear here, and this scene was caught by a careful person. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. He discovered that starting from this afternoon, the relationship between Liu Yun and Kushina had become very ambiguous. He didn't understand what caused this change. Chapter 4, Will you show me your eyes again? I have already seen through you. 10-year-old San Magatama Sharingan. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, we have never seen anyone so open-minded. If anyone knew about this, not to mention the entire Uchiha would be in a state of shock, but the entire Konoha would probably be shaken 3 times. The 3 Magatama Sharingan is the standard equipment of Jonin of the Uchiha clan. If this kind of thing is known by some people in power, will he still have a good life in the future? Not to mention those perverts who are engaged in research, such as Orochimaru, Danzo and his ilk, especially the old boy Danzo. Even the rest of the Uchiha clan may not wish him well. Isn't it great to have blood inheritance limits? Why can't others know? Kushina tilted her head in confusion. Liu Yun sighed heavily when he heard this. You are still young and cannot see the darkness of this world. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment as he said this. He felt that he shouldn't tell this girl this, because she simply couldn't understand it now. In short, don't mention my Sharingan thing, and don't say it to anyone, if you don't want me to die. Liu Yun deliberately said it seriously. Ah, okay. I'll pay attention to it later. Seeing Liu Yun's seriousness, Kushina didn't dare to turn a deaf ear to these words for a while. After some assurances, she seemed to have thought of something. She stared into Liu Yun's big eyes and asked expectantly. Then will you check my eyes after school? Give it, I'll show it to you, but you have to abide by the agreement in the future. Liu Yun looked helpless. Good. Kushina looked happy, she didn't even understand why she was happy. Liu Yun didn't understand either, he just thought that this might be a woman's 8 trigrams heart, the happiness after being satisfied. Number 18, Uzumaki Kushina. Soon, Master Chunin called Kushina's name. Kushina shot 1 out of 5 in the last round, and all 5 of the hidden weapons that hit the target were a little far from the target. In terms of kunai throwing skills, she can only be regarded as average. Kushina, the overall score is 72 points. The examiner gave the specific score. Next, number 19, Uchiha Liu Yun. Instructor Chunin read Liu Yun's name. It's Liu Yun. This subject is his strength. Get ready to watch him perform. Come on Liu Lei and get a perfect score. Many girls have spoken out to cheer him up. He is actually quite popular in the classroom, especially with women. He himself has a good temper and is good looking. His overall popularity in the class is a bit lower than Minato's, but boys from the Uchiha family are generally popular with girls, and he is much better than Minato in this regard. Liu Yun, Godfather. Kushina waved her pink little fist and cheered for him at the top of her lungs. Her voice could be said to be the loudest in the class. Liu Yun felt a little funny, took a deep breath and picked up a kunai. At this moment, in his eyes, the target 20 meters away seemed to be very close at hand, and he could hit it at any time. After awakening the 3 Magatama, even without turning on the Sharingan, his 5 senses and 6 senses are many times stronger than ordinary people, especially his eyesight. At this time, let alone the target 20 meters away, it is the target 100 meters away. As long as he wants to, he can easily hit the target. He casually threw out the kunai in his hand, and hit the target with a whoosh sound, but it was still some distance away from the target. A group of primary school students watching the show exclaimed. This result was indeed a bit unexpected. In the eyes of others, the level of the first strike is very average. The second kunao shot out and hit the bullseye without any bias. Great! Kushina shouted excitedly. This is Lu Yun's true level. Maybe he was too nervous for the first hit, a girl explained. The third kunao shot missed the target, but it was much better than the first one. After finishing 3 kunao, Lu Yun picked up 3 more shurikens in the bucket. He was too lazy to throw them away one by one. With a cool shake of his hand, 3 shurikens flew out at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 shurikens hit the target, but none of them hit the bullseye. This shot featured a handsome and dashing figure, and the girls on the playground couldn't help but applaud. He can still hit the target by throwing 3 at the same time. This throwing skill is far superior to most of his peers, and it is worthy of his status as an Uchiha clan member. Uchiha Liu Yun, the overall score is 90 points. The examiner gave the score and threw 3 shurikens at the same time. Even if he didn't hit the bullseye, there was still a big score bonus. Liu Yun seemed a little unsatisfied with this result. At this moment, there was another person who was dissatisfied with his result, and that was Instructor Chen, who specialized in teaching throwing techniques. This subject was Lu Yun's strength, and he felt that this boy's score should not be only 90 points. Liu Yun, what's wrong with you? Kunao shouldn't be thrown so poorly. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but then he scratched his head and gave an explanation. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Kushina, who heard this not far away, was stunned. Is this the reason again? It's because I didn't sleep well? It is precisely because of these words that Kushina is sure that Liu Yun is hiding his clumsiness. Although she didn't know why he did this, Kushina was even more curious about this little classmate. In just one afternoon, she was attracted to someone unknowingly. Of course, it all started with that sentence, "The hair color is okay, it's quite cute." The following is number 23, Minato Namikaze. Before you knew it, it was the turn of the future 4th Hokage. Minato threw out the kunao with his hand, and every kunao hit the target accurately. Many people applauded vigorously and cheered loudly. After being praised by everyone, Minato couldn't help but smile like sunshine. But when he caught a glimpse of a red-haired figure from the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At this time, Kushina didn't seem to even look at him. Tell me honestly, did you fail the test on purpose? Kushina whispered beside Lu Yun. I don't even know what you are talking about. Isn't 90 points considered a high score? If you score 72 points, it doesn't count as a failure. If I score 90 points, does it count as a failure? Lu Yun put his hands in his pockets and deliberately ignored her. Kushina was speechless, and for a moment she felt that what Liu Yun said seemed to make sense. No, that's not right. She seemed to have thought of something, but suddenly denied her idea again. The tone and attitude of your first sentence are clearly the same as when you lied to people before. You guy, are pretending to be stupid again. Kushina said, grabbing Liu Yun's collar, with a proud look like I've seen through you already. Liu Yun's body trembled, and he looked at this little girl with a proud face in surprise. Why does he get caught every time he acts stupid? Chapter 5. The two people who were teased by each other opened their eyes and lied for Lu Yun. Haha, why don't you keep pretending? That surprised expression has already given you away. Kushina couldn't help but laugh loudly. They were chatting enthusiastically, but the playground suddenly erupted into even more enthusiastic applause and cheers than before. Minato, like Liu Yun, threw out 3 shurikens at the same time. 2 of them hit the bullseye, and 1 was very close to the bullseye. He became the first and only one in the class to get a perfect score. A group of elementary school students unconsciously compared him with Lu Yun. They all felt that Minato was much better than Lu Yun. Even the girls thought so. Except Kushina. In fact, Kushina didn't even look at Minato. At this time, all she could think about was how smart she was. Dismantling Lu Yun's disguise made her feel a sense of accomplishment. From the initial self-doubt, to self-denial, to finally someone's true colors revealed. She ranks first in the class in terms of physical strength, but in terms of brain power, she ranks last. Being able to see through Lu Yun's disguise through clues proves that she is not the stupid female who only knows how to fight as others say. Winning with brain power is more fulfilling than winning with force. Her brains praise her for her cleverness. With such recognition, can Kushina be dissatisfied? On weekdays, her brain mostly praises her for her physical strength and her ability in fighting. Victory in every battle is based on force. Now I have won 2 games in terms of mental strength. Liu Yun didn't know Kushina's complicated thoughts. At this time, he began to doubt himself. Anyway, this is my score, believe it or not. Finally, Lu Yun curled his lips stubbornly. Even if Kushina sees this, it's not a big deal. Even if she says it, others won't recognize or believe it, and even if it's true, it won't prove anything. Both 90 and 100 points are excellent, not much different. Okay, I won't expose you in front of others. Kushina waved her hands with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Liu Yun suddenly felt inexplicably unhappy. He didn't feel this way originally. Soon, as the outdoor class ended, a group of primary school students returned to the classroom. This is the last class of the day, and it is also the class of their homeroom teacher, Xiao Tian. In class, Lu Yun was multitasking. While listening to Xiao Tian's lecture, he placed his hands under the desk and quickly made seals. In battles between ninjas, the speed or slowness of forming seals can sometimes affect the final result. And if you want to use San Magatama's Sharingan to copy ninjutsu, you'd better have fast enough hand speed. After all, every minute and every second on the battlefield may affect the outcome. Kushina glanced sideways at Lu Yun from time to time, and finally seemed to think of something and secretly threw a small paper ball at him. Namikaze Minato from behind was staring blankly at Kushina's back. He saw it. This time it was Kushina who took the initiative. Hey, can you teach me how to throw? This is the content on the paper ball. She felt that Lu Yun's concealed weapon throwing technique must be very strong. If the other party was willing to teach her, she would definitely get a higher score in the next assessment. When he saw this sentence, Lu Yun was obviously a little stunned. Kushina felt uneasy, and she regretted saying these words, for fear that Liu Yun would reject her. She wanted to see the expression on Lu Yun's face, but she was also afraid of being caught, which made her big eyes sore. Liu Yun looked thoughtful and didn't answer for a long time. He stopped making seals with his hands and tapped his index finger silently on the desk. Kushina couldn't help turning her head and glanced at him. She was impatient and couldn't bear this silence. She urgently needed to know the result, whether the other party agreed or refused. But Liu Yun remained unhurried, sitting firmly on the diaoyute, occasionally looking at her intentionally or unintentionally, without expressing his wishes in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, Kushina thought that he didn't agree with her request, and she couldn't help but feel a deep loss in her heart. She originally thought that someone was willing to be friends with her, an outsider, but in the end she was still alienated. She didn't even have the heart to see Lu Yun's reaction, let alone listen to what the head teacher was saying. Just when she was feeling sad and lost, a small ball of paper hit her head accurately. Kushina glanced at someone hastily, but her heart began to beat unsatisfactorily. She pretended to be calm and waited for a while before picking up the small paper ball, as if doing so could retaliate to the other party. In fact, she couldn't wait to see the result. Finally, she opened the paper ball with her slightly trembling palms. You teach me sealing techniques, and I will teach you throwing techniques. One sentence made Kushina's ears turn red again, and the corners of her raised mouth couldn't be suppressed no matter what. As soon as he saw Kushina's little expression, Lu Yun instantly knew that his goal had been achieved. The little girl still couldn't handle this emotional tug. He felt that he had Kushina under control, and in fact it was true. Kushina didn't even notice a major problem at the moment, that is, how did Lu Yun know that she knew sealing techniques? In fact, she can't say that she understands it, but she does have a lot of basic knowledge of sealing techniques. She had never used sealing techniques in the ninja school, but Lu Yun knew that she knew this aspect of knowledge. This was a question that was extremely scary to think about, but Kushina didn't think about it at all now. The smartness she displayed not long ago seemed to be an illusion. Her brain has quietly changed shape. Kushina quickly wrote a word on the ball of paper, then threw her pink hand and deliberately hit Liu Yun on the head. Liu Yun picked up the ball of paper with his toes, opened it and saw the word good. Soon, the bell rang, and the head teacher Xiao Tian announced that the last class was over. All the primary school students were very happy. Just as Liu Yun was packing his school bag and preparing to go home, Oda shouted, "Liu Yun and Kushina stay." Several elementary school students headed by Sato smiled evilly. "Teacher Xiao Tian, what's the matter?" Lu Yun lowered his head and asked in a low voice. "Did you slap Kamita this afternoon?" Teacher Oda asked with a straight face. Uchiha Liu Yun is a child who is usually cowardly and won't fight back when hit or scolded. Why did he suddenly hit someone? Kamita's teeth were almost knocked out. If he hadn't had something urgent to deal with, he would have arrested Lu Yun and gone to the office to lecture him. "Teacher Oda, listen to me. Please be quiet. I'm not asking you now. Let Liu Yun speak for himself first." Oda glared at Kushina and interrupted. "He called me a little BD and pulled my hair." Lu Yun answered truthfully. "Is that so?" Oda looked at Kamita. "I just touched it lightly." Kamita explained hurriedly. Both parties had their own opinions, and Oda turned his attention to Kushina again and signaled that she could speak. Kamita pulled it, and he pulled it very hard. "I saw it with my own eyes." Kushina replied in a very affirmative tone. In fact, she didn't see anything. She just lowered her head and was shy. How could she know if Kamita had pulled his hair? She only knew it after Lu Yun told her, but it didn't affect her side. Telling lies with open eyes can not only disgust these bad guys, but also protect your little classmates, so why not do it? Chapter 6 You can't kill people, right? Violent bloody red chili peppers. I didn't, you're talking nonsense." Kamita's face turned red and he was so angry that he almost shed tears. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. You and Sato didn't deliberately look for trouble during the lunch break. You scolded Lu Yun and me as soon as we got up, and now you have the nerve to pretend to be innocent? Shameless. Kushina will not spoil this little turtle boy." As soon as these words came out, several people involved subconsciously lowered their heads. As soon as the head teacher Oda saw it, he immediately knew that Kushina was not lying, and it was these little bastards who caused the trouble first. "You guys go home and write me a 200-word review. Give it to me tomorrow. If you can't satisfy me, you have to continue writing until I am satisfied." Xiao Tian gave the punishment and then told those thorny heads to get out. "Kushina, you should go back too." "Oh." Kushina responded, but she was murmuring. She wanted to wait for Liu Yun. "Lu Yun, although this is their fault, your attack was too harsh." One of Kamita's teeth was loosened. "I will keep you in the class in the afternoon and clean the classroom instead of Kamita." The head teacher, Oda, gave the punishment. "Ha ha ha, you deserve it." The few thorns who were hiding outside and eavesdropping looked gloating and couldn't help laughing. "You little bastards." Oda became furious and chased him out. Several primary school students were frightened and fled in a hurry. Regarding Xiaoshan's painless punishment, Lu Yun felt that it was reasonable and fair from an adult's perspective. But if you look at this from a child's perspective, this punishment is very unfair. Especially Kushina, she was so angry that she kept scolding those elementary school students. After venting, Kushina picked up the broom and helped Lu Yun clean the classroom. In her opinion, the two of them could be regarded as good comrades who sympathize with each other. "Hey, Liu Yun, aren't you angry?" Seeing that Liu Yun had been working quietly, Kushina couldn't help but asked curiously. "Why am I angry?" Lu Yun asked without raising his head. "Those bastards. They were obviously the ones who started the trouble, but you just reacted passively. As a result, Mr. Oda punished you like this." Kushina clenched her pink fists with an unhappy look on her face. Liu Yun looked up at her and smiled. That beautiful smile made Kushina obviously dazed, and most of her anger disappeared. "My teeth almost came out. What do you want to do? You can't just kill that guy, right?" Liu Yun said it easily, but it sounded shocking and powerful to Kushina's ears. "That's right, you can't kill people, right? Although those guys are hateful, their crimes are not worthy of death. You're right, but you should be more forceful next time, and it's best to punch out the teeth, so those guys don't dare to trouble you again." After figuring this out, Kushina felt relieved. Liu Yun kept silent about this. "You bloody red pepper beats people every day, but you don't see others avoiding you." Liu Yun suddenly discovered something strange and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. "What's wrong?" Kushina asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Why are all the small paper balls on the floor gone? I remember throwing them under the seat, but why are they gone? Even the shreds of paper that I tore off before are gone." After hearing this, Kushina immediately returned to her seat. "I lowered my head and checked for a while, and found that the small ball of paper I had thrown away was gone. Yes, the small ball of paper under my desk is also gone. There is no shredded paper at all. It is cleaner than a dog licking it." Kushina was also a little surprised. But then she didn't bother to think about it anymore. It must have been carried away by the wind. Lu Yun nodded, too lazy to think about this trivial matter. "This weather is so hot." After working hard for a while, Kushina was dripping with sweat and her pretty face was flushed with heat. Liu Yun nodded, and then pulled off the white cloth that had been wrapped around his forehead all year round. It's true that the original boy was always wrapped in white cloth several times, no matter it was hot or cold. In addition to being laughed at when he was a child, he was often laughed at by his peers because his forehead was too wide. Liu Yun didn't care what others thought, so he tore off the white cloth and threw it away, along with the hair tie that tied his hair extremely tightly and made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Her long, silky hair draped directly over her shoulders. He looked so much like a girl at this moment that Kushina was dumbfounded. With her wide forehead, dark eyes, and long straight hair, everything about her appeals to Kushina's aesthetics. Her aesthetics at this time are basically consistent with Naruto's aesthetics when he was a child. How miserable was little Naruto when he was fascinated by the broad-breasted Sakura. Kushina felt that it was almost the same. Because once she laid eyes on her, she could no longer look away. She even subconsciously took a few steps closer just to see more clearly. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Lu Yun asked in confusion. But the next moment he lowered his head slightly and smiled and asked, "Do you also think a wide forehead is ugly?" This sense of inferiority comes from the original person. "No, that's not the case." Kushina waved her hand in a hurry to explain. "Your forehead is very beautiful, your hair is very beautiful, and your eyes." She spoke softer and quieter, until finally Liu Yun couldn't even hear her voice clearly. "Thanks." Although he couldn't hear the last two sentences clearly, he heard that his forehead looked good. "You are welcome." Kushina's voice is still as thin as a mosquito's moan, and her cheeks are frighteningly red. "Why is your face so red? Is it too hot?" Looking at the big, red face so close at hand, Lu Yun couldn't help but touch it. "Hiss, it's so hot." "Ah." Kushina screamed and pushed him to the ground. It's so embarrassing. Oops. Kushina was about to run away, but then she heard Liu Yun's scream. After taking a closer look, it turned out that Liu Yun had pushed too hard and his head hit the chair after falling. Hiss. Liu Yun covered the back of his head and inhaled repeatedly. I reached out and touched it and there was no bleeding, but it hurt, it really hurt. Fortunately, I have a strong head. Are you okay? Kushina couldn't care less about being shy and hurriedly helped her little desk mate on the floor. You guys are too violent. Who asked you to do anything? Kushina laughed repeatedly and shouted out strange catchphrases. Didn't I just touch it? As for such a big reaction. Liu Yun glared at her. Kushina lowered her head unconsciously, pretending to admit her mistake. But after a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head and opened his mouth to retort, don't you know girls are thin-skinned? How can you touch a girl's face casually? I saw you blushing unnaturally and thought you were feeling uncomfortable. Also, it turns out you knew you were a girl? How come you didn't know you were a girl when you hit someone? I want you to take care of it. Kushina pushed him away, and Liu Yun's waist hit the corner of the table hard. Ah! There was another scream of inhalation. Oops! I'm sorry. Kushina panicked after another mistake. You, don't touch me, stay away from me. Chapter 7 3 Megatama Sharingan Under the Sunset, a mother's child is like a treasure. Sorry, blame me. Kushina apologized repeatedly, grabbing Liu Yun's arm and trying to pull him up. Don't, let me slow down, please. Liu Yun clutched his lower back and begged for mercy. Okay. Kushina smiled and let go. Can't you be gentler? You just said that I was touching you, what about you? Liu Yun complained while rubbing his waist. I was wrong. Kushina lowered her head and apologized. How about I rub it for you? Farewell, I still want this waist. Liu Yun rolled his eyes at her. When he was almost recovered, Liu Yun slowly stood up and patted the dust on his butt. The cleaning is almost done, it's time to go home. It was already approaching dusk, and the ninja school would be closed if we didn't leave. Oh. Kushina nodded in response. Liu Yun walked in front, and Kushina followed obediently. When Liu Yun was about to walk out of the classroom, Kushina finally couldn't help but call him. Liu Yun, didn't you say you wanted to check my eyes after school? There's no one around right now. Kushina looked at him expectantly, or rather into his eyes. Liu Yun himself had forgotten about it. He glanced outside the classroom to make sure that the primary school students were almost gone. Okay. Liu Yun said, chakra gathered into the eyeballs, and a pair of scarlet blood-like eyes immediately appeared. At this moment, he turned his back to the setting sun and looked directly at Kushina. The bright light fell on him, looking holy and dazzling. Kushina was shaken by the sunlight, causing Liu Yun's appearance to be unclear. When she rubbed her eyes and looked again, she saw a pair of enchanting three Magatama Sharingan, shining brightly and dazzlingly against the backdrop of the setting sun. These eyes are seductive but not charming, so beautiful that they are breathtaking, so beautiful that one loses consciousness. They can be called the most perfect works of art in the world. There was once a guy who regarded explosion as art. When he first saw the three Magatama Sharingan under the setting sun, he almost fell in love with it and his faith was shaken. At that time, he believed that Sharingan was the real art, and thought that these eyes were more beautiful than blooming fireworks. Kushina was also fascinated by it at this moment, her whole soul seemed to be completely lost in it, and there was nothing else in her eyes except these eyes. Once this pair of three Magatama Sharingan is opened, no matter how bright the sunlight is, it can only eclipse it and cannot compete with it. Liu Yun didn't use any genjutsu on her, but at this moment Kushina seemed to have the strongest genjutsu in her body. My mind is filled with these enchanting eyes and this charming face. She subconsciously stretched out her palm and touched the fair and pretty face that was so close. Liu Yun allowed the warm palm to touch his cheek and eye sockets. But looking at Kushina's confused eyes, he rarely blushed and subconsciously looked away. As those ruby-like eyes moved downward, Kushina suddenly woke up, her palms quickly retracted as if she was electrocuted, and she hurriedly ran out of the classroom. Liu Yun looked at her back and closed the Sharingan. He didn't chase her. He sighed and locked the classroom door. Walking on the way home, Liu Yun seemed particularly happy. He felt that the wind around him was sweet, and his pace subconsciously accelerated a bit. It's a happy feeling of coming home. When he walked around a corner, he instantly saw a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure. It was a beautiful purple-haired young woman with an outstanding appearance. She was standing at the door of her home, silently waiting for his return. Liu Yun lowered his head, feeling very nervous for some reason, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. "Do you still know how to go home? Where have you been having so much fun until now?" The beautiful woman scolded her, but there was no anger on her face, but a faint smile. "Mother!" This time, Liu Yun screamed mother without any sense of inconsistency, as if this was his mother, Asuka. "Where's the headband?" Asuka looked at him strangely. "It's too hot, and my headband was torn off." Liu Yun stood in place with restraint, his head lowered and he didn't dare to look up. "Aren't you afraid of being said to have a wide forehead?" When Asuka said this, she couldn't help laughing. When Liu Yun heard the movement, he raised his head and glanced at her, and his nervousness inexplicably relaxed. "Don't be afraid, I won't bother you anymore." "Oh, when did our Liu Yun become so bold?" Asuka smiled and touched his head. "Today a girl complimented me on my beautiful forehead." Liu Yun blurted out, and he was a little stunned as soon as he said this. In front of his own mother, he obviously became childish. This is the original mind causing trouble. Even if you want to, you can't control it. Ha ha ha. I asked you why you don't wear a headband. It turns out that some girls complimented you for your beautiful forehead. Ha ha. Asuka laughed so hard that she almost shed tears. After a burst of laughter, Asuka rubbed his hair and spoke seriously. "Our family, Liu Yun, is already very good looking. It's only a matter of time before a girl praises you. She never thinks that her children are inferior to others, and she has absolute confidence in their appearance." She noticed Liu Yun's slight inferiority complex on his forehead, but she didn't think it was a big deal. When children grow up, they will naturally understand what beauty and ugliness are, and there is no need to teach them at all. Moreover, Liu Yun himself is very popular with women. If he is not allowed to wear a headband, he may be more popular with girls. If he accidentally leads to misogyny, refer to Suzuki, or puppy love, it will not be good. Go wash your hands and face, and then eat. Liu Yun nodded and left in a hurry. After taking a cold shower, Asuka was already kneeling at the dining table when she came out, and the rice was served to him. They are the only orphans and widowers in the family. His father died heroically 2 years ago because of the war. It is a Chunin with a double Megatama Sharingan named Uchiha Sheng. "Let's eat, the food is almost cold." Asuka spoke while eating. Yeah, Liu Yun was an orphan in his last life, and now he has a mother, which feels pretty good. "Where did you go to play in the afternoon? You came home so late." "Mom is worried about you." "I was on duty to clean the classroom in the afternoon, so I was a little late." Liu Yun explained after swallowing a mouthful of food. "Didn't you just go on duty not long ago? Why is it your turn to be on duty again?" Asuka looked suspicious. This mother is not easy to fool, she is very considerate. "I made a mistake. I was punished by the teacher." Liu Yun thought for a while and decided to confess. After all, it was just a small matter. "Made a mistake?" What mistake did you make? Hitting someone? Asuka even suspected that she heard wrongly. Hit someone? Didn't you get beaten? I hit people. Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly and he repeated again. How dare you hit someone? Asuka raised her eyebrows with a surprised expression. How did you hit me? Tell Mom. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yun was obviously stunned. To be fair, shouldn't we ask why we hit someone first? A mother is actually curious about how her son hits someone. Chapter 8. If you don't work hard when you are young, you enter the Pure Land and become brothers with your father, a young girl who misses spring. I slapped my classmate. He was the one who provoked me first. Just a slap? He came to mess with you, didn't Xiao Tian know? And he punished you to clean the classroom. Asuka's cheeks were bulging, and she didn't know whether it was because she was angry or because she had too much food. But you have indeed become bolder, which really impresses my mother. At this time, Asuka actually looked a little proud. Lu Yun was a little confused. With such a mother, why was she always so submissive? In the final analysis, it may be because of his father Uchiha Sheng. In my memory, his father had a very good character. He was kind to others and did not fight with others. After dinner, Lu Yun exercised in his small courtyard. Asuka was amazed by the hard work she put into doing push-ups, standing up and down, driving stakes, and sweating. Son, why have you suddenly become so diligent? My son rarely takes the initiative to exercise, let alone it is already evening. Liu Yun likes to hide in his room every night and read comics. When he is tired, he goes to bed and seldom comes out to do activities. Why do you suddenly seem like a different person today? Liu Yun stopped when he heard this. He doesn't want to work hard, but it won't work if he doesn't work hard. You must know that this is the ninja world. The second ninja war has not really started yet, and there will be the third and fourth ninja war later. As a ninja, if he doesn't have the strength, how many disasters can he withstand? He is neither the protagonist nor an important supporting role. The Nine Tails Rebellion, Uchiha Attack Massacre, Pain's Invasion, various ninja missions, there is always one that can kill him. He didn't want to die young just a few years after his soul traveled back to the world, nor did he want to follow in the footsteps of his father Sheng, leaving only his wife and children in the world and dying with hatred. I will become a ninja in 1 year. I need to prepare in advance. Lu Yun said vaguely. But you are too early. Asuka blushed. Liu Yun shook his head, he even felt that time was too tight. During the Third World War, it was said that even the children who had just graduated had to go to the battlefield. Although there was no such statement during World War II, Lu Yun could not guarantee it. If World War II is like World War III, then he may be very dangerous, especially a supporting role like him. With more strength, life will be more protected. It is necessary to enhance one's own strength. Well said, Mom supports you. Asuka clapped her hands and said with a smile, of course it is a good thing for her son to make progress, and knowing how to exercise is even more beneficial. As a mother, she must support it. She just hopes that her precious son will not give up halfway. Tomorrow, Mom will give you money to buy fitness equipment. You have to exercise hard and don't slack off. Asuka clenched her fists and cheered. For it. Lu Yun was a little bit dumbfounded. After doing 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 punches, and 100 kicks, Lu Yun was so exhausted that he was breathing heavily. Compared with his peers in the ninja world, his physical strength is indeed very poor. Now, without using the Sharingan, in terms of boxing, kicking and taijutsu alone, he might not be as good as Kushina, let alone a genius like Namikaze Minato. At this time, his body was very tired, but his mental state was surprisingly good. This was related to the surge in mental power after the fusion of his two souls. After sitting on the ground and resting for a while, his caring mother prepared drinks and ice water for him. After Liu-yun relieved his fatigue, he practiced chakra control against the wall. These are the so-called tree climbing and treading water, these two spiritual practices. Son, what are you doing? Seeing Liu-yun repeatedly stepping on the wall and falling to the ground, Asuka finally couldn't help but ask. She is not a ninja and has no access to this kind of practice. Practice chakra control ability. Liu-yun explained simply, regardless of whether Asuka could understand it or not. Then let me go find you a mat. Don't hurt it if you fall. Asuka said and wanted to go into the house to get the mat, but the next moment she was stopped by Liu-yun. No need, Mom, just throw it. With chakra protection, it won't be broken. Liu-yun's words are true. If you fall a few more times, think of it as a way to exercise your body, so that you won't be beaten to death by a few punches in the future. Okay. Then practice slowly and rest early before it's too late. After a while of novelty, Asuka planned to go back to her room to rest. Late at night. Within the territory of the Senju clan. A pink bedroom was brightly lit, and a girl sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently watching the seal scroll in her hand. What are recorded on these scrolls are the untransmitted secret techniques of the Uzumaki family. There were 2 knocks on the door, and an old woman opened the door. Grandma Mito, why are you here? Kushina stood up quickly. It's so late, why isn't Kushina still sleeping? Uzumaki Mito looked at the seal scrolls that could be seen everywhere on the ground, his expression obviously stunned, but what followed was surprise and relief. These are the most precious things of their Uzumaki clan. The country of Uzumaki has been destroyed, and the Uzumaki clan has been killed to the death. Now there are only a few clan members left who are willing to take over these inheritances, which is certainly worthy of her happiness. In the past, Kushina was busy having fun everywhere, so it was very difficult for her to learn sealing techniques. Why did she suddenly change her gender today? I can't sleep at the moment, so I just want to learn more sealing techniques. Kushina lowered her head and answered softly. She couldn't help but think of a certain boy and a certain agreement. She wanted to learn more about sealing techniques so that she would not have nothing to teach in the future. Okay, it's rare that you are willing to learn. If you have any questions you don't understand in the future, you can ask me more. Uzumaki Mito smiled happily. She didn't know what this girl was thinking, she just thought that this girl had enlightened. But it's too late today, you'd better turn off the lights and go to bed early. Kushina looked at the clock after hearing this, but found that because she was looking too seriously, it was late at night before she knew it. Yeah, I'm going to sleep now. Grandma Mito, you should go to bed early too. Kushina smiled obediently. Good boy. Mito Uzumaki praised Kushina and then gently closed the door for Kushina. Lying on the floor, Kushina tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. As soon as she closes her eyes, she will actively think of that boy and the pair of enchanting and beautiful 3 Magatama Sharingan. Kushina couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth when she thought of someone touching her face and her carefully touching their handsome face. Why didn't you realize he was so good looking before? Kushina's heart felt like it was coated with honey, so sweet that she couldn't sleep. He can still achieve good results by hiding his strength. He should be the one who is number 1 in the class, right? What a low-key guy. Kushina rolled around holding the pillow, mumbling to herself from time to time, with a silly smile on her face. Ah, embarrassing. Liu-yun lay on the floor and sneezed from time to time. He thought he had a cold. Chapter 9 A big conflict on campus. Instead of waiting for you to take action, I might as well take action first. Early in the morning. The sky had just turned slightly bright, and Liu-yun had already gotten up and finished washing. With his strong mental power, he only needs 5 or 6 hours of sleep to be full of vitality. This discovery surprised him, and he can be regarded as the only cheat whose soul can travel to another world. After quietly opening the door, Lu Yun started a new day of exercise practice. Let's start with a morning run, to make up for any shortcomings in endurance. After running about a quarter of the way around Konoha, the sky was already completely bright. After he couldn't run anymore, Lu Yun slowly walked back home. When he got home, Asuka had already prepared breakfast. After eating milk and bread, Liu Yun took his school bag and headed to the ninja school. Why is this kid Liu Yun so motivated all of a sudden? Looking at his back, Asuka's face was full of confusion. Not only has he made progress, but many of his habits have also changed, such as dressing up, getting up late and staying in bed. He doesn't need her, a mother, to bother with many trivial matters, so he can finish them by himself first. Fortunately, these changes are all good, and Asuka doesn't need to worry. When Lu Yun arrived at the ninja school, before Lu Yun could return to his classroom, several primary school students stopped him. Isn't this a little BD? Why don't you wear a headband today? Lu Yun did not answer, but looked at these primary school students thoughtfully. These people have black eyes and black hair, and have the emblem of the Uchiha clan on their backs. They are all children of the Uchiha clan. They are 1 year older than Liu Yun and are in 6th grade this year. Hey, I'm talking to you. When the man saw Lu Yun was silent and didn't answer, he wanted to stretch out his hand to ruffle Lu Yun's hair. Lu Yun took a step ahead of him and held his wrist with one hand. Just say what you say, don't use your hands or feet. Lu Yun had a cold face and gently shook off his arm. His words were not serious, but when they fell into other people's ears, they made them very unhappy. Oh, I'm giving you face, right? You little BD has not seen you for a few days, is your temper getting worse? Uchiha and Yan laughed ferociously, with evil intentions on their faces. It seems it's time to make your memory long. Forget it, Kazuhiko, we are all members of our own family, don't let others laugh at us. A young Uchiha boy took the initiative to come to the rescue. The movement on their side attracted a lot of onlookers from primary school students, who seemed to be waiting to see the show. Among them were the Hyuga clan, the arch-enemies of the Uchiha clan. A little guy who was usually submissive, today he dared to do something with him, and he had a bad face from the beginning to the end, and his attitude made Uchiha Kazuhiko very annoying. Humph, I'll let you go today. Don't let me run into you after you leave school, you little BD. Uchiha Kazuhiko said harsh words and wanted to leave, because he was unhappy and he didn't want to be treated like a monkey and watch the jokes. Did I let you go? Before he could leave, Lu Yun called out to him in a deep voice. He doesn't mind if you call him little BD, but he can't pretend not to hear the words little BD. Oh? What else do you want? Uchiha Kazuhiko smiled and spoke, but before he could finish his question, Lu Yun slapped him hard. His entire arm was attached to chakra, so his hand speed was extremely fast, and Uchiha Kazuhiko was sent flying far away before he could react. 2 white teeth mixed with blood flew out, and he fell to the ground without any image. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They couldn't believe that the soft and waxy little BD actually hit someone. And the ones who were beaten were members of the Uchiha clan, and they were beaten so hard. Instead of waiting for you to retaliate against me, it's better to deal with you now. They have already made a grudge. Even if he gives in, others may not let him go. Besides, why should he give in? A good person will be bullied, and a good person will be bullied. Blindly tolerating will only make the person who bullies you worse. As Liu Yun spoke, he quickly stepped forward. Before the confused Kazuhiko had time to be stunned, a big foot kicked him hard in the face. As soon as he kicked it down, nosebleeds flowed out instantly. It's no wonder that Lu Yun was ruthless. Children from other families never called him a little BD, but this guy just called him like that, and he was from the Uchiha clan. From here we can see why Asuka took him away from the Uchiha tribe. According to the naughty nature of a ninja primary school student, if Liu Yun didn't slap him hard today, someone would dare to call him a little BD tomorrow. A hole, stop it. Before Lu Yun could take action, 2 Uchiha tribesmen quickly stepped forward to stop him. One of the Uchiha tribesmen kicked Lu Yun back. Lu Yun patted his dirty wrist, his face looked a little calm. When the chakra is concentrated on the arms will become very powerful and resistant to beatings. The elementary school student's kick looks amazing, but it actually doesn't hurt at all when it hits Lu Yun's hand. This is one of the benefits of knowing how to control chakra. Last night, he was able to go up the wall, which is considered to be a preliminary mastery of this practice. The reason why he is so fast is still because of his strong spirit. Controlling the flow of chakra requires strong mental power. With his 2 souls united into one, his strongest is mental power. And with the 3 Megatama Sharingan, his personal mental power is even more exaggerated. Liu Yun can initially control the chakra in his body, which is a great improvement to his personal strength. This ability alone is enough to conquer this group of primary school students. A whole Liu Yun, we are all from the same family, are you too cruel? Uchihachi Yoryuaki scolded with an angry face. Why didn't you say that he scolded me more harshly? Do you really think that I have no temper and can let others abuse me? He was often bullied on a daily basis, and the nickname Little Zaimao was spread among this group of people. Otherwise, in the eyes of a group of students with colorful hair, who wouldn't be ABD? How could they be called little bastards? If he recognized that I was of the same race, he wouldn't have cursed me so harshly. Since he wants me to have a long memory, then I will let him have a long memory first. If you dare to speak rudely in front of me in the future, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he ignored the amazed crowd and walked straight to the classroom with his hands in his pockets. Is this still the little BD I know? Why did he suddenly become aroused? This guy has such a wide forehead and a girl's face, but he is so ruthless when he moves his hands. The primary school students who were watching were talking about it. What's wrong with the wide forehead? And why does such a beautiful face have a girl's face? He's so handsome, and he has such a little personality. Wow, he's too manly. Some girls have already started to become nymphomaniacs. Haha, the Uchiha clan bites dogs, it's so funny. Someone from the Hyuga clan laughed. Many children from wealthy families looked joking when they heard this. Woohoo, I'm going to fight him. Uchiha Kazuhiko finally regained his composure. As soon as he came to his senses, he wanted to get up and go to Liu Yun to fight for his life. Tears fell down. Hey, don't be impulsive, Kazuhiko. Class is about to start now, and the instructor will be here in a while. You have to be patient for now and wait until the first class is over before you take revenge. A tribesman who was close to him suggested. Let's report it to the teacher. If you are injured like this, you should go to the infirmary first. Uchiha Kyunyi advised. No, how can I take revenge? Just say that I fell. Uchiha Kazuhiko spat out a mouthful of blood with a ferocious look on his face. If I don't knock out all his teeth later, my surname will not be Uchiha. Uchiha Kazuhiko felt that he was careless just now and did not dodge, which allowed Lu Yun to succeed. Lu Yun is definitely no match for him in a real fight. It's not like he hasn't beaten others before, let alone he has helpers here. Chapter 10 The clown is actually me? Don't run away after school. Not long after Liu Yun finished beating him, he almost bumped into Kushina as soon as he arrived at the door of the classroom. What are you going to do? You're so frizzy. Ah. I heard from my classmates that you were fighting with someone outside. Are you injured? Kushina asked quickly. She looked Lu Yun up and down, and her concerned look made Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Are you concerned about me? Are you afraid that I will be beaten? I didn't. Kushina was about to nod and admit, but suddenly realized that the question was ambiguous. She was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head in denial. Ah. So you don't care about me? Well, I'm just being sentimental. Lu Yun avoided her with a lonely look on his face, and then walked slowly towards his seat. The back figure looked particularly lonely, as if it were a walking corpse without a soul. Kushina immediately became anxious. She wanted to go up and explain clearly, but she was too shy to admit that she was just concerned. Just when she didn't know what to do, the teacher walked into the classroom at this time. Kushina returned to her seat obediently. She blushed and looked at Liu Yun, but she saw that he had his head lowered and his long hair covered his expression. It looks roughly like a sad look. Is he sad because of my words? So, it turns out that I are so important in his heart. When she thought of this, Kushina suddenly lost her nervousness and felt happy instead. Hey! Why does this girl have such an attitude? It turned out that he was an acting addict, and if he wanted to tease this little girl, he'd better make her a real big red tomato. But when he glanced at Kushina from the corner of his eye, he saw that her pretty face was just slightly red. She was neither anxious nor nervous, but instead had a smile on her face. Could it be that it's me who is being sentimental? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Yun instantly felt that he had no love. It's hard to find a cute little girl that's suitable for nurturing, but I've just started to experience the fun. It feels like it's over. The clown is actually me. Lu Yun sighed in confusion, and then lay on the desk like a pile of mud. He was not showing off, this class was a math class, and he was listening carefully. The reason for lying on the table was to use my hands to relieve the pain in my feet. After all, I was tired from running in the morning and walked a long way, so my legs were very sore now. Due to the blind spot of the parallel perspective, Kushina did not see Liu Yun tapping his feet, and only thought that he was hit by his own words, resulting in such a soft look. Kushina pulled off the white paper and wrote a paragraph, crumpled it into a ball and threw it towards him in a vague way. Lu Yun felt like his head had been hit. He glanced around and saw a ball of paper. He turned his head to look at Kushina, only to see that she was sitting upright, not squinting, and seemed to be listening to the lecture seriously. You don't even look at me, you don't even look at this ball of paper. Lu Yun let the paper ball stay beside him, deliberately not picking it up. Kushina saw this scene out of the corner of her eye, and she immediately became anxious and angry. Are you angry with me? When thinking of this, Kushina quickly threw another one away. This grain was impartial and fell right in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt funny in his heart, and the next moment he blew the small paper ball in front of him away in one breath. BD Liu Yun. Isn't that just denying a single word of concern? Is this what it is? Don't you know girls are thin-skinned? They are stingy. Kushina was so angry that she threw a large one again, and it hit Liu Yun's head directly. Liu Yun didn't seem to notice the ball of paper. He even scratched the spot where it was hit. I have no intention of picking it up at all. Seeing this, Kushina was so angry that her veins popped out and her face turned red. Click! 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 Liu Yun suddenly heard a few strange joint friction sounds, and a bit of cold wind made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but look at Kushina out of curiosity. But he saw that the other party was glaring at him coldly, with 2 strands of red hair on his temples rising from the wind, and his pink fists were clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. Liu Yun was frightened, and then quickly picked up the 2 paper balls on the ground. Angry Kushina, so scary. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Liu Yun's forehead. The legendary bloody red pepper was indeed not covered by it. Her original body was somewhat shadowed by her, and her body was instinctively afraid. Are you cheap? Do you have to make me angry? Seeing him hurriedly picking up the paper ball on the ground, Kushina couldn't help but cursed in her heart, but the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Are you looking for death? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. This was the second sentence in the big paper ball. Upon seeing this, the beads of sweat on Liu Yun's forehead became even thicker. He forced an ugly smile towards Kushina. "Don't be angry. I just ran out of the classroom to help you, but you ended up so quickly. You weren't hurt, were you? This is the first ball of paper, and the words are full of care." After seeing these words, Liu Yun felt comfortable all over. He stopped sweating, and his waist straightened up. Liu Yun wrote a reply and threw it back. Kushina saw the thrown paper ball and hesitated for a few minutes. Finally, she glared at Liu Yun before picking up the paper ball. "Where can I get hurt? Don't you already know that I'm hiding my strength? My brother is actually very strong, so there's no need to worry about me." When she saw the words on the paper, especially the word brother, she blushed and her heart beat. Holding back the intense shame, Kushina took a few deep breaths and pretended to be nonchalant as she put the paper ball into her school bag. The conversation above is too embarrassing. People other than Liu Yun cannot see it, otherwise they will experience what social death is. Tearing off the white paper again, Kushina passed around the small note again. "I've never seen you fight with anyone, so how do I know how strong you are? How about, let's practice alone after school?" Seeing these words above, Liu Yun was speechless. She looks really cute, but her heart is too wild. Is it still like a girl to find someone to practice alone with every now and then? Before Liu Yun could give a reply, another small paper ball hit his head. "What? Don't you dare? You are a coward." Seeing this sentence, Liu Yun turned his head and rolled his eyes at her. This damn girl slaps her nose and face. Does she really think he is still the soft-spoken, easy-to-push Uchiha Ryuhyun? Liu Yun picked up the pen and wrote a powerful character. "Don't run away after school if you dare." Seeing this paragraph of text, Kushina couldn't help but burst into laughter. The movement here instantly caught the teacher's attention. "Kushina, what are you laughing at? Is my lesson funny?" the math teacher scolded with a straight face. Kushina Sigma. Chapter 11 Framed by Kushina, the bloody red pepper went berserk. Faced with the math teacher's question, Kushina broke into a cold sweat and hesitated for a long time, unable to explain. Watching this scene, Liu Yun couldn't help but feel uncomfortable suppressing his laughter, and his eyes were filled with gloating. Kushina happened to catch a glimpse of Liu Yun, who was suppressing a smile from the corner of her eye. The next moment she raised her eyebrows, pointed at Liu Yun and defended loudly. "Teacher, Liu Yun made me laugh by making faces." The smile on Liu Yun's face froze, and the next moment he hurriedly defended. I didn't. Both of you, get to the back and stand listening to the class." The math teacher didn't care and just asked the two of them to stand in the back. "Stinky tomato, frame me!" Liu Yun cursed in a low voice. "It's not all your fault, you little BD." Kushina cursed back in a low voice. "Did I make you laugh?" She blamed others for her low smile. Liu Yun glared at her fiercely. "Then why were you laughing when I was discovered by the teacher? I'm not having a good time, and you can't have a good time either." Kushina smiled brightly and immediately acted rogue. His legs were already sore, and now he was forced to stand. Liu Yun was really on the verge of crying. When the first class was about to end, Kushina noticed that Liu Yun's legs were shaking. She couldn't help but asked curiously, "Hey, why are your legs shaking?" "It's not all because of you." Liu Yun rolled his eyes at her. Originally, he had enough time to rest. "Isn't it just a punishment for standing? Are your feet shaking like this? Are you a soft-footed shrimp?" As soon as these words came out, Kushina herself was amused. "I went for a morning run this morning. Besides, the Jainin school is far away from my home, and now I have to stand still. If it were you, you wouldn't be soft. To be honest, if it were Kushina, she wouldn't be weak. After all, she has the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan, and her blood volume as an adult has exceeded that of an unawakened immortal body. As a Jinkraki, when Nine Tails was forcibly extracted from her body, not only did she not die immediately, but she was able to restrain the entire Nine Tails for half a day. As for Naruto Uzumaki, who had a fairy body, he almost died suddenly on the spot after only half of his Nine Tails was removed. If it weren't for the halo of the protagonist, the grass on his grave would have been several meters high. It can be seen from this that Kushina's physical fitness is terrifying. From this advantage alone, it is no problem to defeat the current Liu Yun. Hey, I'm not as weak as you. Kushina mocked mercilessly. You, shut up. Liu Yun was so angry that his teeth itched. Soon, the first class came to an end. Fortunately, the math teacher saw that Liu Yun's legs were trembling and he was sweating profusely, looking like he had a kidney deficiency, so he didn't embarrass them anymore and scolded them a few times before turning around and leaving. Hey hey hey! Liu Yun almost fell to the ground after taking a few steps because of numbness in his feet. Fortunately, Kushina helped him in time. Let me help you back to your seat. Kushina blushed and spoke softly. The two people were standing very close to each other at this moment, and both sides could smell each other's scent. I won't thank you. Liu Yun curled his lips and was a bit arrogant. Then I won't help you. Kushina tried to let go. Brother, you don't need your help. Liu Yun struggled to push her away, but Kushina suddenly stuck back. Forget it, look at your pitiful look, I won't argue with you. Kushina looked smiling, which made Liu Yun want to punch her, but in the end he did not rise up to resist, but let her support him. What's wrong with Liu Yun? Minato also came over to help the other side of Liu Yun at this time. His feet are numb and weak, and his body is too weak. Before Liu Yun could say anything, Kushina took the lead and said with a smile. Then you should take some exercise. Liu Yun was helped back to his seat by the two people. As soon as he sat down, he immediately pushed Kushina away and instead smiled and nodded to Minato in thanks. Kushina was not annoyed at being pushed away, but instead sat beside him happily. Minato looked at this scene with a weird look on his face. When did Kushina's temper become so good? I couldn't even drive him away, and he was still laughing like a little bch. Not long after Liu Yun sat down in his seat, a group of primary school students rushed into their classroom. As soon as he saw the leader coming, Liu Yun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This little brat named Uchiha Kazuhiko has not yet learned his lesson. He was beaten so badly not long ago, and after just one lesson, he refused to accept it again. I really don't have a long memory. Liu Yun said, standing up directly with his hands on the desk. What are you going to do? Seeing that something was wrong, Kushina hurriedly stepped forward and stopped several Uchiha children. These people glared at Liu Yun menacingly, thinking of Liu Yun's previous beatings. How could Kushina not know the purpose of their invasion of the classroom? It's none of your business. Get out of here, or I'll beat you up too. A Uchiha tribesman scolded him coldly. He wanted to push Kushina away, but he never thought that Kushina would make the first move at the next moment. She grabbed the opponent's wrist and used her waist to throw him hard over the shoulder. This throw immediately stunned the opponent. You want to bully Liu Yun, right? As long as I'm here, you can't even touch him. The 6th grade elementary school student whom Kushina stepped on the ground suddenly became full of aura, frightening Uchiha on the opposite side. Good. Liu Yun couldn't help but applaud her. How could he not love such a cutie? The feeling of being covered by someone is so wonderful. Come on Nana, I support you mentally. Liu Yun raised his fist to cheer Kushina. Hearing this, Kushina's face instantly turned red. He called me Nana? He called me Nana. A hole. Let's all come together and beat them both to death. Uchiha Kazuhiko's face was so angry that he started fighting with a wave of his hand. Kushina didn't care about being shy, and used her hands to pull Uchiha up from the ground to use as a human weapon. For a while, she smashed a group of elementary school students close to her and made them scream in agony. Her violent appearance scared many primary school students to tears, and even Lu Yun was so frightened by her toughness that she gasped for air. He knew Kushina was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. The rampaging blood-red peppers can defeat a group of them alone. And most of the people facing them are 6th grade elementary school students. Among them, Uchiha's children are not weak in combat power, but they can't defeat her for a while, but they are forced to retreat continuously by her. Uchiha, who was used as a human weapon, was even worse. He was foaming at the mouth and almost unconscious. Seeing that Kushina was going crazy, Liu Yun endured the discomfort in his legs and hurriedly tried to persuade her. Hey, hey, hey! Nana, put the person down first, or use someone else as a weapon, this guy is going to die. Don't fight too hard in school. If there is a fight, the teacher won't let Kushina off lightly, even if she is the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, the Uchiha in her hand was frothing. Lu Yun hurriedly stepped forward to persuade her to calm down and at least let the guy in his hand slow down for a while. Chapter 12. He risked his life to protect her from the kunao, but the one who hit her was a righteous man? Kushina listened to the advice and violently threw the Uchiha in her hand into the crowd, which made many people cry. After doing this, she clapped her palms, put her hands on her hips and stared at the remaining Uchiha. Let you bully others. Call out. Before Kushina could finish her words, she suddenly heard a sound breaking through the air, and a kunao was shot straight at her. For a moment, she was so frightened by the speeding kunao that her face turned pale. She wanted to avoid it, but it seemed that it was too late. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows, and in desperation, he stretched out his palm. With his excellent eyesight and reflexes, he held the kunao in his hand. Dark red blood slowly dripped from the hand, and the palm was cut with 2 small cuts by the sharp-edged kunao. This was just an unopened kunao used in school to practice throwing skills. If it were replaced with a truly open kunao, then he wouldn't want this hand anymore. Regardless of the injury on his hand, Liu Yun turned the kunao in the opposite direction and threw the kunao to its original owner without thinking. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the kunao pierced Uchiha Kazuhiko's thigh. Seeing that there was already blood, many onlookers had a premonition that something bad was going to happen and fled in fear. When several Uchiha children saw that the scene was out of control, they panicked and quickly lifted up the screaming Uchiha Kazuhiko and fled the scene. They didn't even want to fight anymore. This matter was too big and the teacher would definitely get involved. Liu Yun, your hand. Kushina grabbed Liu Yun's palm and was so anxious that she couldn't finish her words. If Liu Yun hadn't raised his hand to grab kunao just now, she would have been injured now. Kushina's eyes instantly turned red at the thought of someone willing to sacrifice his life to block kunao for her, and tears fell down unsatisfactorily. Why are you so stupid? Don't you know that kunao is dangerous? You dare to catch it with your bare hands. Kushina was angry and moved to tears. I'm just arresting you because it's dangerous. I'm going to hit you without making a hole, right? Liu Yun answered seriously. You have already taught them a lesson for me, how can I let you get hurt? As soon as these words came out, Kushina was stunned at first, and the next moment she straightened her mouth and started crying. After coming to this strange village for so long, this is the first time she has received the attention of her peers. You must know that this is a desperate effort to protect her. It cannot be faked. What girl can endure being stabbed like this? Kushina hugged Liu Yun and cried bitterly. When did the two of them secretly get together? Are they so close? A girl discovered this scene and was so surprised that she lost her voice. That's right. It's gotten to the point where you have to fight for the enemy on your behalf, and block the knife for your other half. Many classmates were shocked when they heard this. When did these two get along? They ate dog food out of nowhere, and now they don't know what romantic love story happened between them. However, in the eyes of some girls, a man who dares to stand in the way of a kunao for the opposite s*x or his significant other is definitely true love. Some girls look at Kushina with a little jealousy in their eyes. They also want to find such a handsome boy. Okay, don't cry so much. It's just a skin injury. It will scab after a while. Liu Yun patted her back and smiled. Many people are watching. As soon as these words came out, Kushina reacted instantly. She took a cursory glance at the melon eaters in the class. Her little face was as embarrassed as a ripe tomato, and the next moment she pushed Liu Yun away and ran back to her seat, then buried her head in her arms and did not dare to see anyone else. Liu Yun took the paper handed over by his classmate and quickly stopped bleeding with a gentle squeeze of his palm. As Liu Yun expected, their head teacher, Mr. Oda, quickly came over to arrest them. Uchiha Ryuun, Uzumaki Kushina, you two follow me to the office immediately. When he arrived at the teacher's office, Xiao Tian first checked the injuries on Liu Yun's hands. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was just a minor skin injury. But the next moment he took out the bandage, and then bandaged Liu Yun's wound with all his heart. Uchiha Kazuhiko, what's going on with you? Oda asked in a deep voice, staring at Liu Yun. Liu Yun had no choice but to tell the story of the two people's grudges. A lot of people had seen it. There was no point in Liu Yun lying, so he could only take out Kushina as much as possible. So, you were the one who made the first move? Knocked out two of his teeth. Xiao Tian covered his head with a headache. That guy scolded him so harshly and even promised to make Liu Yun look good. Knocking out two of his teeth would be considered a light thing. Kushina muttered softly. Shut up, I haven't even spoken to you yet. Oda roared at Kushina repeatedly, and his saliva almost splashed on her face. Teacher Oda, I don't blame Kushina for this. She acted righteously because of her status as a classmate. If it weren't for her, I might have been beaten to death today. Liu Yun spoke seriously. He shaped Kushina into a character who was brave in taking action for justice, so that not only would she have no faults, but she would also be able to make meritorious deeds. In fact, it's almost the same, but Kushina took the initiative first. Is that so? Kushina. Oda stared at Kushina suspiciously. That must be the case. She doesn't know Uchiha Kazuhiko, and there is no grudge or conflict between the two parties. It's not to protect her classmates, how could she attack others for no reason? Teacher Oda, I think Kushina's intention to protect her classmates is good. Just because she won the fight doesn't mean she is at fault. If this is a mistake, then no one will dare to do something brave in the future. Liu Yun was the first to explain. When Teacher Oda heard this explanation, he nodded subconsciously, thinking it made sense. Kushina looked at Liu Yun blankly, and she had to say that this man was really eloquent, and he won her over with just a few words. She even felt that Teacher Oda might praise her for her brave deeds of justice. When did fighting in school still get praise from the teacher? Let's not talk about Kushina for now. That Uchiha Kazuhiko was seriously injured. The homeroom teacher was so angry that he said he would report this matter to Hokage-sama. What do you think we should do about this? Xiao Tian said and looked at Liu Yun. Since you are eloquent, please give me another explanation. Teacher Oda, I think Uchiha Kazuhiko should be dealt with seriously. That guy openly committed murders in other people's classes. He has evil intentions and should be severely punished. Liu Yun spoke seriously, and as soon as he spoke, the teachers around him were shocked. The kunai belongs to Uchiha Kazuhiko, and he fired it with the purpose of killing. His target was Kushina's throat. If I hadn't caught the kunai quickly with my quick eyesight, Kushina might have died at this moment. What? After hearing this, Xiao Tian couldn't sit still for a moment. This matter was worse and more serious than he imagined. No, this matter must be reported to the Hokage. Oda decided immediately, he could no longer make the decision in this matter. Chapter 13 A different third Hokage, two completely opposite attitudes towards dealing with it. Soon, what happened here at the ninja school reached the ears of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. To everyone's surprise, this busy Hokage actually found time to come to the school to deal with this matter in person. This also reflects from the side that Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to this incident, and also attaches great importance to the 9 Tails container of Uzumaki Kushina. Want to shoot the future 9 Tails Jinchuriki? Did Uchiha Kazuhiko do this unintentionally? Or was he instructed by someone? He must investigate the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, he is the principal of the ninja school, and he is actually very concerned about the children in the school. After some interviews and investigations, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly understood the general cause and course of the incident. To put it bluntly, this is a fight among the children of the Uchiha clan. But the only thing that deserves his attention is Uchiha Kazuhiko's unauthorized use of weapons. Are you sure Uchiha Kazuhiko shot the kunao into Kushina's throat? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Liu Yun and asked seriously. Yes, I'm sure. Liu Yun replied with firm eyes. In fact, Liu Yun was not sure whether it was his throat or his shoulders, but since others had already used the knife, he would not be merciful and leave a way of survival and room for the enemy. If he hadn't been too weak and had too many restrictions, Liu Yun would have wanted to shout, "This child can no longer be kept." Based on the flight path of the kunao, Liu Yun's height, the way he raised his hand to grab the kunao, and the testimony of the witnesses present, we can basically confirm that his words are most likely correct. A ninja with professional criminal investigation capabilities made an analysis based on the intelligence. Send the child back to the Uchiha tribe, and then find a time to complete the withdrawal procedures for him. By the way, I would like to tell the Uchiha clan that they must strengthen the ideological education and supervision of their children. The skills taught in the ninja school are not used to deal with their own people. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately made the final decision. This statement immediately shocked many teachers, and even Liu Yun himself was a little frightened. This 3rd Hokage acted too resolutely, and for a primary school student, this penalty was a bit too heavy. Is he trying to use this incident to beat the Uchiha clan? Or is he really angry because Kushina is in danger? Or maybe he just wanted to use this incident to kill one person as a warning to other students in the ninja school? Or is it because Uchiha Kazuhiko is too vicious and not suitable to become a ninja? Liu Yun could not accurately determine the specific reason. Shouldn't the 3rd Hokage in my impression be a benevolent leader? How? Liu Yun was shocked in his heart, but he didn't dare to look directly at the other person for fear of being caught. Maybe it's because of my youth. The current 3rd Hokage is not that old and kind old man. Liu Yun feels that his character and thoughts cannot be judged based on the original work. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is not kind. He only shows his kind side when he faces those who have great influence. Liu Yun's heart raced like lightning. And he thought of many things in just a few minutes. Uchiha Liu Yun, you beat up your classmates just because of a curse word. Do you know that you are wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice, his tone neither urgent nor slow, but there was an overwhelming sense of majesty that made Liu Yun's breathing quicken. Because of the phrase little bd, it is understandable that he would hit someone. If he hits someone lightly, others may still turn on him. But if the blow is severe, then it cannot be tolerated. I know I was wrong. Liu Yun lowered his head at the right time. Even if he felt he was right in his heart, he still had to pretend to be cowardly and admit his mistake at this moment. Since you ignored your own safety and protected your companions from danger, I will not pursue your fault for the time being. Study hard from now on and don't cause trouble again. Regarding Liu Yun's fault, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to handle it lightly. Compared with the previous punishment of Uchiha Kazuhiko, this is a completely different attitude. This attitude is what Liu Yun remembered as the kindness of the 3rd-generation old man when he read the original work. There are 2 main reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen treats Liu Yun lightly. 1. It is because of the father of Liu Yun, Uchiha Sheng. Uchiha Marino was a martyr who died on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen generally showed a kind side to the widows and heirs of heroes. Second, it is because Uchiha Ryuyun knows how to cherish his companions, and even protects his companions even if they are injured. Such a person is the most suitable to inherit the will of fire. This type of talent is worthy of Konoha's vigorous training. Hiruzen Sarutobi is very optimistic about young people with a spirit of sacrifice. Back then, he relied on his spirit of sacrifice and took the initiative to cut off the queen for his companions when encountering a big crisis, and then successfully won the position of Hokage. Your father Uchiha Mori was an outstanding ninja. He was brave and fearless on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen began a period of ideological education that lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ryuyun listened very seriously, with a look of decline on his face from time to time. I hope you can study hard and inherit his will of fire in the future and become a useful person to Konoha. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing, Lu Yun behaved very obediently, nodding when he should nod, crying when he should, and looking sad even if he couldn't cry. Generally speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied and generously forgave Lu Yun's faults, even letting Kushina knock someone unconscious. The unlucky ones were those who started the trouble, especially Uchiha Kazuhiko. Not only did he receive 2 fat beatings, but he will no longer be able to be a Konoha ninja in the future. Because he was expelled from school, he could not receive Konoha's forehead protector. Without a forehead protector, he could not be considered a registered ninja, let alone join the Konoha security department. In the future, he may have no choice but to stay in the Uchiha clan and become a private soldier of an elder's family. There was a class going on in the classroom, and as soon as Lu Yun returned to his seat, Kushina hurriedly handed him a small note. How's it going? Did Mr. Hokage give you any trouble? There was concern between the lines. No. This matter has been successfully resolved. That's good. Why are your eyes so red? And you're still sniffling? You've cried, right? Kushina's eyes were full of curiosity. I'm too deep into the drama, just let me slow down a bit. What's the meaning? Literally. Within the Uchiha tribe's territory. When Uchihato, a Jainin, received news that his son was injured and expelled from school, he could no longer take care of his duty in the police force and rushed home in panic. After figuring out the whole story, Uchiha was so angry that he almost lost his mind. My own son had 2 teeth knocked out, he was kicked until his nose started to bleed, and he was shot in the thigh with a kunai. As a result, the attacker not only did nothing wrong, but even kicked the victim out of school on the spot. It's really unreasonable. Don't be afraid, son, Dad will definitely make the decision for you. When Uchihato was angry, even the 3 Megatama Sharingan appeared unconsciously. He endured his anger and comforted the crying Uchiha Kazuhiko, and then angrily wanted to go directly to 3rd Hokage to argue. But as soon as he stepped out of the house, he changed his mind and instead of going to the Hokage building, he went to the Konoha security department again. He wants to use the power of his family to put pressure on the 3rd Hokage. Only in this way can the Hokage compromise and let his son return to school. He cannot do it by himself. Chapter 14 The future leader of the Uchiha clan breaks up with the Uchiha clan. Inside the Konoha security department. Great Elder Uchiha Zongzheng drank tea with a serious look on his face. Just because of a small mistake, 3rd Hokage is going to deprive Kazuhiko of his right to become a ninja. This is clearly an attempt to use my son as a way to defeat our Uchiha clan. The 3rd Hokage is treating things so unfairly, Great Elder, you must make the decision for Kazuhiko. Uchihato bowed and saluted with red eyes. I have investigated this matter clearly. It was Kazuhiko who was the first to cause trouble and curse others, and he was also scolding members of our own clan. I didn't know how to restrain my temper even after being beaten, and even went to fight with several tribesmen in other people's classes. It's okay if a few people can't beat others. In the end, they dared to take out a kunao and commit an attack openly, pointing it directly at the throat of a female student. Yan is such a mess. How can I help if something like this happens? Both parties involved were members of the Uchiha clan, and this family feud was so widespread in the village that it almost became the laughingstock of others. Not to mention Hokage being angry when this happened, even he, the actual head of the Uchiha clan, was dissatisfied with Uchiha Kazuhiko. However, it was always my son who was injured, and the girl was not actually harmed. It would be too inhumane for third Hokage to impose such a punishment. Uchiha Do defended loudly. He didn't expect that even his elder had this attitude. Everyone thought it was his son's fault alone. At this moment, the Uchiha family still doesn't know Kushina's special identity and just thinks she is an ordinary girl. The selection of the Nine Tails container is regarded as top secret by Konoha's top management. Only a few people know about it, and it is even less likely that the Uchiha family will know about it. Third Hokage's penalty is indeed too severe. I will discuss this with him and see if I can give Kazuhiko another chance to change his ways. Elder Uchiha sighed. Uchiha Todo is a clan genin after all, he can't let the opponent down no matter what, the gang still has to help. Hearing this result, Uchiha To was obviously not satisfied. What do you think should be done about that little BD? Kazuhiko scolded him and had 2 of his teeth knocked out. In the end, he was shot in the thigh. This guy was vicious and didn't care about the feelings of the same clan. I asked the family to take action. Uchiha Zone was silent after hearing this. Please ask the great elder to help my son get justice. Uchiha bowed again. Grandpa, Uncle Do has worked conscientiously in the police force over the years. It is hard work without any credit. Please help him if you can. Uchiha Fugaku, the grandson of the great elder Inochnin, took the initiative to help. At this time, he had left school for several years and was currently working in the Konoha security department. The little BD really went too far when he got into a fight because of a joke. This time our Uchiha clan was scolded by the Hokage and laughed at by other clans. Not only is it all the fault of that guy, but he must also bear some responsibility. Uchiha Fugaku continued to speak, and his words were heard by Uchiha Do and remembered in his heart. Uchiha Tou looked at Fugaku with deep gratitude in his eyes. He never expected that the person who finally stood up to speak for him would be Master Fugaku. Uchiha Zone nodded upon hearing this, agreeing with Fugaku's statement. His grandson's 2 simple words convinced an elite genin, and the Uchiha clan was very satisfied with this. He asked Uchiha Fugaku to stay with him in order to better train him. The Uchiha clan had not chosen a clan leader for many years, and he wanted his grandson to be the clan leader. That woman named Asuka took her little miscellaneous hair away from the clan. She must have had a grudge against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zong said with a heavy sigh. He felt that the reason why the little BD attacked his fellow tribesmen was because of the influence of his mother Asuka. Fugaku, go and ask Uchiha Ken to come over. Uchiha Keno is Uchiha Sheng's cousin, that is, Liu Yun's uncle. Soon, Uchiha Ken entered the office. He was also a member of the security force. It can be said that most Uchiha ninjas work in the security force. Great Elder, what are your orders? Uchiha Zong asked him to sit down, and then told him about Kazuhiko and Liu Yun. If the elder wanted him to be a lobbyist, it would be best if Asuka led the little BD to come over and apologize to Uchiha Do's son, so that this matter could be settled completely. Great Elder, this matter. Uchiha looked a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Uchiha Zong frowned. The main reason is that Asuka is not easy to communicate with. Forget it, I'll give it a try first. Uchiha Ken finally took over the task. At night, Uchiha Ken knocked on the door of Liu Yun's house in the name of visiting. What's the matter with you? When Liu Yun saw the visitor, he did not immediately give him the gate of opening. Instead, he questioned him with a cold face. This guy named Uchiha Ken is very unfriendly to their family. The other party has always looked down on their family. His nickname was first called by people outside the door. As his cousin, Uchiha Mori himself is weak, and he also married an ordinary foreign woman, which makes Uchiha Ken look down on their family. You little brat, you didn't know about the gate of opening when you saw your uncle coming? Is this how Asuka taught you? Uchiha Ken scolded him with a straight face. In Lu Yun's memory, he had an extremely bad impression of this person. This BCH started scolding and reprimanding him as soon as he came up. Lu Yun had no intention of pampering him for a while. Who are you? Who knows you? Get away quickly and don't come to our house to beg. There is nothing to give you alms here. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Ken jumped up in anger. You are a disrespectful little BD with no education at all. Before Uchiha finished speaking, he saw a purple-haired woman walking out angrily with a broom. He swallowed back the words he was about to blurt out. Try scolding him again. Asuka opened the door, stood in front of Uchiha Ken with a broom and spoke coldly. Although Asuka is just an ordinary person with no cultivation, when she gets angry at this moment, even Uchiha Ken, who is a Jainin, dare not look at her. Asuka, can we come in and talk? It's a small matter. Liu Yun. Uchiha took the initiative and asked with an awkward smile. The movement here attracted the attention of several passers-by. Uchiha felt that it was very embarrassing to be blocked at the door like this. No, you are not welcome in our home. Please don't disturb us. Otherwise, I don't mind going to Mr. Hokage and asking him to bring justice to our orphans and widows. Asuka spoke without mercy. Among the Uchiha clan, the one she hates the most is the Uchiha Kenichi family. It can be said that the ones who bully the Liu Yun family the most are the so-called cousins family. In order not to let Liu Yun live a life of exclusion, Asuka moved away from the Uchiha tribe shortly after Uchiha Mori's death. The Uchiha clan looked down on her, a foreigner, and disliked Liu Yun's hair for not being pure enough. Then she also looked down on the Uchiha clan, let alone stayed in the Uchiha clan's land. At this moment, facing Uchiha Ken, Asuka directly chose to break up. Chapter 15. A tough mother with a clear distinction between love and hate. What is the youth of a real man? Asuka actually already knew what happened in the ninja school from Liu Yun. She doesn't think her son is at fault because the third Hokage didn't punish her son, which proves that Liu Yun is not at fault. She didn't know why the elder wanted to find Liu Yun, but Asuka instinctively rejected those people and didn't think anything good would happen if they went to Liu Yun. So Asuka drove people away without thinking. She didn't even care what the elder wanted to say. Anyway, she doesn't plan to go back there again, let alone let Liu Yun go back there, so she doesn't need to care about what others think. You are very good. I will truthfully report the matters here to the great elder. Uchiha was so angry that he laughed, and left in dejection after leaving these words. He didn't dare to do anything to Asuka, because Konoha village has laws. Although the Konoha guards have the right to arrest people, they also need sufficient reasons. Otherwise, if things get serious, they will still be the unlucky ones. In Uchiha Ken's eyes, Asuka is the kind of trickster who is not afraid of getting into trouble. If you meet such a person and dare to act recklessly, you will easily end up in trouble. Go back. Asuka put her hands on Liu Yun's shoulders, pushed him home and immediately locked the door. Why are you suddenly not afraid of him, Uchiha Ken? When you met him before, you always looked submissive. Asuka took the initiative to speak. Her son was getting bolder and bolder. She even doubted whether this was her son. Sensing Asuka's suspicious gaze, Liu Yun sweated on his forehead and gave a half-truth and half-false explanation. In the past, when we were in the clan, we would always look down and avoid him, and we would avoid him as a last resort. Now that we have all moved, why should I be afraid of what he will do? Asuka was obviously stunned when she heard this, and a smile appeared on her face after a moment. It seems the decision to move was the right one. I shouldn't have let you stay in that dark place for so long, which made you and I weak and unconfident. Anyone could bully you and humiliate you. Asuka said. She touched Liu Yun's head distressedly. The Uchiha clan is very exclusive. When she married Uchiha Mori, Asuka suffered a lot and received a lot of looks. However, this woman has a clear distinction between love and hate. She doesn't like the Uchiha clan, but she always loves Uchiha Shang deeply. Even now, she has never complained that she shouldn't have married Uchiha in the first place. She has no regrets about marrying Uchiha. Because it was with Uchiha Shang that she became the current Uchiha Liu Yun. It will get better and better. From now on, I will beat whoever dares to insult me, and I will kill whoever dares to bully you. Liu Yun said what he was thinking in a firm and serious tone. As soon as she said this, Asuka couldn't help but smile. Haha. You can't just fight and kill. Mom just wants you to grow up in peace and live happily. Asuka said as she hugged Liu Yun into her arms. The strong maternal love made him suffocate. Liu Yun blushed and took the initiative to break away from the embrace. Mom, I'm going to practice first. Go ahead, do your best. The sound of continuous beating of wooden stakes and sandbags soon came from the courtyard. Liu Yun can make noise early and late at night, but not late at night, because Asuka needs to get up early every day, and she also has to go to work to earn money to support her family, so she needs sufficient sleep time. After draining all his excess energy in the courtyard, Liu Yun took a cold shower and returned to his room. He sat at his desk and quietly looked at the few ninjutsu his father had left behind. Uchiha Mori is just a chunin, and he doesn't know much ninjutsu. 1 shadow clone jutsu, 2 sea-level fire-style jutsu, and 1 sea-level genjutsu. Of course, if you include the 3-body technique and the kunao throwing technique, you will have quite a few methods. Shadow clone jutsu. Liu Yun formed a seal with his hands and used this ninjutsu. Just hearing a bang, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared instantly. Easier than expected. Liu Yun chuckled. He has strong mental power and can learn everything very quickly, especially genjutsu. It's a pity that his father Uchiha didn't become Grandmaster Genjutsu, and there was only one little genjutsu left. Should I use Shadow Clone to go to class instead of myself? This idea came to Liu Yun's mind. The original Uchiha Itachi did just that. In terms of Liu Yun's mental strength, there is absolutely no problem in doing so. However, he was afraid that Shadow Clone would be discovered, and if he performed too well, it would easily attract people with ulterior motives. If you can survive in the early stage, you must survive. If possible, Liu Yun even wants to survive until the end, although this is unlikely. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Liu Yun put away the scroll, then lay down on the floor and fell asleep. In the early morning of the next day, he got up early as usual and went out for a morning jog around Konoha. It doesn't matter how far you run, just run 200 meters more every day than the day before. Having determined the target, Liu Yun started running straight away in high spirits. When he was sweating profusely and running halfway to yesterday's distance, a green-skinned figure that felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him suddenly appeared in his sight. Hey! Little brother, are you running again today? Yes, I have never seen such a diligent primary school student like you. The green-skinned figure took the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation. He had an innocent and friendly smile on his face, and he looked like the kind of person he was easy to get along with. Green leather clothes, thick eyebrows, watermelon hair, and a big shiny white fang, isn't this Emperor Kai, his father? Liu Yun was surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm. Yeah, uncle, are you jogging in the morning too? As soon as these words came out, Matt Dai stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't call me uncle, I haven't gotten married yet and have children, just call me brother. Matt Dai smiled awkwardly and wiped away his sweat. Okay, what do you call me brother? Lu Yun said with a smile while running. My name is Matt Day, you can call me Brother Dai. Matt Dai gave a thumbs up and put on a very classic Kevin smile. Liu Yun's 24K pure gold 3 Magatama Sharingan was almost blinded by the big white square. My name is Uchiha Liu Yun. I will ask Brother Dai for your advice in the future. It's actually a child of the Uchiha family. Matt Dai looked surprised. He subconsciously looked at Liu Yun's hair. Liu Yun's hair color is black with purple, which is very rare among the Uchiha clan. No, it should be said that it is the only case in the entire Konoha. It's neither pure black nor purple, otherwise it wouldn't be called a little miscellaneous hair. Brother Liu Yun got up so early, don't you have to go to school today? Matt Dai asked curiously. Yes, after finishing today's target distance, you can go home for dinner, and then go to school. Really? Little brother, are you too ambitious? Matt Dai exclaimed, feeling that he had met the same kind of people today. It's not that I'm progressive, it's just that I don't think youth should be wasted in bed. Lu Yun stopped as he spoke. He first pointed at the rising sun, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead and let it drip from his fingers. Did you see it? The sweat flowing out under the morning sun is the youth of a real man. Matt's heart was shaken when he heard this, and the next moment he covered his cheeks and choked with tears. Say, that's so good. Matt Dai wiped tears with his arms as he spoke. He did not expect that his soulmate turned out to be a primary school student. When he thought of this, his tears couldn't stop falling. Chapter 16 War of Words Uchiha, Kushina the Grass Protector, a handsome man has his own help. After running far away with Matei, the two reluctantly said goodbye to each other until they could no longer run. Little brother, see you tomorrow morning. Then we can continue the romance between real men. Matei gave him a kai smile again. Lu Yun was a little dumbfounded, but in the end he nodded. Maybe I should have more contact with this guy. Walking on the way home, Lu Yun had a lot of thoughts in his heart. This Matt Dai is a master of taijutsu. Lu Yun wanted to try to see if he could learn Gangchuan taijutsu from him. This damn weather, it's only this morning and it's already so hot. Liu Yun was so hot that he stuck out his tongue. After returning home, he drank several glasses of ice-cold milk and stuffed a few slices of bread into his stomach. Then he picked up his school bag and rushed to the ninja school. This child has been exhausted recently, can he still attend class well in this state? Seeing Lu Yun's empty look when walking, Asuka had a bit of worry on her face. When Lu Yun arrived at school, before class time came, Lu Yun was surrounded by a group of primary school students again. And this group of elementary school students is still the group he hates the most, all Uchiha. Little BD, you have caused great harm to Kazuhiko. We heard that the school is going to expel him. Are you happy now? A 6th grade primary school student spoke in a deep voice. The movement here instantly attracted the attention of many people. Classes haven't officially started yet, and there are a lot of people outside the classroom. In addition, the Uchiha clan likes to form cliques and form groups, so they can attract the attention of others wherever they go. Really? Then I'm so happy. The school has lost one scourge, and Konoha will have one less cancer in the future. How can I not be happy? Liu Yun was so angry that he would not pay for his life. As soon as he said this, it instantly ignited the anger of all the Uchiha disciples. Ahole, I think you are really looking for death. A friend who was close to Uchiha Kazuhiko immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yun's collar. I advise you not to do anything. Do you also want to be expelled from school? Lu Yun looked directly at the other party coldly. If possible, he really didn't want to beat up these Uchiha in front of so many people. Because once he takes action, he will become the center of attention, and it will be difficult for him not to be noticed by interested people. When the Uchiha disciple heard this, his expression changed and he subconsciously loosened his collar. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. The group of Uchiha around him was just a bunch of rabble in his eyes. Idiot! Why are you afraid of him? Do you think he is the principal of the ninja school? He will expel you if he says he will expel you. One Uchiha yelled and cursed, and the person before him woke up instantly. After realizing that he was being played, he became so angry that he wanted to take action directly. Stop! A loud female voice suddenly sounded, and everyone present subconsciously looked over. The grass protector, Uzumaki Kushina, has made her debut. Liu Yun took the opportunity to push away the people blocking the way, and then trotted up behind Kushina. Nana! These shameless gangsters want to bully the minority, you have to make the decision for me. Liu Yun accused the group of Uchiha with grievance. That guy, actually. A group of primary school students were stunned. Liu Yun's behavior was really unexpected. Just now he had the image of a tough guy, fighting with heroes without any hint of hypocrisy. Why did he suddenly change his heroic appearance and become a weakling who only hides behind women? I just said, that guy didn't even fight, but he broke out in sweat, looked like a weakling, and looked like a girl. How could a person like this be a tough guy? One boy muttered. Many boys nodded secretly in approval upon hearing this. Liu Yun was so exhausted after his morning run that he didn't even have time to take a rest, and now he looked naturally weak. Being called Nana in front of so many people, even if Kushina didn't have stage fright, her cheeks could not help but turn red at this moment. However, she did not immediately blame him. Instead, she protected a certain little Sukun behind her like an old hen. You bunch of haunted guys want to bully people again, right? Kushina glared at the group of Uchiha. You nosy redhead, this is our Uchiha clan's family matter, why are you, an outsider, meddling in it? A sixth grader named Uchiha Yan cursed. That's it, you outsider, stinky tomato, our family affairs have nothing to do with you. Some of the Uchiha children also know Kushina, and they are scolding people harshly. You! Kushina gritted her teeth tightly, her red hair was dancing wildly with anger, and she almost turned into a blood-red pepper. Seeing Kushina being scolded severely, Liu Yun didn't intend to coddle these Uchiha anymore. Who the hell is a family member to you? Let's all comment. Have you ever seen someone from your own family who specializes in bullying others of your own clan? As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was instantly in an uproar. It's so shameless. You dare to say it's a family matter? Which of your own clan would pick on someone from your own family to bully? Haha. I told you that the Uchiha clan likes fighting among themselves the most. You still don't believe it. They bully their own family much more harshly than they bully outsiders. A Hokage disciple laughed with a face. For a time, countless students outside were pointing at them. The group of Uchiha disciples were all blushing and felt ashamed for a moment. You! Uchiha Liu Yun, you don't want to slander anyone. You were the one who got Kazuhiko fired first. How can you still have the nerve to say that we bullied you? Uchiha Yan blushed and pointed at Liu Yun. The words woke up the dreamer, and the Uchiha children cursed angrily after realizing it. Yes, you are not worthy of being a member of our clan. There is no scum like you in the Uchiha clan. Traitor, traitor to the Uchiha clan. Seeing that the Uchiha clan was so angry, the people who were eating melons did not dare to say anything for a while. They all stared at Liu Yun, wanting to see what explanation this little BD would give. I killed Uchiha Kazuhiko first? Please, can you think twice before speaking? You, and you? The two people who came with Uchiha Kazuhiko yesterday, can you tell me why that guy was beaten? Liu Yun calmly pointed to the two Uchiha and asked loudly. Uchiha Kyunyi and the other two looked pale. Hesitating and not daring to speak. Is it too much to be slapped or kicked if you take the initiative to stir up trouble, call people bastards, and threaten to fix others? I know what happened yesterday. It was clearly Uchiha Kazuhiko who started the fight and was beaten. Then he was not convinced and asked someone to go to the class to beat up the little bastards. In the end, those people were beaten up by Kushina. There was a melon eater who witnessed the whole process, and he stood up with excitement to justice. So that's it. The Uchiha clan is so shameless, but they still have the nerve to say that others harm others first? Are others scum? I think they are the real scum. When a wealthy man who was not afraid of trouble got the chance, he immediately stood up and denounced Uchiha. That's right, I know Xiao Zeimao. He has a very good temper and has never bullied anyone. Instead, he is always bullied by his own family members. What family members? They are a group of Akita dogs who only bully the weak. Haha, Lu Yun and his kind have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. These people are so cold-blooded. They only single out their own family members to bully them to death. The onlookers were in an uproar, ridiculing and criticizing the Uchiha children, which made all Uchiha ashamed. In a few breaths, they collapsed without a fight and fled. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A handsome man has many people to help him. Chapter 17 is the little BD deceived by outsiders? The muddle-headedness in Huang Mao's eyes. Suddenly, because of Liu Yun's incident, the Uchiha clan became notorious bullies in the ninja school. In fact, their own reputation is indeed not good. Because the Uchiha clan is strong and united, no one in the ninja school dares to mess with them. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can go sideways. If a family is accustomed to being tyrannical, it will naturally lead to some members of the same clan being arrogant, causing dissatisfaction from others, and it is only a matter of time before others become angry. But this time, it was not others who resisted the Uchiha clan, but their own clansmen with the same surname. This incident quickly aroused heated discussions, embarrassing the entire Uchiha clan. That damn BD, we must make him look good after school. One of the Uchiha disciples said bitterly. At this moment, a group of Uchiha were hiding in the toilet, and everyone looked very ugly. Forget it. After all, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan, and Kazuhiko is not at fault for that matter. Let's. Before Uchiha Kyunyi could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sharp shout. Shut up! That BDS family has moved out of the clan, and he is no longer with us. Today he humiliated Uchiha, and we will let him remember it for a long time. A tribesman named Uchiha Yuta spoke angrily. If we let him go, no one will dare to use this matter to humiliate Uchiha in the future. We must teach him a lesson. This matter has nothing to do with right or wrong. As soon as this statement came out, many tribesmen nodded in agreement. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Uchiha Kyunyi sighed. He knew that little BD and had some friendship with him. Lu Yun was usually obedient and a very good and honest person. Originally, he had no intention of bullying others, but as Lu Yun couldn't bear it anymore and resisted Uchiha Kazuhiko, things became worse and worse. That weak and bully little BD turned into a tyrant in the blink of an eye, and the Uchiha clan suffered defeat one after another at his hands. The arrogant Uchiha thinks that his majesty has been challenged, and he even thinks that the little BD is a traitor to the Uchiha clan. In their understanding, the little Zeimao, as a member of the Uchiha clan, can fight Uchiha Kazuhiko privately, but cannot find outside help. And Liu Yun not only found foreign aid, causing the situation to escalate and Kazuhiko to be expelled from school, he also shamelessly humiliated them today, and even openly said words that were not related to their family. This sentence was regarded as a break with the Uchiha clan, so the clan members believed that there was no need to take into account the identity of the same clan, and they would still block him when it was time to block him. It's all because of that Uzumaki Kushina, that stinky tomato has too many things going on, and Kazuhiko's expulsion from school is also related to her. A tribesman said angrily. I think the little Zeimao was deceived by the whirlpool Kushina, which made him become like this. You all think about it, what kind of person was the little Zaimao before? Uchiha Kyunyi spoke at this time. He planned to pass the blame to Kushina, an outsider, so that the little BD would not be beaten too hard. Yes, Xiao Zaimao is usually honest and honest. Why did he suddenly become so stubborn? It must be that dead woman. She must have bewitched Xiao Zaimao and made him turn against us. As soon as this statement came out, many tribesmen felt that it made sense. An honest tribesman who was originally a good person suddenly became on the same level as all of them. They didn't believe that there were no outsiders involved. You are right. Then after school, we will also take care of her. In this way, except for Uchiha Liuyun, all the Uchiha in the ninja school reached a consensus. Inside the classroom, Class 501 was in class at this time, but there were paper balls flying under a certain desk, which was very lively. Hey, Liuyun, let's discuss something. Explain. Well, can you please stop calling me Nana in public from now on, I'm so shy. Seeing this note, Lu Yun almost couldn't help laughing, and he also had the idea to continue teasing her. You can't shout like this in public, does that mean you can shout in private? Seeing this sentence, Kushina blushed again. She had been teased by someone a lot in the past few days. Although she was embarrassed, she still enjoyed it all day long. That's not possible either. Kushina lowered her head and threw out the reply. This won't work, that won't work either, so what should I do? I said yes. Kushina hesitated for a long time before throwing out this text. Don't you like me calling you that? Lu Yun suppressed a smile on his face and asked knowingly. No. Anyway, don't shout like that in public. Seeing this reply, Liu Yun faced Kushina and showed an evil smile of I understand. You smile so meanly. Have you ever seen you so vulgar before? That's because I'm not obscene to begin with. You don't have to be embarrassed, how can you not be insignificant? Kushina lay on the table, staring at Lu Yun with her teacher behind her back. The teacher was giving a serious lecture on the stage, and she and Lu Yun had a lively chat in secret. For some reason, Kushina always felt that this kind of sneaky behavior was very interesting and exciting. This scene fell into the eyes of a certain Huang Mao, and he couldn't help but feel a little bitterness and jealousy in his heart. These two people were obviously flirting with each other at this moment, and he really wanted to stand up and report to the teacher, exposing these two neither shy nor impatient guys. But when he thought about the consequences of doing so, he stopped his impulse and tried his best to pretend to be a blind man who couldn't see anything. To be honest, I think the Uchiha clan may not give up. Don't leave the classroom after class. Don't be alone. Just stay with me. Kushina wrote a long paragraph. You will protect me, right? Liu Yun threw the paper ball, and then stared at her with a hopeful look on his face, his big tearful eyes full of emotion. He is not really afraid of those Uchiha brats. He really wants to deal with them in a matter of minutes, but it seems a bit unnecessary at the moment. Kushina blushed with embarrassment, but gave him a vicious look. This shameless guy always asks her questions knowingly and insists on making her make statements that are embarrassing and not worth her life. What should I do if I can't hold it in anymore? For example, if I have an urgent need to urinate, what if they block me in the toilet? You can't go to the men's room with me. Lu Yun suppressed his smile and pretended to ask seriously. Then wait until the last minute before class. Due to time constraints, they won't have time to attack you. Kushina obviously thought of this solution in advance, or in other words, she is very experienced in this kind of thing. She had been blocked by bad boys many times in the past. Lu Yun was a little surprised by this answer. Thinking that Kushina was so protective of him, he couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Kushina. He lowered his voice and whispered softly. Kushina hummed subconsciously, her big beautiful eyes full of doubts. Thank you. Chapter 18. If you want to enter the system, you must swallow your anger. Lu Yun takes advantage of the little girl. Inside the Konoha security department. Great Elder, that BCH Asuka is so ungrateful that I personally visited her home and even reported your name. As a result, she wasn't even allowed to enter. Receiving this kind of treatment, Uchiha Jiun was so angry that his face turned red, and in his heart, the Liu Yun family was extremely disgusted. Uchiha Zone was speechless after hearing Uchiha Ken's accusation. He only felt that this so-called cousin failed too much. Under normal circumstances, how could someone drive him away without even being able to get in? Even strangers wouldn't be like this, right? It seems I have found the wrong person. The Great Elder thought that communication would be easier if the two families were related by blood, but it turned out to be self-defeating. Forget it, go down. Uchiha Zone waved his hand. He was too lazy to listen to Uchiha Zone's complaints anymore. Yes. After Uchiha Ken left, Uchiha Zone turned his attention to Uchiha Do. "TOU, I went to see Third Hokage, and he agreed to let Kazuhiko return to school. Elder Uchiha personally went to the Hokage building to intercede with the Third Hokage for a child, and Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but give him some noodles. Politics is about you giving in to me, and I giving in to you. Politicians rarely fight to the death over someone or something. Every big or small thing can become a political bargaining chip. As long as these things have enough value, politicians will not turn a blind eye to them. Let the Great Elder worry about it." Uchiha To's eyes were red and he bowed. Third Hokage put forward a condition, that is, Kazuhiko must obtain the understanding of the two parties involved, Lu Yun and Kushina. What? Uchiha Do was stunned for a moment, then became angry immediately after he realized what he was doing. Is third generation crazy? My son is the victim. Kazuhiko's feet are still weak and he can't walk without a limp. We didn't ask anyone for an explanation. Instead, third generation asked my son to apologize to others. Uchiha Zone sighed after hearing this. In fact, it was not the third Hokage who actually made this request, but Koharu, one of the Hokage's two advisors. That old woman simply wanted to discuss the Uchiha clan, but the third Hokage didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she nodded and agreed to the request without thinking. As the weaker party, the Great Elder couldn't say much. After all, the fault was Uchiha Kazuhiko, so he could only hold his nose and agree to the request. Just think of it as a favor for me and third Hokage, and let Kazuhiko admit his mistake. After all, he was the one who started the trouble. Before Uchiha could open his mouth to refute, Uchiha Zone continued to remind. Kazuhiko must graduate to get a ninja forehead protector. If he wants to join the security force, he must become a Konoha ninja. You don't want Kazuhiko to fail to become a ninja, or to have to stay in the family and work. After hearing this, Uchiha To lost his temper for a while. Because of a moment of anger, you can no longer be a civil servant? Can't enter the system? No matter how unconvinced Uchiha Do is, he can only bite the bullet and admit defeat. After all, this matter is related to his son's future and destiny. Ninja School. The day's classes ended with the ringing of the bell, and a large number of primary school students ran out of the campus happily. You bad guy, you packed your things so fast. Where do you want to run to? Just as Liu Yun packed his school bag and was about to step out of the classroom, Kushina grabbed his sleeve. Of course I'm going home, where else could I go? Liu Yun tilted his head with confusion on his face. Humph, didn't you tell me not to run away after school last time? My aunt will do what you wish for today. Kushina raised the corners of her mouth and smiled evilly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She wanted to practice alone with Lu Yun. I was joking before. Are you scared? Coward. Kushina used the provocation method. That's right, a good man won't compete with women. Stop talking nonsense, you made me laugh out loud and got punished by the teacher. Now you want to stop beating me? It's not up to you. Kushina grabbed Liu Yun's clothes and didn't let go. Are you still being unreasonable? It's obvious that you laughed too hard. You were punished by the teacher, and you asked me to be punished too. Now you have the nerve to say that I harmed you. Lu Yun was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted to grab the white jade arm and bite it hard. I don't care, you have to keep your words anyway. It's still early, so why don't you just have a fight with me and then go home? In fact, she didn't just want to make a date with Liu Yun today, but her real purpose was too embarrassed to say. Okay, you brought this on yourself. Don't cry if it hurts when I beat you later. Liu Yun couldn't stand her entanglement, so he had no choice but to agree to her unreasonable request. This girl's scalp is itchy. A good spanking will probably make her become more honest. When the two of them walked out of the ninja school one after another, a few suspicious elementary school students not far away immediately aroused Lu Yun's vigilance. He frowned subconsciously, but relaxed after a while. Liu Yun pretended to be nonchalant and followed Kushina closely. Nana. Can't we fight in the ninja school? Do we have to choose a place for a fight? After walking for a while, Lu Yun couldn't help but asked curiously. He didn't know where Kushina wanted to take him. Stop talking nonsense, just follow me. Kushina was in a good mood and looked very happy. Wait a minute. Lu Yun spoke again. What happened again? Kushina raised her eyebrows, finally feeling a little unhappy. Liu Yun didn't answer. He walked quickly to a grocery store and took out his pocket money to buy a large conjoined popsicle. For you. He broke open the popsicle and handed the other half to Kushina. Kushina stared at him blankly for a long time before coming back to her senses with a blushing face. Is it sweet? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Sweet? Kushina nodded subconsciously while holding the cool popsicle in her mouth. Not only are the popsicles sweet, but her whole heart is sweet at this moment. The smile on her face was so pure and sweet that Lu Yun was fascinated by it. The next moment, he had the courage to hold her little hand. Kushina was startled, her face turned red with embarrassment, and she subconsciously wanted to shake off the other person's hand, but suddenly she heard Lu Yun's whisper. Don't move. Someone is following us, it's the Uchiha clan. When Kushina raised her eyes, she found Lu Yun's face serious, and he used his eyes to signal her to pay attention to the rear. Kushina pretended to be nonchalant and glanced behind them inadvertently, and found that there were indeed Uchiha disciples with black hair and black eyes following them. They probably want to block me, but there are too many people on this road, so they don't dare to show up for the time being. Find a secluded place, I will take good care of them, and let them remember today. Liu Yun said and pulled Bing Bing's cold, white, and tender hand. Kushina immediately no longer dared to resist. In fact, there is not even a dime between being followed and holding hands. I spent 2 yuan to buy a big popsicle, so I can touch my little hands, right? Chapter 19. If you can't reason with others, can you beat them with fists? Liu Yun led Kushina to a remote open space with few people, and at this time, the group of Uchiha kid also came around. 8 full Uchiha. These people are all top students in the ninja school, and each of them has a good ranking in each class. Kushina, please stay aside. Liu Yun pushed her aside gently. No, you know my strength, I can help you. Kushina said urgently. No need, I can't beat them later, you can just save me. Obedient. Liu Yun looked confident, and Kushina was a little confused for a moment. Okay, then be careful. Kushina stepped aside worriedly, clenching her fists and looking very nervous. Little Zaimao, we don't know why you became like this. Uchiha Kyunyi spoke first. But if you are willing to publicly apologize to all the tribesmen in the school and sincerely apologize to Kazuhiko, we can still accept you again, otherwise. Otherwise, so what? Lu Yun smiled lightly and followed his words. Otherwise, I will beat you, every time I see you, until you are afraid, and until you surrender." Uchiha Yan spoke sharply. He hated the smile on Lu Yun's face at this moment. Lu Yun just wanted them to let their horses come over, but he heard Kyunyi speak first before him. "You were not like this before. We know that you were bewitched by that stinky woman. If you can realize your mistake, I can save you from the physical pain." Liu Yun looked stunned when he heard this. He didn't even understand what Uchiha Kyunyi was talking about, so he subconsciously asked, "Which woman?" "Of course it's her. That smelly tomato." One of the Uchiha tribe members pointed at Kushina. Liu Yun was obviously stunned when he heard this. He instantly understood that these Uchiha were overthinking. "It's obviously my fault, why should I blame Kushina? It's obviously Uchiha Kazuhiko's problem, why do you have to ask me to admit my mistake? Obviously it was you who bullied the minority and wanted to embarrass me in public. The frame-up failed and your true colors were exposed instead. This led to the disrepute of the Uchiha clan. Why don't you dare to admit it?" Liu Yun asked 3 questions in a row, instantly causing all 8 Uchiha disciples to change their faces. I just said don't talk nonsense to him. Can't we just fix it? If you don't accept it once, deal with it a few more times." Uchiha gritted his teeth and said angrily. They themselves don't make sense, so how can they possibly answer Lu Yun's question? Haha. You are really talking to a cow. Since you are very confident in your own strength and feel that fists can replace reason, then come on. Liu Yun hooked his palms. He didn't expect to be able to reason with these arrogant maniacs, so he might as well rely on his fists to do the talking. You little BD, you really don't know how much you weigh. Faced with Liu Yun's provocation, Uchiha was the first to take action. Being provoked by a usually obedient little wimp, he couldn't help it immediately. Uchiha took a few steps, rushed directly in front of Liu Yun, raised his fist and hit Liu Yun directly in the face. Facing the menacing fist, Liu Yun spread his legs slightly, obviously not intending to avoid it. He mobilized the chakra in his body to flow to his arms, and then raised his fist to face it head-on. Bang! The 2 fists collided hard together, making a dull impact sound that made everyone present feel numb. Ah! Uchiha Yuta retracted his fist and screamed in agony. But before he could take a few steps back, Liu Yun's figure came up to him like a ghost, and hit Uchiha Yuta's jaw hard with another punch. The screams stopped abruptly, and Uchiha Yuta was thrown away. A scarlet shot out and landed on the dirt ground, which was very conspicuous. 2 punches, KO Uchiha Yuta. In terms of physical fitness alone, Ryuun is not as good as Uchiha Yuta, but in terms of chakra control ability, Ryuun can crush everyone present. Chakra attached to a certain part of the body can enhance the strength of this part and greatly improve its ability to withstand pressure. Chakra attached to a weapon can also make the weapon sharper and increase its power. This is a practice method that can only be accessed by Chunin. In the original work, Kakashi passed the chakra control method to 3 genin in advance, which also greatly improved the strength of Nasu Sakura and the 3 genin. The group of people in Uchiha don't know where Yuta lost. They haven't awakened the Sharingan, and they can't see the changes in the chakra inside, they can only see the surface. Everyone felt incredible about this result, and they all thought that Lu Yun defeated Uchiha Yuta through physical fitness. Lu Yun's body looks thin and frail, while Uchiha Yuta's body is tall and strong. The result of comparing the 2 is shocking, and the huge contrast makes people unable to recover for a long time. Seeing them stunned on the ground, Lu Yun saw the opportunity to attack, rushed in front of an Uchiha boy, and hit the opponent's handsome face with a diamond arm. The Uchiha boy was instantly hit with such force that he spun around in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. So strong. Kushina couldn't help but take a breath. Liu Yun was impeccable in terms of strength and speed. She didn't expect that this little classmate could hide so deeply. The fight just started and Kamui unleashed a powerful attack, beating 2 people down in succession. "Don't be stunned, let's all come together," Uchihayan yelled, and his words instantly woke up the 6 people who were shocked on the spot. How dare the 6 of them continue to be blind and arrogant? If they don't unite and rush forward, I'm afraid they will all fall into the hands of this little BD today. Liu Yun's eyes were full of fighting spirit, but he remained calm when faced with the 6 Uchiha swarming up. These people were all using their bare hands. After what happened to Uchiha Kazuhiko, the Uchiha children no longer dared to use their swords randomly. The school's control over concealed weapons has become much stricter, and Uchiha children have been sternly warned by their teachers and parents that, except for ordinary training, they must not use kunao or shuriken to hurt their classmates. Liu Yun controls the chakra in his body to flow to his limbs and bones. If you have a Byakugan or Sharingan at this moment, you can see that the blue energy in his body is flowing at an alarming speed. Each of his punches and kicks contained astonishing power. Uchiha Yan, who was fighting against him, was forced to retreat continuously, his hands and feet were sore and numb. When his companions took over from him to fight Liu Yun, he quickly retreated, taking the opportunity to withdraw from the battle and gasped for breath. He took a closer look at his hands and feet, only to find red and swollen patches on his arms and calves. The pain caused him to inhale repeatedly when he pressed lightly. Seeing that Liu Yun still had the upper hand despite being surrounded by 6 people, Kushina was excited and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. "Liu Yun, Godfather, beat these lingering bad guys to death." Kushina raised her pink fist high and cheered her classmate loudly at the top of her lungs. Chapter 20. The 2 join hands to beat Uchiha, and the cold Lord Orochimaru suddenly appears. The 6 Uchiha people cooperated with each other to fight fiercely. Liu Yun still had the upper hand in front, but he soon learned what 2 fists are difficult to defeat with 12 feet. These people are all children of the Uchiha clan. In terms of boxing and kicking skills, they are much better than ordinary people. If he wants to defeat them alone without getting hurt, Liu Yun cannot do this. This was under the premise that none of them dared to use hidden weapons, or even ninjutsu. In the chaotic battle, despite his excellent eyesight and reflexes, he was inevitably hit several times by fists and kicks. However, these attacks were not effective on him. Liu Yun still had a lot of chakra in his body at the moment, so it would not be a problem to withstand the child's fists and kicks. Facing a front and back attack, Liu Yun withstood a kick from the back, and at the right moment, he punched a certain Uchiha boy in the abdomen. The acid water in the man's stomach was knocked out, and the whole person was blown far away by the huge force. Liu Yun was staggered by a kick from behind. He adjusted his body shape as quickly as possible and immediately turned his head, narrowly avoiding the fist coming from behind. "Liu Yun, let me help you." Seeing her little classmate being beaten several times, Kushina finally lost her temper and joined the fight. Liu Yun was afraid that she would be hurt, so he wanted to tell her not to come, but he saw another person leaping up high, and whipped his leg hard towards Liu Yun's head. At this moment it was too late for him to speak. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed, and with the help of his terrifying eyesight, he instantly saw through the opponent's movements. He raised his arm instead of retreating, then raised his elbow in a preemptive move and collided hard with the opponent's calf. This blow was unforgettable. The whip-legged boy's face turned red and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Ah!" He opened his mouth wide and let out a heart-rending scream, then fell to the ground holding his calf. This brutal frontal blow caused minor cracks in his calf bones, which was so painful that he was unable to participate in the rest of the battle. 4 of the 8 Uchiha have been defeated. Kushina chose Uchiha Kyunyi, and Liu Yun only faced 3 enemies at this moment. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, one of them became nervous and couldn't let go of the fight at all. Liu Yun seized the opportunity and kicked him to the point of being knocked off his feet. After knocking down another person, Liu Yun targeted Uchiha, and the 2 collided fiercely again. Uchiha Yan is very strong and his physical skills are indeed not bad. Lu Yun was unable to defeat the opponent immediately. However, the chakra in his body has not been consumed much, and his physical strength is still half. It is only a matter of time to defeat the Uchiha inflammation. Wait, I won't fight. After a brutal collision of fists and feet, Uchiha finally couldn't bear the pain in his hands and feet, and waved his hands repeatedly to signal Liu Yun to stop fighting. At this time, his naked limbs were red and swollen. In terms of true injuries, they were not much lighter than those of the wailing tribesmen on the ground. Humph! You don't want to fight if you don't want to fight? That's such a beautiful idea. Lu Yun snorted coldly, but the offensive did not stop. A minute later, Uchiha was kicked to the ground. He could no longer maintain his cold image and kept screaming. Ah! On Kushina's side, Uchiha Kyunyi is no match for the blood-red pepper one-on-one. He was soon knocked to the ground, and Kushina stretched out her big foot and stepped on him violently. Weird, monster! The last remaining Uchiha saw that something was not going well, and his hands and feet were in severe pain. He immediately lost the intention to fight and ran away, screaming in terror while running away. Lu Yun quickly chased after him, and then kicked him hard in the back. The man touched his face to the ground and fell face onto the ground. He was so painful that tears fell down. Liu Yun glanced at the wailing Uchiha on the ground. When he saw who was in better condition, he immediately went to add more punches and kicks. Let you bastards bully Liu Yun. You Uchiha are the worst in the whole school. Don't you usually like to be cool? I'll beat you to death. Kushina was also addicted to killing and beating at this time. She hit her back and scolded her at the same time, and unknowingly she even cursed Lu Yun. The two of them took action one after another, beating the 8 primary school students until they were running away. Even though they were covered in injuries at the moment, in order not to be beaten further, the 8 people could only endure the pain and hurriedly fled from here. Soon there was only 1 man and 1 woman left in this remote clearing. Haha! Liu Yun, you are so powerful. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Kushina laughed and praised repeatedly. She had a great time fighting this fight. She never thought that one day she would be able to beat up the Uchiha clan. These people are truly school bullies. Bang! 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 While the two were talking and laughing, a series of applauses instantly aroused their alertness. What a wonderful battle! I didn't expect there to be such outstanding students in the ninja school. One person can fight 7 Uchiha. A feminine man with a hoarse voice, tall and thin body, and eyes like snakes walked over slowly. He clapped while talking, and looked at Lu Yun with eyes full of appreciation and curiosity. This guy is Orochimaru. Lu Yun was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party actually watched the whole battle. Lu Yun was focused on the group of Uchiha brats, and did not immediately notice Orochimaru hiding in the dark. Thinking of this, a little cold sweat broke out on his back. Lord Orochimaru! Why are you here? Kushina spoke in shock, obviously she knew the other person. Although the Konoha Sunin at this time had not yet been named by Sancho Hanzo, it still had a very high reputation in the village. Since Kushina temporarily lived in the Senju tribe and had a good relationship with Tsunade, she naturally saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya frequently. Oh, what a DK, foolish hater! Liu Yun first read out Orochimaru's name, and then realized the identity of the other person, Jainin, and he quickly added the honorific like Kushina did. Orochimaru didn't find it strange that Lu Yun recognized him, because Sunin often followed Hokage, so there were very few people in Konoha who didn't recognize him. Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, and his snake-like pupils stared at Liu Yun. This sursound sounded strange. And Orochimaru felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Your accent is a bit strange. Liu Yun thought to himself, Hyuxia accent, but there was a puzzled look on his face. Kushina, it's almost dark, why don't you go back? Mito-sama should be waiting for you to go home. Orochimaru smiled warmly at Kushina. During this period, the big snake is not yet poisonous, and it treats others with humility and politeness, quite like a gentleman, which makes people like it unconsciously. At this time, he was highly trusted and respected by the third Hokage. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade could not compare with him. Ah, yes, I'm going back soon. Kushina raised her head and glanced at the sun that was about to set. She also knew that it was getting late and Grandma Mito should really be anxious. Liu-yun, Orochimaru-sama, I'll leave first. Kushina looked at Liu-yun with a blushing face, and then waved goodbye to the two of them. Yeah, you go, I'm going home too. Liu-yun smiled. The two of them looked at Kushina's leaving figure, but no one left immediately. May I have your name? Back to Orochimaru-sama, my name is Uchiha Liu-yun. Liu-yun bowed his head, trying not to look at Orochimaru's cold snake eyes. Chapter 21. Being targeted by the Orokai, is the Hyuga clan the most knowledgeable in physical arts? Uchiha? You are also a member of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's face was full of surprise. This hair that was neither black nor purple didn't look like it. Yes. Liu-yun smiled and nodded. Why are you fighting? Orochimaru asked with interest. Because of some trivial things that are not worth mentioning, we were just forced to fight back. Liu-yun didn't want to explain too much, because these things were really not worth mentioning to Orochimaru. His answer was a bit beyond Orochimaru's expectations. Haha. What a trivial matter that is not worth mentioning, what a forced counterattack. Uchiha Liu-yun? You are, very good. I remember you. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Liu-yun up and down. Finally, he patted his shoulder lightly and took the lead to leave here. It wasn't until he saw Orochimaru's back completely disappearing that Liu-yun came back from his daze. Unconsciously, the fabric on his back was soaked with cold sweat. It is not a good thing to be targeted by Orochimaru. Although the big snake is not venomous for the time being, it is still a cold-blooded animal. Looking at the gloomy sky, Liu-yun sighed and ran all the way back home. He hasn't arrived home yet at this time, and Asuka will probably be worried about him again. When he ran to a corner out of breath, he saw Asuka waiting for him at the door again. After being scolded by his mother, Liu-yun finally sat down at the dinner table. Run, run, run. You play and run around like crazy every day. Are you too tired to eat? Seeing Liu-yun's loss of appetite, Asuka couldn't help but scolded him again. Go take a shower first, then sit by the door and relax before eating. Oh. Liu-yun fled from the dinner table in a hurry. The cool water took away most of his fatigue. Looking at his somewhat red and swollen limbs, Liu-yun couldn't help but sigh. Physical fitness is still too poor after all. He himself is not good at all. Even if he can control chakra to bless his body, he will still be injured and the pain is unavoidable. A dozen Uchiha is actually not easy. He was originally a lazy boy who didn't like sports very much. He couldn't improve his physical fitness to a very strong level even if he just exercised for a few days in a hurry. The physical body needs a long period of training to achieve success, and there is no need to rush. After dinner, Liu-yun did not exercise as usual, because his whole body was sore after the fight and it was no longer suitable for excessive exercise. Sitting at the desk, he began to write his homework seriously. After completing his homework, he listed most of the plots and events in the original Hokage novel in his memory in Hyuxia characters. Now that Orochimaru has not left the village and gone to the Land of Rain, it means that the Second Ninja World War has not officially begun. Sanshou Hanzo has not officially declared war on the Fire Country at this moment, but according to Liu-yun's speculation, it will probably be within this year and a half. The original timeline of World War II is only vaguely explained in a few sentences. Liu-yun has only watched the anime, but has not studied anything other than the anime, which also makes it impossible to accurately judge the plot. Of course, he was in awe of the great ninja war. So it would be best not to participate. No matter how ruthlessly others kill him, it doesn't matter to him, as long as Konoha doesn't become so crazy as to send ninja pupils to join the war. He just wants to survive the finale in peace and contentment. He is living a happy life now and there is nothing dissatisfied about him. Early the next morning, Liu Yun once again started a new day's morning exercise plan. Today is the weekend and there are no classes. Liu Yun thinks that he can increase his training tasks appropriately. This morning, I ran until it was dark and didn't meet Matt Dai. Liu Yun also took the opportunity to ask him about his experience and methods of body training. Haha, brother Liu Yun, actually, physical training is just that. Exercise wherever you can't. The main thing is to keep the qi and blood flowing throughout the body. My practice experience is, just keep practicing every day until your whole body is sore, because if you do less, you won't be able to achieve the effect of continuing to strengthen your body, and if you do more, it will tire the body, which is not good. Matt Dai and Liu Yun discussed their practice experiences while doing push-ups. At this time, they were practicing on Konoha's public training ground. Although it was an open-air place, there were many infrastructures for fitness training. Brother Dai, you should know a lot about physical skills, right? If you have time, can you teach me? Liu Yun couldn't hold back his temper and asked Matt Dai for advice on physical skills. Physical skills? I'm not afraid of making you laugh when I tell you. In fact, I only have a little knowledge of physical skills. Matt Dai said something that surprised Liu Yun. Are you kidding me? If Kai only knows a little bit about taijutsu, then who in the ninja world dares to say that he knows taijutsu? Brother Dai, stop joking. I'm not kidding. Before Liu Yun finished speaking, he heard Matt Dai's serious explanation. In the ninja world, the only ninjas who truly understand taijutsu are the Hokage clan. Most of us who follow the Gukken route have only touched upon the level of physical skills a little bit. Most people who practice Goken taijutsu actually only focus on speed and strength, and other skills, insights, and reaction abilities are relatively lacking. Only those from the Hokage clan can be considered as all-rounders in taijutsu. They have both speed and strength. The Byakugan corresponds to insight, and the various gentle fist methods correspond to skills. In addition, they have excellent physical flexibility, and their reflexes are extremely excellent. Matt Dai praised the Hokage family greatly, and he always believed that this family was the master of taijutsu. After listening to his words, Liu Yun also understood why he said, only the Hokage clan truly understands physical arts. Of course, understanding is one thing, but whether it is strong or not is another matter entirely. As a time traveler who has seen Hokage, Liu Yun knows that knowing more about physical skills does not mean you are strong, the key is to be good enough. There are many people in the ninja world who have made great achievements in taijutsu. Among them, the more famous ones are not only Matt Dai and his son, but also powerful taijutsu masters like Tsunade. As well as the third generation and fourth Raikage, speedy warriors who combine nin taijutsu. They all follow the specialized route and have achieved impressive achievements. In terms of real combat power, they are definitely stronger than the Hokage clan who can do anything. Matt Dai and his son are not bad at speed and strength, and the forbidden technique 8 Gates Dunjia has greatly improved these two attributes. This is also the key factor for them to finally achieve great fame. Brother Liu Yun, I think the speed training route is more suitable for you. Speed can produce power, and since you are a member of the Uchiha clan, you are certainly not lacking in insight. Matt Dai gave his own advice. Being a speed ninja? Can I do it? Liu Yun whispered. Okay, as long as you think about it, you can do it. Matt Dai spoke firmly. Liu Yun was the hardest working primary school student he had ever seen. What could such a person want to do? Matt Dai believes that hard work is better than talent, and he will teach his son Metke this way in the future. Chapter 22 Eat the disgusting Japanese cold dishes and be a good and filial son. Throughout the morning, Lu Yun stayed in the open-air training ground and practiced hard. Lao Dai had to do a mission to earn money, so he said goodbye to Lu Yun and went to the Hokage building. 997, 998, 999, 1000. When Lu Yun gritted his teeth and insisted on completing 1000 leapfrogs, he could no longer hold up and fell to the ground. Originally, his physical fitness was not enough to complete this practice goal without interruption, but with the blessing of chakra on his feet, it became possible to complete 1000 leapfrogs. The main purpose of frog jumping is to exercise the explosive power of the legs, allowing the blood and chakra to stay in the legs for a long time, thereby nourishing the activity of the leg muscles, so that the power of the legs can be released at any time when needed. This is the necessity of body and instant body technique. Practice projects. Liu Yun has initially mastered the chakra control ability and can easily guide the chakra to stay on the legs, so he began to get in touch with the practice programs taught by Lao Dai in advance. Matt Day didn't know this, because he didn't believe that a primary school student could master the ability to control chakra, let alone how much chakra Liu Yun could consume during practice. After lying on the ground and resting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Yun forced his feet to walk back home from exhaustion. It was approaching noon. Lu Yun fell into silence looking at Hina in the lunchbox. Rice balls, sashimi, meatballs, green vegetables, this is the nutritious lunch prepared by his mother Asuka for him. The lunch at school is usually similar. Due to work reasons, Asuka usually doesn't go home at noon. Liu Yun eats lunch by himself, and Asuka prepares cold food for him in the morning. He almost vomited after eating the Japanese set meal in front of him, and his original memory had a deep resentment for it. Liu Yun covered the lunch box, then took his pocket money and walked out of the house. He planned to buy some food, make some hot food, and improve the food. Since his family is not wealthy and has little pocket money, he dare not buy expensive ingredients. He bought a few eggs, a big cheap taro, and gritted his teeth and bought some crab rolls. After returning home and working for a while, he successfully made 2 chaozhou dishes that looked very good. One is steamed egg with crab sticks, and the other is taro with icing sugar. Making these 2 dishes requires skills, and most people may not be able to do it if they don't know the tips. Liu Yun ate the rice ball with great gusto, and soon he had eaten half of it, and his belly was bulging. He put the other half of the dishes that he had divided in advance in a lunch box, and then walked out of the house, intending to give it to his mother Asuka to taste. Although doing this is not in line with his original personality and will inevitably arouse Asuka's suspicion, Lu Yun is not worried about this, because he spends time with Asuka day and night every day, and he cannot completely hide himself without being discovered. Besides, home is a place to relax, and he doesn't want to have to pretend to put on a mask at home. Living like this is too tiring. So he simply stopped pretending, even if he didn't act like his son Uchiha Ryuun. As long as he recognized Asuka in his heart and could call her mother, he would still be Uchiha Ryuun. Asuka has to work to earn money to support her family, and she also has to take care of Lu Yun's 3 meals a day. Life is not easy. Lu Yun wants to help her lighten the burden, at least not to become a small burden in life like the original person. Asuka hasn't had lunch yet, and her lunch was also made in the morning, a cold meal set exactly like Liu Yun's. Asuka, come out quickly, your son is here to bring you food. A woman suddenly shouted. What? Asuka, who was about to eat, was shocked. Didn't her son bring her food? Didn't she have food? What kind of food could her son bring her? She hurriedly got up and ran to the door of the factory. Mom, you haven't eaten yet, right? I just made 2 dishes and wanted to give you a try. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he handed over the lunch box in his hand. This was all done by you. Looking at the dishes in the lunch box, Asuka was in disbelief. Well, I made it according to a certain recipe. Try it. Lu Yun nodded and smiled. Asuka, your children should still be in school, right? They can actually cook. A woman was shocked when she heard the conversation between mother and son. Oh my god, isn't this little guy too sensible? Another woman in the factory praised. The movement here instantly attracted many female workers to come and watch. How did you teach Asuka to be such a sensible and filial child? The women were all talking in amazement, and everyone was praising the mother and son. Asuka ignored all the comments from everyone present. It was midsummer, and the sunshine outside the factory was extremely fierce. Looking at her son who was so hot and sweating profusely, Asuka felt her throat was choked and stiff for a moment. She covered her mouth tightly, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Do you have any suspicion that someone else took the place of your child? That's true. Because Lu Yun acted too sensible and too abnormal, it was difficult for her not to doubt him. But looking at this good boy in front of me, this sincere and pure love is real and cannot be faked. Especially the sincere look with a bit of expectation in Lu Yun's eyes, it is clearly the look that a son would have when he wants to be praised and recognized by his mother. From this look, Asuka can be 100% sure that this is her son, Uchiha Liu Yun. Only a woman who has been a mother can understand this look. From this moment on, Asuka will only think that her son has suddenly grown up and become sensible, and will no longer doubt whether this person is her son. Asuka wiped the tears from her eyes, reached out to take the lunchbox and hugged Liu Yun tightly. Thank you, son. There was an obvious cry in her voice. Liu Yun stayed there in a daze for a long time, and finally gently broke away from Asuka's arms. Mom, you go to eat first, I will go home first. It's so hot here that it's a bit uncomfortable to be hugged by someone, and being surrounded by a group of working women makes me feel stuffy. Good. Asuka nodded subconsciously. Etc. Liu Yun only walked a few steps before he was stopped by Asuka. Asuka quickly took out a banknote from her pocket and put it into Liu Yun's hand. Son, the weather is too hot. Go buy some ice cream and drinks by yourself to relieve the heat. Looking at the banknotes in his hand, Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, but soon he came back to his senses and smiled. Thank you, Mom. Mom, I'm leaving. Go and eat quickly. Yeah, the sun is strong outside and the heat is severe. Stay at home and don't run around. Asuka waved her hand at him and warned him. No. Asuka looked at his thin back for a long time and couldn't get out of her mind. It wasn't until someone laughed and snatched the lunchbox from her hand that she quickly reacted. Chapter 23 Asuka protecting her food, the throbbing girl's heart. Let me see what Asuka's precious son has cooked for her. The female foreman opened the lunchbox, and a nice smell of egg fragrance instantly spread out. It's so fragrant. The steamed eggs are so tender, and there are crab sticks in them. Why haven't I seen this dish before? Is there a name? Who among you knows how to cook it? The foreman asked while praising it. She didn't taste the dish. After all, it was a dish cooked by her son for her mother. She could only watch it but not eat it. This novel dish smelled delicious and looked very appetizing, so she was curious and asked. I don't know. Just ask Asuka and you will know. The female workers spoke one after another. I don't know, maybe Lu Yun learned the new dish from somewhere. Faced with everyone's questions, Asuka blushed and shook her head. Look at this dish, it looks like a snack. The taro has been fried and evenly wrapped with a thin layer of sugar coating. How did he do it? The female worker picked up a piece of taro. Asuka, give me a piece to try. The female foreman couldn't help being curious and asked for it. Okay, you all come and have a try. Asuka took the initiative to share this portion of taro with sugar. I want it, give me a little bit to try. There are only 10 pieces of taro, but there are many female workers fighting for it, and each person can only get half. There is a sweetness when you bite into the taro pieces. The outside is crispy on the outside and the inside is waxy. The fried taro bursts out with an extremely rich fragrance in the mouth. Several experiences on the tip of the tongue are mixed together, making people unable to help but applaud. Crispy on the outside, glutinous on the inside, sweet and delicious, the taste is amazing. It was the first time for a group of female workers to eat this unique delicacy, and their faces showed surprise. This dry taro looks unattractive, but it tastes surprisingly delicious. Is this really my son doing this? Asuka's eyes widened in disbelief. How can an ordinary piece of wild taro be made so sweet and delicious? Asuka didn't understand how her son did it at all, and she made up her mind to ask her son after get off work. Pouring the remaining sweetness in her mouth, Asuka regretted taking out all the icing taro. If she had known that this gadget was so delicious, she shouldn't have pretended to be generous and shared it with others. Thinking of this, she hurriedly covered the lunch box because there was another dish inside. Hey, hey, hey! Asuka, let me have a taste of the steamed egg, just a small sip. The female foreman spoke urgently, and a group of female workers also spoke at this time. They all wanted to taste different flavors of food. Next time, I haven't eaten yet. If I give it to you, I'll be hungry. Asuka covered the lunchbox in her arms tightly. Don't you have a lunchbox? That's it, don't be afraid of going hungry, I'll give you sushi in exchange. If that doesn't work, I still have prawns in my lunchbox, which I can give to you. We're just curious and want to have a taste. A group of female workers all wanted Asuka to bring out new dishes to share. They even offered their own lunch boxes and food. Some of them even took out knives, forks, and chopsticks. No, my son made this for me, I don't want to change it. Asuka refused directly. Just take a small bite, don't be so stingy, we don't want to eat more. No, if you want to eat, let your sons make it themselves. Asuka couldn't stand their entanglement and couldn't open the box to eat for a while. She was so anxious that she went crazy. What should I do if I don't have a son? If you don't have a son, go and give birth to one, and don't disturb me while I'm eating. Asuka, how could you do this? It's so selfish. Cheapskate. Looking at a group of envious and jealous female colleagues, and listening to their praise and evaluation of Liu Yun, Asuka felt extremely proud. My son has made a big deal for her mother today. When Asuka took the dishes into her mouth, she felt they were surprisingly fresh and tender. After a few mouthfuls, she completely lost the steamed egg with crab sticks. After bidding farewell to Asuka, Liu Yun did not go home immediately. Instead, he ran to the wild not far from home and followed a small river to a remote woodland. There are few people here and there are water and trees, so it is very suitable for him to practice low-key shadow clone jutsu. Liu Yun separated two shadow clone, and then began a new stage of chakra control practice. This is the so-called treading water. Liu Yun controlled chakra on the soles of his feet, and then gently stepped into the stream. Just hearing a plop sound of falling into the water, he fell directly into the water. The two shadow clone did not pay attention to the main body. They picked up the kunao and shuriken on the ground, walked aside and practiced the Uchiha clan's unique hidden weapon throwing technique. Cool. The body that lost control and fell into the water did not feel depressed, but instead felt happy because of the cool river water. After diving in the water for a while, he slowly climbed out of the river. Go ashore, fall into the water, learn from the experience, and keep trying. Liu Yun is making continuous progress and gradually understands the key to treading water. The strong mental power gives it extremely strong spiritual thoughts, which makes his comprehension ability even more extraordinary than ordinary people, and his growth rate is terrifying. Ashore. The kunao and shuriken seemed to be colliding with each other in a chaotic manner, but in the end they were surprisingly able to hit the target. Shadow clone can help Liu Yun's body gain practice experience. The accuracy of the hidden weapons in their hands is rapidly improving, and they are becoming more and more handy. The water in the river is very cool, and the breeze under the shade of the trees is also very comfortable. On this hot afternoon, Lu Yun is immersed in the joy of practice and cannot extricate himself. Within the land of the Senju tribe, Kushina sat in the pavilion with Mito Uzumaki and learned those obscure whirlpool sealing techniques. Today she studied hard all morning, but in the afternoon she became a little absent-minded. "Girl, that's it for today. You can go play." Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly, and she did not force Kushina to continue learning, because learning the mysterious sealing techniques requires talent in a good state. Kushina is not in a good condition right now and cannot remember many things. "Ah, it can't be done, Grandma Mito, I can still continue," Kushina said with a smile. She couldn't be lazy. Otherwise how could she be a little teacher and teach someone sealing techniques in the future? "Let's go play, Grandma is a little tired." Uzumaki Mito touched her beautiful red hair. "Oh well." After hearing what Uzumaki Mito said, Kushina left the pavilion with peace of mind and ran out of the Senju clan. "Lu Yun, what is that guy doing now?" The young girl wanted to find someone, but she didn't dare because of her face. She stood hesitant at an intersection, walking around with her head lowered, still undecided. "By the way, I tried to fight him yesterday but couldn't." With a reason to find someone, Kushina instantly beamed and strode towards Liu Yun's house. Chapter 24 The Girl Under the Tree, The Feeling of Being Pampered. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Is Liu Yun at home?" When Kushina came to the door of Liu Yun's house, she saw that the door of Liu Yun's house was locked. She called twice at the door but no one came out to respond. "Where can this guy go if he doesn't have to go to school?" Kushina muttered, looking a little disappointed. She stood at the door hesitating, wanting to leave, but not wanting to leave, thinking that the other party might be back soon. The sun was extremely hot at this time, the ground temperature was extremely high, and the air was filled with suffocating heat. Kushina covered the sun with her hands. Unable to bear the heat, Kushina ran under a nearby small tree to escape the scorching sun. It was approaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and after most of the afternoon, Lu Yun finally mastered the skill of treading water. He went upstream against the river, and a happy smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Every improvement in strength can make him feel happy. Bang! Bang! The two shadow clones disappeared at the same time, and a large amount of practice experience poured into Lu Yun's mind. Plop! This was a big mental shock. Lu Yun was disrupted from treading water without paying attention, and he fell into the water again. It seems that we still need to practice more and strive to achieve the level of being water-free as soon as possible. After climbing ashore, Lu Yun set a new goal for himself. With the skill of treading water practiced to the extreme, even A-level ninjutsu such as Great Waterfall Jutsu can be immune to it. Just like when Pain defeated the rampant Naruto, the gushing underground water was comparable to water-style ninjutsu, and Tendo Pain, but he can walk on the waves as if he were walking on flat ground. This requires extremely advanced chakra control ability, and Liu Yun is still far from it. After taking off his clothes and wringing out the water, Lu Yun walked slowly towards home. When he arrived near the door of his home, he was instantly surprised and lost consciousness by a familiar figure under a small tree. Liu Yun quickly ran to the other party, and his arrival also attracted Kushina's attention. "Are you here to find me? How long have you been waiting?" I just came." Kushina blushed and spoke softly. Liu Yun didn't hear what she said clearly, so he took her little hand and rushed home. On this hot day, the little girl stood under the tree for who knows how long. Her whole face was flushed with heat, her clothes were wet with sweat, and Lu Yun was a little afraid that she would get heat stroke. Opening the door, Lu Yun hurriedly led her to the shade behind the house. The air here was circulated and much cooler than indoors. In the past, Lu Yun would occasionally hide here to read comics and take a nap. You sit down first. After sitting Kushina on the bench, Liu Yun hurried to the house and took out an iced drink. Take it, hurry up and drink some drinks to cool off. As Liu Yun spoke, he took out a fan and fanned her hard to cool down. Seeing someone so attentive, Kushina's eyes widened with a smile. She took a few sips of the ice-cold orange juice. The cool, sour, and sweet taste made her feel comfortable, and she felt extremely happy both physically and mentally. It was worth it that she had waited so long. After a sip of cold drink, all the heat and resentment were gone. You said you were coming to see me today, but you didn't say anything yesterday. In such hot weather, why are you standing outside waiting? If that doesn't work, you can jump over the wall and come in first to avoid the Sunday. You're so stupid. Liu Yun fanned the wind and lit the fire. Who are you calling stupid? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Kushina clenched her fists and threatened with a cold face. Seeing that Liu Yun didn't dare to say anything, she lowered her fist and glared at him. They say I just came here. Also, how can I jump over the wall and enter someone else's house for the first time? Am I a thief? Forward. Hearing this, Liu Yun thought it made sense and couldn't help scratching his head and laughing. Big idiot. Kushina couldn't help scolding him, but the corners of her mouth raised slightly. The two of them lowered their heads and were silent for a while. Kushina saw that he was like a drowned rat and couldn't help but ask. Did you fall into the water? Why are you all wet? Well, I accidentally slipped and fell into the water. Liu Yun explained with a smile. Pftahaha. I'm going to call you a big idiot. You can accidentally fall into the water while walking, and you dare to say that others are stupid. Kushina couldn't close her smile. Mouth. After she had laughed enough, Liu Yun finally spoke. Wait for me, I'll take a shower first and change into dry clothes. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Kushina blushed slightly and waved her hands repeatedly. Soon, Liu Yun used soap to wash away the muddy smell, and then dried his long hair with a towel. After doing this, he sat directly next to Kushina, on the same bench, and the two people were close to each other, showing their intimacy. Smelling the scent of soap on Liu Yun's body, Kushina felt relaxed and happy. The smell was indescribably good. She lowered her head subconsciously, and her whole face turned red. Sensing her abnormal state, Liu Yun couldn't help but feel a little worried on his face. Why is your face red again? Could it be that you really have heat stroke? As Liu Yun spoke, he reached out and touched her head. It's very hot. Feeling the cool palm fall on her forehead, Kushina quickly turned her head to the other side. I don't have heat stroke, don't touch your hands. Kushina spoke softer and quieter, but there was no response from Liu Yun. Kushina turned around and saw that the other party had disappeared and had already gotten up and entered the house. Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then her face was filled with disappointment. And as time went by, the feeling of loss became stronger and stronger, and she wanted to get up and leave. You BD Liu Yun, why don't you even tell me when you enter the house? Kushina muttered, her cheeks bulging and sulking. Here you go, wash your face and cool down. Liu Yun suddenly appeared and handed a white wet towel into her hand. He entered the house to find a towel and filled a basin of cold water to wash Kushina's face. Don't worry, the towel is new and no one has used it. Looking at Kushina, who was stunned, Liu Yun couldn't help but feel funny. What are you doing so stupidly? Do you want me to wipe it for you? No need. I'll wipe it myself. After reacting, Kushina hurriedly waved her hands. And then took a cool towel and wiped her face carelessly a few times. Liu Yun took the towel, washed it with cold water with ice cubes for a few times, and then handed it to her again. Wipe it clean, and finally apply it to cool down. Ah, okay. With the cold towel pressed against her hot face, Kushina felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. Looking at this considerate boy with a serious look on his face, washing her towel repeatedly, Kushina's heart trembled, and she felt a sense of happiness at being pampered. Is this what it feels like to be valued? He is really so gentle. Chapter 25 Uninvited Guests Come to Apologize, a Method of Transferring Hatred. Liu-yun and Kushina sat on the bench and talked and laughed for a long time, until two uninvited guests came to the door, and the pleasant atmosphere disappeared. Uchiha, Kazuhiko. Looking at the person coming, Liu-yun frowned subconsciously. Uchiha Kazuhiko was now following his mother Uchiha Ayane, and the two of them were standing in front of his house holding a basket of fruit. Uzumaki Kushina, you are here too. Uchiha Kazuhiko couldn't help but screamed when he saw Kushina next to Liu-yun. What? Uchiha Ayane was a little surprised. They originally thought that after finding the little beast Liu-yun, they would find this stinky girl, but they didn't expect that the two of them would get tired of being together during the holiday. Excuse me, you two. I brought our Kazuhiko here today because I want to apologize to you two. It was our Kazuhiko's fault that happened at the ninja school. Please forgive him for his mistake. Uchiha Ayane suppressed the discomfort in her heart and took the initiative to explain her purpose. After she finished speaking, she bowed, looking quite humble. BCH man and woman. Uchiha Kazuhiko cursed in his heart, but a stiff smile appeared on his face. Liu-yun and Kushina looked at each other after hearing this, with surprise written all over their faces. Regarding Uchiha Kazuhiko's matter, class teacher Oda has already talked to them both. He said that he would make Uchiha Kazuhiko apologize seriously and suggested that the two of them could let each other go. After all, ruining a person's future is like killing his parents. Leave a thin line in your work so that you can meet each other easily in the future. Oda advocates that peace is the most important thing. This is a small gift. I hope Liu-yun-kun and Miss Kushina will accept it. Uchiha Ayane offered the fruit basket in her hand. People have to bow their heads under the roof. If Uchiha Kazuhiko wants to successfully graduate from the ninja school and become a ninja, he must obtain the forgiveness of these two people. Otherwise, the teachers at the ninja school would not allow Uchiha Kazuhiko to return to school. However, Liu-yun did not pick up the fruit basket immediately, but looked at Uchiha Kazuhiko quietly with indifferent eyes. The four people looked at each other speechlessly, all silent, and the atmosphere became a little solemn for a while. Uchiha's hands were sore when she raised them, but neither of the two people across from her said anything. In desperation, Uchiha Ayane secretly gave Uchiha Kazuhiko a wink. I'm sorry, Liu-yun-kun, Miss Kushina, I was wrong. Uchiha Kazuhiko blushed and admitted his mistake loudly. What's wrong? Liu-yun raised his eyebrows and asked casually. I shouldn't bully Mr. Liu-yun, and I shouldn't use a kunao on Ms. Kushina. I just wanted to shoot her shoulder, and I had no intention of shooting Ms. Kushina. After saying this, Uchiha Kazuhiko bowed to the two of them. Please forgive me this time. Liu-yun looked at him expressionlessly, until he felt his heart trembling, and then he turned to look at Kushina beside him. Miss Kushina, what did you say? Liu-yun asked seriously with a straight face. Seeing his serious look, Kushina almost laughed out loud, but luckily she held it back at the critical moment. Okay, for the sake of your good attitude. I will forgive you this time, and don't always think about bullying others in the future. Kushina graciously chose to forgive. Thank you, Miss Kushina. Uchiha Kazuhiko lowered his head and could not see his expression. Liu-yun-kun, how about you? Uchiha looked at Liu-yun with a smile. But the next moment, Liu-yun ignored her and stared at Uchiha Kazuhiko with a gloomy expression. You called those tribesmen yesterday, right? What? Uchiha Kazuhiko raised his head with a confused look on his face. Liu-yun was slightly surprised. It seemed that Uchiha Kazuhiko didn't know what happened yesterday afternoon. It should be the group of Uchiha's own idea to surround Liu-yun and the two Are you pretending to be confused, or are you really confused? Yesterday, 8 Uchiha came to beat me. Didn't you call them here? Lu Yun sneered and said. Ah, I'm not, I didn't. Uchiha Kazuhiko waved his hands repeatedly. He has been kept at home for the past 2 days to recover from his injured leg. His parents don't let him go out at all, so there is no chance for him to meet other friends. No. Liu Yun looked at him coldly, and his gloomy look scared Uchiha Kazuhiko to death. Yet, if you don't tell me, I forgot what happened yesterday. Those bastards should be sent by this guy. Kushina stared at Uchiha Kazuhiko angrily. She had forgotten about it, but she could not easily let go of this bad guy who kept causing trouble. I don't even know what happened. Uchiha Kazuhiko was so anxious that he almost cried. At this time, Uchiha Ayan also quickly stood up and explained, saying that her son was in solitary confinement and had not been out for the past 2 days. Really? I don't believe it. Without your instructions, how could they unite to bully me? And Uchiha Yan even said that he came for you, so you can tell me how to solve this matter. Liu Yun crossed his arms and spoke calmly. I really don't. Yan and the others. Uchiha and Yan were on the verge of crying and didn't know what to say. He felt that he might be done playing, and that he might not be able to be a ninja in the future. Our family, Kazuhiko, is definitely not involved in this matter. We will investigate it after we go back. Mr. Liu Yun, Miss Kushina, please give us some time. Uchiha Ayane only reacted after being slightly panicked for a few breaths. She bowed again and made her promise. Since Auntie has said so, let me give Auntie some face. Lu Yun accepted the offer and did not continue to put pressure on the other party. Uchiha and the others don't want to make the decision for this guy? Then Liu Yun will see if Uchiha Kazuhiko will accept this love, and what will he do in the end. They are united and regard Lu Yun as an outsider, so Lu Yun simply plays the role of an outsider and sees if they can be dismantled, preferably into a piece of loose sand. Don't give them a chance to speak out unanimously. You can take the fruit basket back and eat it yourself. I think you all know the ninja rules. We will not accept these fruits, and it is impossible to eat them. Liu Yun rejected the gift from the other party. Can the fruit basket given by the ninja be collected and eaten randomly? If I stuff 2 detonating charms underneath, put some colorless and odorless poison in the fruit, and it will happen again in 10.5 months, I'll ask you if you're afraid. Uchiha Ayana looked embarrassed when she heard this, and finally the mother and son said hello and turned to leave. Humph, you're a bad guy with duplicity. This guy should be the one who called yesterday's group of people. Looking at Uchiha Kazuhiko's back from a distance, Kushina couldn't help but snorted. Probably not. Lu Yun said with a smile, but there was no negative emotion on his face. Isn't it? Then should we forgive him? Kushina said in surprise. Forgiveness must be forgiven. After all, Uchiha Kazuhiko's father is an elite genin. When our strength is not enough to protect ourselves, we still need to have a sense of awe. A rabbit can bite people when it's anxious, let alone an elite genin. But it's far from that time yet, so Liu Yun wants to put some pressure and intensity on Uchiha Kazuhiko. According to Uchiha Kazuhiko's bad temper, if he knew about what happened yesterday, he would only blame Uchiha and the others for meddling in their own business, causing him to not be forgiven. Liu Yun alienated those people simply to transfer hatred. Even if the hatred value was not transferred, at least he and Kushina would no longer be jointly targeted by the Uchiha clan. Chapter 26 The Shining Point That Attracted Kushina, Meeting the Parents. Hearing Liu Yun say such meaningful words, Kushina looked at him thoughtfully. Her first reaction was not that this sentence made sense, but that Lu Yun spoke like some adults, and that such words were not something that children of their age could say. There seemed to be countless secrets in him. Although Kushina could not see through him, through previous events, current words, and some small details she discovered. She increasingly felt that this boy was different and very reliable, which was why she unconsciously wanted to get close to Liu Yun. It starts with her appearance, but ends with her talent. She is so mysterious that people can't help but want to find out. Her superior strength can bring her a sense of security. She has the strength of 107 but still keeps a low profile. She is gentle, considerate, good-tempered, humorous, and can love others. The most important thing is that the other party cannot be affected by the world and praise her for her beautiful hair and cute appearance. Any bright spot is enough to attract Kushina, but now they are all gathered together, how can she not be fallen? Son, are you standing here waiting for me? Asuka had also arrived home from get off work at this moment, and she was very happy to see her son at the door for the first time. Mom. Liu Yun greeted her with a smile. Ah, it's Liu Yun's mother. Seeing Liu Yun approaching and calling her mother, and seeing Asuka striding towards her, Kushina's heartbeat quickened and she subconsciously felt nervous. Hey, whose little girl is this? Asuka looked at Kushina with a smile. Mom, this is my classmate Kushina Uzumaki. She is my desk mate and she came to play with me during the holiday today. Liu Yun blushed and took the initiative to introduce. Ah, hello, Auntie. Kushina bowed and saluted, her face obviously much redder than Liu Yun. It turns out to be my girlfriend at the same table. Hello Kushina. Asuka bowed slightly and extended her palm. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two teenagers turned even redder, especially Kushina, who looked like a big tomato. Girlfriend, girlfriend. Kushina subconsciously stretched out her little hand and held it with Asuka. She was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head to look at this beautiful aunt. Kushina's hair is so beautiful. Asuka couldn't help but touch it. And this little face, it's as red as a tomato, it's so cute. Asuka praised her repeatedly, feeling like she couldn't put it down while holding Kushina's hand. Her vision and aesthetics are consistent with Liu Yun's, and even their evaluations are almost exactly the same. It can only be said that these two are worthy of being mother and son. Mom, Kushina doesn't like being called a tomato. Liu Yun reminded with a smile. Ah, sorry, I didn't know. Asuka was a little surprised. She suppressed the smile in her heart and wanted to apologize, but Kushina hurriedly waved her hand and explained. No, I just don't like tomatoes, it's okay to call me tomato. Pftahaha. Asuka couldn't help laughing anymore, she thought this little girl was so cute. Liu Yun was also amused by her words. The three of them stood at the door and chatted for a long time. Asuka wanted to take her into the house, but Kushina politely declined. Auntie. It's late, I have to go home. Let's have dinner at our house tonight. Auntie will prepare delicious food for you. Asuka wanted to stay with her. Mom, you have to make a reservation in advance for dinner, otherwise Kushina's family, Mito Uzumaki, won't be able to wait for her and will be very anxious. Liu Yun came to her rescue. That's right, okay then. Kushina will come to our house to play next time. Asuka gently pinched Kushina's big face and smiled. Okay. Kushina nodded shyly. Liu Yun, send Nana off for me. I'm going to cook for you. Liu Yun walked side by side with Kushina and sent her to the fork in the road. I'm leaving, you go back. Kushina said softly. Okay, see you tomorrow. Liu Yun smiled. The ninja school has many courses and only has Sunday off a week, so they will go to school tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Kushina smiled sweetly, then turned around and ran away like an elf. After running some distance, she suddenly remembered something. Oh! Didn't I come to fight with him? Thinking of this, she subconsciously turned around and looked back, only to see that the boy was still there and had not left. When he saw her turning around, the other party showed a meaningful smile and waved vigorously towards her. Shameful to death! Seeing her reluctant look, Kushina suppressed her shame and turned into another intersection as if running away. Seeing as he is so sensible today, I will not fight him for now, we will talk about it later when we have time. Kushina was talking to herself as she walked, her mouth kakuzu was almost raised to the sky. As soon as Liu-yun returned home, Asuka came over mysteriously. Son, Kushina is the girl who complimented your forehead, right? Forehead. 8 trigrams. Mother left him speechless and stunned, but in the end he nodded, which was regarded as admission. Hehe, it's okay, son. The little girl has exquisite facial features, a straight waist and long legs. She is a typical beauty. When she grows up, she will be absolutely stunning. If you do it now. Mom, don't you want to cook? Go quickly. Before Asuka finished speaking, Liu-yun hurriedly interrupted. This woman revealed the secret of heaven with one word. We can't let her continue talking. Haha, you know how shy you are? Look at this little blushing face, just like Kushina. Asuka laughed so hard that tears fell down. Liu-yun blushed at the words, glared at her angrily and ran out of the room. Asuka behind her laughed even louder when she saw this. When it was time for dinner, mother and son sat at the dining table, and Asuka asked about why Liu-yun knew how to cook. Son, can Kushina cook the 2 dishes for lunch? She still doesn't believe that her son can cook. She wouldn't have thought this way before seeing Kushina, but when she heard that Kushina was at home with him, she instantly understood what was going on. The dishes may have been cooked by someone else's little girl. What I cook is just taught by Kushina. Their family has many strange recipes. After thinking for a while, Liu-yun blamed Kushina for being able to cook. I asked, how come my son suddenly has such high cooking skills, and can also make dishes that I have never made before? It is indeed the handiwork of this little girl. Asuka was slightly disappointed. But Liu-yun's next words made her eyes light up and a smile appeared on her face again. Kushina taught me many dishes. When I have time, I will cook them one by one for you to try. Okay, okay. Asuka nodded repeatedly, feeling increasingly satisfied with that little girl. She should be the one who made Liu-yun become so sensible. Puppy love? Although, it's really early, but it's not impossible. Chapter 27 The Self-Divided Uchiha, Family Fighting in Public. Inside the ninja school. Kazuhiko is that heartless white-eyed wolf. I was beaten up by the little BD because of him. He just didn't thank me. He blamed me for going to the other party's trouble. Who the hell am I doing this for? On the playground, the Uchiha family gathered together. Uchiha Yuta looked ugly and cursed. Ah! Did he come to find you too? One of the Uchiha disciples was very surprised. He also came to me. Not only did that BCH not care about our injuries, he also complained about us being nosy, saying that we would ruin him and prevent him from being a ninja in the future. Uchiha opened his mouth with red eyes. He was so nauseated last night that he couldn't sleep well all night. Uchiha Kazuhiko found 8 people in one night, and his efficiency was absolutely top-notch. He was also afraid that he wouldn't be forgiven by the little BD. That's why he was like that, because he couldn't become a ninja. We also didn't notify him in advance, so things ended up in a mess. Uchiha Kyunyi sighed. What nonsense are you talking about? Then it's our fault. The grumpy Uchiha got angry. That's not what I meant. I meant that no one is to blame for this. Fart, don't stay here with me. This thing is all the fault of that piece of shit Kazuhiko. If he hadn't taken the initiative to call the little BD a BD, how could so many things have happened? One Uchiha came forward to air his dissatisfaction. Yes, it's all that white-eyed wolf's fault. Uchiha agreed. I was lying in bed all day yesterday to recover from my injuries. My mother asked me why I was injured, but I didn't dare to tell the truth. Uchiha, who was injured in his calf by an elbow the day before yesterday, stood up and spoke out. They all spoke in the same voice, and none of them dared to say that they were injured. 8 against 2 were beaten to the ground and violently beaten. They couldn't tell them. Even if they did, their parents might not stand up for them. The key to beating others for being ABCH is that there are so many people who can't beat them, but any parent who wants to save face will not go to the Liu Yun family for this matter. Moreover, ninja is a fighting profession. It is normal for students to be injured or hit by classmates. As long as it is not too excessive, parents of students generally will not take the lead. I warned you the day before yesterday not to cause trouble for the little bastards, but you insist on claiming justice and want to uphold justice for idiots like Kazuhiko. A 6th grade primary school student named Uchiha Aomi sneered. He was one of the few who opposed bullying the little BD. But his words were ignored before, and he was criticized by many people. Now the facts proved that he was right. Seeing that these tribesmen failed to listen to his advice, he felt inexplicably happy. To put it bluntly, don't you just think that these little bastards are easy to bully? You wanted to take advantage of others' nominations and prove your status to the lower-level tribesmen, but you were beaten up and now you're not happy with both sides. Uchiha Chingmang slapped everyone in the face in public, and even told the bloody truth without concealing it. His words instantly caused several people to become furious. Ahole, stop farting here. Aren't we doing this for the sake of our tribe? Yes, aren't we trying to protect Uchiha's face? Chingmang, stop being so weird and slandering others. Uchiha Yuta, Uchiha En and others all looked furious. But brother Liu Yun is also a member of our tribe. Uchiha, a junior, whispered. Safeguarding the face of Uchiha? If you ask me, you are ruining the face of the Uchiha clan. Little Zaimao is originally a member of our Uchiha clan, and the matter between him and Kazuhiko is also a personal matter. It was you guys who pride themselves on justice who made things difficult for others in public, forcing Zaimao to have no choice but to break up with Uchiha. Why do you still think you are right now? Someone else stood up and spoke out for Liu Yun. Yes, you are not doing it for Uchiha, you are just doing it for yourself and for the idiot Kazuhiko in the name of Uchiha. You deserve to be beaten and blamed. Ahole, if you have the guts, say something else. What's going on? If you can't reason with others, why do you want to take action? A clown like you is qualified to uphold justice for others. That's not what happened. Listen to me. Suddenly, the Uchiha clan in the school was in turmoil because of Liu Yun's incident. The clan members, who were barely united at first, began to accuse, abuse, and even fight each other because of their different ideas. Their activities here attracted a lot of attention, and Uchiha became a laughingstock in school. When Liu Yun stepped into the campus with his school bag on his back, he immediately noticed something unusual on the playground. The Uchiha clan actually fights among themselves in public, and even fights each other. His name and nickname occasionally appear from the mouths of some tribesmen. It seems that the incident started because of him, and the grudges from the day before yesterday have continued to this day. Liu Yun stared coldly at the group of Uchiha on the playground, and he had no intention of coming forward to calm the turmoil. In fact, if he stands up and speaks out at this time, he can definitely win over people's hearts. Even people like Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Yuta may be subdued. Unfortunately, he didn't have this idea. No one stood up to speak justice for Uchiha the day before yesterday, so why should he stand up to calm the turmoil today? The fact that he pressed those Uchiha on the ground and rubbed them proved that the so-called human heart and justice are worthless in the face of power. Besides, what is the use of subduing a group of Uchiha brats? To become the king of children? Apart from being able to show off, there is no practical benefit. And today's result was caused intentionally by him. Both mother and son were treated as foreigners and outsiders by the Uchiha clan. Naturally, he would not belittle himself and cater to this group of people. On Earth, when you have money, you will never lack friends around you. In the ninja world, when you have strength, you will never lack friends or even followers. Liu Yun's current plan is to secretly play involution without telling everyone. He must first build up and solidify his strength foundation. If possible, he didn't want to expose his abilities other than taijutsu in front of others, and he didn't want to bring anyone else with him except Kushina. Class is about to start, aren't you ready to go back to the classroom? Liu Yun saw Kushina's figure among the melon-eating crowd. Her red hair was so conspicuous that it was difficult not to notice. Ah, you're here. Yes, let's go to class. Kushina couldn't hide her joy when she saw him. She smiled and followed Liu Yun. The two of them walked to the classroom together, ignoring the crowd. I'm telling you, those Uchiha just now. Chapter 28 Minato, who almost died on the spot, the weirdo of the Uchiha clan. Kushina sat next to him and told about the Uchiha clan who were engaged in internal fighting on the playground. Liu Yun listened with interest and nodded from time to time in response to her. Hey, Minato, why are you always peeking at us? Is there something you want to say? Kushina suddenly looked at Namikaze Minato with a straight face. This guy is always sneaking peeks at people, and when she notices him, he immediately moves his gaze elsewhere. This behavior makes Kushina very annoying. She noticed it happened more than once or twice, and at this moment she finally couldn't help but complain and ask questions. Hearing this, Liu Yun looked at the lowly Minato behind him. I didn't. Minato blushed and waved his hands to deny it repeatedly. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and did not dare to admit that he was peeking at others. You still said no, do you dare to look at it or not recognize it? Kushina stared at him with an unkind expression. Minato almost died on the spot. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Teacher Chinen walked into the classroom and attracted attention. Liu Yun also spoke to save him at this time. Minato is sitting behind us. Isn't it normal to see the front? This is inevitable. You can't let people close their eyes in class. Liu Yun-kun is the one who needs to be reasonable. Minato was deeply moved and looked at Liu Yun with gratitude in his eyes. Did Minato peek? Of course he did. Not only did he peek, but he also eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. If not for this, he would not have been caught by Kushina, let alone reprimanded. After all, Shisui wasn't the only one sitting in the back. The classmate behind Kushina didn't have a quirky quirk like Minato. Kushina felt that Liu Yun's words made sense, but she didn't think she had wrongly blamed Minato, so she couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Mainly, he always looks askance at people. What a strange guy. Finally, she glared at Minato as a warning. Minato felt that he was wronged. He used to look at people and get scolded, but now he looks at them sideways, and he will be scolded too. He felt that Kushina was too malicious towards him. When she first arrived at school, Minato laughed at her once with his classmates. Mainly because he couldn't bear it even if he wanted to. What about you? Since then, people have been resentful of him and have never given him any good looks. Instead, they always say that he is a sissy. Okay, students, calm down, class is starting now. At the end of the first class, Liu Yun was just about to get up and go outside the classroom with Kushina to get some fresh air, when he saw several Uchiha elementary school students walking towards him. Liu Yun, we all know what happened between you and Kazuhiko, and what happened when Yuta and the others blocked you last time. Those bastards brought it upon themselves, and we all support you. Yes, we support you. Liu Yun, you are so powerful. You defeated Yan and Yuta alone. Uchiha Qingmang was the first to speak out, and several Uchiha tribe members also showed their favor to him. Liu Yun's expression was slightly surprised at this moment. His bright eyes slowly swept across the group of Uchiha. But he remained silent without saying a word. These people used to call him Little BD, but today they have changed their name. Just when the atmosphere in the room became a little solemn, Lu Yun smiled gently and spoke softly. "Thank you for your enthusiastic support. You all know my strength. It's impossible for me to defeat them alone. I don't have the ability. It was all thanks to Kushina's help that I was lucky enough to defeat them." Lu Yun opened his mouth to come, but still chose to keep a low profile. Kushina looked at him blankly. This guy is obviously so strong, but he always lives like a sixth. Now is obviously the time to make a name for yourself. Isn't it a good idea to spread your fame? Who will dare to bully you and call you a little BD in the future? In Kushina's view, Lu Yun is simply a strange flower among the Uchiha clan, and his personality is almost completely opposite to those of those people. I see. Uchiha Qingmeng nodded subconsciously. He still roughly knew how much Lu Yun weighed, and there might be some misjudgments, but he didn't think it was unreasonable to think about Lu Yun's ability to challenge 8 people at the same time. Now that Lu Yun said this, everything became reasonable. It is normal for the blood-red chili pepper to help him and be able to defeat Uchiha and the others. A few people chatted and laughed for a while, but they did not change their faces and leave because they knew the truth. Although Lu Yun's strength was exaggerated by others, it was certainly not much different. As for Uchiha Yuta and the others, why did they exaggerate and say that they were beaten by Lu Yun? In Uchiha King Mong's opinion, the other party probably wanted to maintain the face of the Uchiha clan. After all, he lost to Uzumaki Kushina, a foreigner and a female-born. Think about it, everyone will feel ashamed. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just say that he lost to the little Zaimao. These Uchiha children stayed next to Liu Yun and constantly criticized the other group of Uchiha. Liu Yun kept smiling and didn't say much, only occasionally nodding his head in response. It wasn't until the class bell rang that the group of people said hello and all left. "You guy, why are you lying? You were obviously the one who defeated those Uchiha, but what else? I was the only one who narrowly defeated you." Kushina whispered, "This bad guy just talks nonsense. How could I lie? Just tell me if you helped me." Lu Yun looked at her with a smile. Yes, but..." Kushina was speechless for a moment. "Yes, isn't that right? It's all thanks to Nana to cheer me up and help me share the pressure. Otherwise, my brother might be beaten to death." Liu Yun leaned over and whispered softly in her ear. A faint warm breath passed over her white neck, making her heart beat faster and her breathing quicken unconsciously. These almost provocative words turned Kushina's pretty face into a giant tomato. Namikaze Minato, who was doing nothing in the back, was a little stunned when he saw this scene, and he was extremely curious in his heart. What did Liu Yun say to Kushina? It could make her instantly turn into a docile ostrich, afraid to move? And she also had a weird look on her face with red ears. Minato wanted to know what the two whispered. Thinking of this, Minato was suddenly frightened by himself. What does it have to do with them? What does it have to do with me? I have made up my mind not to peek or eavesdrop. What's wrong with me? Do I really have some special hobby? Minato fell into deep self-doubt. He would never have been like this before. His condition has been a bit bad recently, and he has difficulty concentrating in class. He always unconsciously pays attention to the two people in front of him. Chapter 29. Such a ridiculous nickname makes the girl cry. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Uchiha Kazuhiko returned to the ninja school. However, after he came back, he was isolated and shunned by all the tribesmen, and no one wanted to be friends with this white-eyed wolf anymore. Lu Yun didn't pay attention to what he was doing. After the guy learned a painful lesson, he didn't dare to provoke him and Kushina again. However, there is one thing that makes Lu Yun feel speechless, that is, Sato and others who are in the same class as him are still willing to trouble Lu Yun and Kushina every day. They had never experienced Lu Yun's true strength. Seeing that Lu Yun was not angry when he was called ABD, they just went back to their usual way of having fun with him and Kushina. These guys are very good at taking advantage of their situation, and they are so mean that even Lu Yun would be defeated. Lu Yun usually selectively ignores these dog skin plasters who can't get rid of them. These little bastards have tough bones and even tougher mouths. Even if you beat them up, they will still dare to do it next time, and they may even do it worse. If they would be convinced if they were beaten, Kushina would have taken care of them long ago. Just like the elementary school student who was slapped so hard last time, he didn't dare to use his hands or feet to play with Lu Yun's stray hairs. When it was time to play the role of disgusting the two of them, he was still indispensable. The main theme of this group of B is, either you beat me to death, immune to death me, then I will scold you to death. Lu Yun sometimes couldn't help but admire their perseverance and courage. There are really primary school students in this world who are not afraid of being beaten. Kushina continued to scold those who needed to be scolded as usual, and beat those who deserved to be scolded. This time Lu Yun took the initiative to help her, and the two of them worked together to beat Sato and a group of elementary school students until they cried for their parents. Even if they found help from another class, it would be useless. For a time, Kushina and Liu Yun became famous in the same grade. Someone used their hair color as a highlight and gave them a very bluffing and resounding nickname. The Black and Red Evils. Which idiot gave that nickname? Let me know that I have to beat him to death. Kushina's cheeks bulged with anger, and her pink little fists clenched. Liu Yun didn't dare to say anything, he was a little bit dumbfounded. With Kushina, he has always played the role of little brother. Such high-profile people will not be noticed by caring people, and sometimes they are inevitably despised by others. Because what he mainly focuses on is war of words, the kind of if you can push someone, try not to do anything. He often hides behind Kushina during fights, making people angry and helpless, and he seems to enjoy it. He thought that as long as he lived a happy life, it would be fine if he could make certain lives unhappy, so it would be no big deal to be a dog-legger a few times now and then. Kushina is a good fighter and usually can't quarrel with others. Liu Yun just helped her make up for this flaw. It is precisely because anyone who messes with these two people will be in bad luck recently. So some evildoers have given them the ridiculous nickname of Black and Red Two Evils. Lu Yun, we don't have to go to class tomorrow. Do you still remember our previous agreement? In the last free time before Sunday, Kushina took the initiative to ask this question with a red face. What agreement? Lu Yun asked subconsciously. Did you forget the agreement I made with you that day when you looked at your eyes? Kushina reminded with a frown. The day I looked at my eyes. Liu Yun thought for a moment, but couldn't remember it immediately. Kushina looked at him with a resentful look. Since class time was about to come, Lu Yun was too lazy to think too much, and because he was a little anxious to urinate, he got up and ran to the toilet. When he came back, it was time for class, so he had no chance to continue communicating with Kushina. The last lesson today was about the basic knowledge of ninjutsu. This kind of knowledge was very important to Lu Yun. He was fascinated by it for a while and did not notice Kushina's eyes that continued to look resentful. When the school bell rings, it also heralds the successful conclusion of the last class before Sunday. The primary school students in the class could not conceal their excitement. After packing their school bags as quickly as possible, they ran out of the school gate in a hurry. Liu Yun packed up his things unhurriedly. He turned around with a smile on his face, but saw that the red-haired girl had already stood up one step ahead of him. Kushina! Lu Yun shouted, but the other party ignored his intention at all and walked away simply. What's going on? Liu Yun was a little confused and didn't allow him to think too much. The next moment he quickly picked up his school bag and hurriedly chased Kushina. When he arrived at the school gate and saw Kushina's back, he was about to call someone, but he saw someone following her sneakily. That little turtle grandson Sato, what do you want to do? Lu Yun couldn't understand what was going on, but out of curiosity, he secretly followed the other party. He wanted to see what bad shit this little brat was holding and why he was following Kushina. Isn't this Sato? Is this guy following Kushina? Namikaze Minato, who was walking home, suddenly discovered this strange scene. After a slight hesitation, he followed quietly. This kid Minato, he's following you anyway. Because Liu Yun fell at the back, he also spotted Minato's figure. At this time, Kushina was sometimes dejected, sometimes sad, and sometimes restless. She did not look back, nor did she notice the series of people following behind her. In a cherry blossom forest passing by the Senju tribe, a scene that impressed Liu Yun deeply was staged. Sato has been severely beaten by Kushina recently, so he called his genin brother and prepared to take revenge on Kushina in the cherry blossom forest. Minato was originally hiding in a tree and secretly watching the three people arguing on the ground, but suddenly he seemed to notice something. The moment he turned around, he spotted Liu Yun standing on another big tree. SHH. Liu Yun smiled and made a silencing gesture towards him. This guy Liu Yun, he came here too. Although he was very surprised, Minato still smiled and nodded in response. Seeing the genin chasing Kushina, Minato found that Liu Yun was acting extremely calm and didn't even seem to have the intention to help. Isn't he planning to show up? Minato was surprised. You must know that these two people are known as the Double Black and Red Evils. Recently, their reputations are the most popular in the school. Liu Yun restrained his breath and watched Kushina silently like Minato. This is a small battle that allows Kushina to recognize her own strength. This battle allows Kushina to know the fact that primary school students in ninja schools and real ninjas are completely different concepts. Taking some losses in advance and realizing this is actually a good thing in Liu Yun's opinion. Of course, that's what he thought, but when he saw Kushina being kicked to the ground and her hair being pulled violently, he still couldn't remain completely indifferent after all. You didn't even realize that this was a substitute technique? He was just a little kid after all. This hair is thick and red, it's really an eyesore. After defeating a little girl who was not even a ninja, that genin's face was full of pride. You deserve it. Sato gloated on the sidelines. Call out. A shuriken scratched the back of genin's hand very quickly, and the big hand that grabbed the red hair hurriedly let go because of the pain. Liu Yun could watch her suffer a little and let her realize how sinister and cunning the ninja was. But I can't see the little girl crying or shedding tears. Why are you crying? Your brother is here. Chapter 30. Liu Yun wants to kill someone? Give brother Sato a new haircut. Why are you crying? Your brother is here. Hearing this familiar voice, the tears on Kushina's face stopped instantly. A shadow fell in front of her in an instant, and before she looked up, she saw a rough little hand stretched out in front of her. Kushina subconsciously put her palm up. Liu Yun smiled and pulled her up from the ground. This warm and powerful palm gave Kushina a complete sense of security. When she saw that familiar gentle smiling face, the grievances buried in her heart poured out in an instant like a flood. I saw her pursed lips, and the big tears couldn't stop falling. She may never forget this scene for the rest of her life. Liu Yun raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. After all, he is a bloody red pepper who is always victorious. How can he cry because of a small setback? Hearing the comment of victorious in every battle and the name Blood Red Pepper, Kushina burst into tears and laughed. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Kushina was instantly embarrassed and annoyed. She hit her head hard on Liu Yun's chest. Snort. Liu Yun's smile suddenly froze and he snorted. He was almost knocked out of breath by this impact. Kushina's crying, laughing, and shy look made Minato Namikaze on the tree stunned for a moment. The relationship between these two people is closer than he thought. A whole little BD. Brother, this guy also bullied me in school. The two of them are known as the Black and Red Evil Spirits in school. You should teach him a lesson for me. Sato pointed at Liu Yun and became a little angry. Black and red evil spirits? Are you so arrogant? Brother Genin sneered. You were the one who threw the shuriken just now, right? You're such a nosy guy, how dare you imitate other heroes to save the beautiful with your accuracy? Brother Genin pressed the back of his slightly injured hand and smiled sarcastically. The shuriken he just used just broke his skin. This is actually the reason why Lu Yun deliberately held back his hand. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, weapons should be used as little as possible. If serious trauma is caused to the ninjas in the village, Anbu will definitely pay attention. You are a graduate genin, you come here to bully a little girl who is still in school, you are so proud. Liu Yun stared at the genin and spoke coldly. He pulled Kushina aside and then took the initiative to stride towards him. Haha! You sharp-tongued brat, let me teach you how to use shuriken. Brother Genin laughed ferociously, took out a shuriken from his ninja bag, and then threw it towards Liu Yun's face. The speeding shurikens magnified rapidly in Liu Yun's eyes, and Kushina on the side looked a little panicked at this scene. But before she could say anything to remind him, Lu Yun calmly tilted his head, and the shuriken flew past his cheek in an instant. The dodge was just right, and the steps under my feet never panicked or paused at all. This move immediately shocked everyone and made Brother Genin look in disbelief. He had just said that he wanted to teach others how to play shuriken, but in the blink of an eye he was easily dodged by a little kid. Such a result was unacceptable to him. A hole. Brother Genin gritted his teeth and cursed secretly, clenched his fists and immediately rushed forward, hitting Lu Yun directly in the face with his fist as big as a sandbag. Just like dodging shurikens, Lu Yun avoided several consecutive punches by shaking his head left and right, and easily avoided a sweeping kick by stepping back. Brother Genin's movements seemed slow and stiff in his eyes, and there were flaws all over his body. Putting aside the ninjutsu, this person's physical skills are to some extent worse than the elementary school student Uchiha Yan. Damn it, you can only hide. Brother Genin punched out and was dodged by shaking his head. Before he could finish his words, the next moment Lu Yun's figure flashed over and a fist hit him hard in the abdomen. The terrifying explosive force instantly acted on his body. Brother Genin didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body was blown away like a cannon. So strong! Minato on the tree couldn't help but exclaimed softly. This momentary explosion was so fast that even he couldn't react. Is it the teleportation technique? Minato whispered, remembering a powerful ninjutsu that his teacher once explained. No, there is no seal. This is an instant explosive power generated by the legs alone. Brother Genin rolled on the ground more than 10 times. The moment he stopped, he felt like the world was spinning and his whole stomach was twitching. The next moment, he heard a wow sound and he vomited out all the food he had eaten at noon. Elder brother! Sato screamed. He just wanted to go over and check on his brother, but Lu Yun appeared in front of him first, stretched out his kick and kicked him to the ground. Ah! Sato screamed in pain, almost crying in pain, but before he could get up, Liu Yun sat directly on his back, with a kunai in his hand. Ah! What are you going to do? Kill someone? Sato was frightened by this move. Seeing Lu Yun take out a kunai with a straight face, Minato on the tree was also shocked. Lu Yun-kun, don't act recklessly. Minato hurriedly stopped him. Lu Yun ignored Minato. He grinned and grabbed Sato's hair, as if he wanted to cut off his head. Sato was so frightened that he burst into tears. Don't kill me, help! Sato scratched everywhere on the ground with his hands and kicked hard with his feet, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break away from the figure on his body. Liu Yun, no! Seeing Lu Yun raising the kunai in his hand and preparing to chop it off, Kushina's mind went blank for a moment, and she subconsciously opened her mouth wide and shouted to stop. If Lu Yun had to die because of this incident, then his good life would probably be ruined. Although Kushina hates Sato, he is not worthy of death. If Liu Yun kills him, Kushina cannot imagine what terrible consequences will follow. Minato couldn't stand it any longer, so he jumped down from the tree in a hurry, but before he could stop him, Liu Yun took action one step ahead of him. Call out! A cold light flashed past, and Minato had no time to rescue him, so he could only watch this scene with wide eyes. Kushina was so scared that she covered her eyes. Sato wet his pants directly on the ground. Don't you little bch like to laugh at other people's hair? I'm going to give you a haircut for free today, ha ha ha. Liu Yun laughed and stood up. Minato looked at this scene and couldn't laugh or cry. Hearing Liu Yun's laughter, Kushina quickly looked up. The expected blood did not appear. But when she saw the bald Sato on the ground, she was stunned on the spot. My hair! Looking at the short hair that was thrown carelessly in front of him, and touching the cold top of his head, Sato's face was full of disbelief, and the next moment he let out a shocking scream at the top of his lungs. Stop yelling and take your brother with you and get out of here, otherwise your eyebrows will be shaved off. Liu Yun smiled and kicked his butt. Forward! The screams suddenly stopped, and Sato hurriedly climbed up from the ground, picked up his seriously injured brother and ran away. The two of them looked as embarrassed as possible. You deserve it! Ha ha ha! After reacting, Kushina couldn't help laughing loudly. The bald Sato was so funny and tragic. Where does she have any grievances at this moment? Her stomach hurts from laughing. Liu Yun and Minato, who were standing together, couldn't help laughing as they watched the two brothers fleeing in embarrassment. Chapter 31 The Cute Little Pepper, A Way to Make Money. The breeze is gentle and the red cherry blossoms are blooming. In the picturesque and beautiful cherry blossom forest, a pair of outstanding-looking students were walking together among the flowers. When did you and Minato come here? Kushina had a smile on her face. Of course I came after you. I didn't notice so many little tails following you. I'm so stupid. Liu Yun rolled his eyes at her. Ah! Why are you all following me? Kushina stared at him with a strange look on her face. What's your expression? You think I'm a pervert who follows little girls? Liu Yun stared at her with an unhappy expression. Hehe, you said this yourself, I didn't say that. Humph. If that guy Sato wasn't following you, do you think I want to follow you? Then why didn't you remind me? Kushina asked, blinking her big eyes. How dare you say that I didn't call you? Did I call you when school was over? The more I called you, the faster I walked. Liu Yun's voice rose several points unconsciously. Then, who told you to forget that agreement? Kushina lowered her head and muttered softly. When did I forget? I'm just teaching you throwing skills. I'll go find you tomorrow. After school, before I had time to talk, you got into a temper and ignored me. Liu Yun looked at her with a resentful look. Kushina suddenly burst out laughing. She took the initiative to hug Liu Yun's arm and began to shake and act coquettishly. The cute look on his playful smiling face made Liu Yun lose his mind and feel helpless at the same time. So this girl can also act coquettishly and cutely. In fact, the little tomato who doesn't get angry or lose his temper is still very sweet. Brother Liu Yun can't bear to reprimand others anymore. I'm here. It's getting late. You should go back quickly. Liu Yun sent her to the door of the Senju clan. Kushina smiled and pushed his back, indicating that he could leave. I'll wait for you at the door at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Kushina took the initiative to set a time, then smiled and waved goodbye to him. Oh! Liu Yun nodded, but his eyes were attracted by two figures in the Senju tribe. The two figures were one large and one small, and Liu Yun knew their names. Tsunade and Naoki. At this time, Tsunade was holding her hands on her hips, scolding her younger brother for making trouble. Because the distance was too far, Liu Yun couldn't hear what she was saying. At this time, Naoki had graduated from the ninja school early, and was accepted as a direct disciple by Orochimaru, and has been learning ninjutsu with him. The rope tree's forehead protector is already there. It seems that the second ninja war is not far away. Lu Yun murmured in a low voice. In fact, at this moment, the Konoha ninjas and the sand-hidden ninjas were already fighting in the Rain country. It's just that both sides have been restrained and no large-scale fighting has broken out yet. World War II has actually officially begun. When the Hidden Rain village officially intervenes and declares war on the country of fire, Sunin will rush to the battlefield of the country of rain. And this rope tree will also follow his master Orochimaru to the battlefield, and die gloriously on the first day on the battlefield, becoming the first supporting character to be killed by a detonating talisman trap in the original work. Orochimaru witnessed his bravery, and he can sum it up in a simple sentence: the rope tree is very powerful, the rope tree rushes very fast, the rope tree flies high. Lu Yun sighed lightly, looking at that young figure. He felt a little pity. But he couldn't remind people about this kind of thing, and even if he did, it might not be effective, because it was too ridiculous, and it was impossible for people to believe his words, and it was impossible for them to carefully observe their feet every step of the way. If you say this kind of thing, it will be fine if the other person is alive and well. Lu Yun's reminder will be regarded as a joke. But if the person still dies after telling the truth, and the matter is known to a third person, then he will most likely be unable to eat and walk around. Especially Orochimaru, a monster with a monster mind, would not treat this kind of thing as a coincidence. Liu Yun would not let himself fall into crisis, not to mention that he and Chensha were not familiar with each other at all, so naturally he would not get angry because of this. The next morning, Liu Yun tied a weight on his calf and started a new day of training. This was one of his newly purchased physical training equipment. Asuka was afraid that he would not grow taller after using weights, so she only allowed him to be tied to his calves and not allowed to go past his knees. Fitness equipment is very expensive, body training equipment is very expensive, weapons and hidden weapons are very expensive, and ninja tools such as detonating charms and sealing scrolls are even more expensive. Lu Yun plans to find a job to make money. Asuka is under a lot of pressure and works very hard. He can no longer increase the financial burden on his mother. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Liu Yun formed a seal with his hands and created a clone. The main body went to the Senju tribe to prepare for the appointment, while the shadow clone walked towards a densely populated neighborhood. At 6:50, when Lu Yun arrived at the gate of the Senju clan, he saw Kushina already standing there waiting eagerly. "Where are we going to practice throwing today?" Kushina's little face was full of excitement. She even brought a ninja bag with her today, which was full of hidden weapons. "Anything is fine," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "Where should you throw a concealed weapon? Take a piece of chalk and draw a circle on any tree. There are no sight requirements. Then let's go to the cherry blossom forest. The scenery there is beautiful and it's quite quiet." Kushina proactively suggested that the cherry blossom forest would be a good place for a date. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Go, go, go." Kushina was like yesterday, pushing his back with a pair of small hands and urging him. Shadow Clone. Lu Yun waited in front of a bookstore for a long time. It was not until almost 9 a.m. that the bookstore owner opened the door to Haki. "Hey? Isn't this Xiao Liu Yun? Do you want to buy comic books so early?" The owner's name is Yusen Akira, who runs a bookstore and is also a cartoonist. When he saw the flowing clouds at the door, he was stunned for a while. Both parties are very familiar with each other. Lu Yun is a comic fan and is considered a regular customer of his store. "No, I came to Uncle today to discuss business." Lu Yun took the initiative to walk into the bookstore. "Business talk? What kind of business can you talk to me about?" Wu Shanming was a little confused. "I want to cooperate with my uncle. I will write the story and you will draw the pictures, and we will create a new comic book together." Lu Yun looked at Wu Shanming seriously. "You kid are kidding me, Wu Shanming said with a dark face. If Lu Yun hadn't been a regular customer of the store, he would have kicked them out. I'm not kidding, this is the beginning of the story and part of the outline I wrote. Lu Yun handed the draft he compiled last night to Wu Shanming. You can take a look. If you think the story is interesting, we can work together. If you find it boring, then I can change it to another story. Wu Shanming frowned slightly as he looked at the draft, but after hearing Lu Yun's serious words and the fact that no one was visiting the bookstore at the moment, he finally reluctantly read the draft. Dragon. Pearl. Wu Shanming subconsciously read out this strange title. But soon he was attracted by the novel stories, and his eyes gradually widened and brightened. Chapter 32, Exchange stories for money and teach Kushina her skills. Soon, Wu Shanming read the beginning and outline of the story carefully. Collect the 7 dragon balls to summon the dragon. The story is novel and attractive, and the characters of the protagonist and supporting characters are also interesting. Did you really come up with all this? Wu Shanming couldn't help but admire. Compared with other Japanese and Hyuxia comics, Dragon Ball is very suitable for spreading in the ninja world, and it is also more acceptable to young people in this world. Lu Yun wrote this after careful consideration. Certainly. Liu Yun put his hands in his pockets and opened his mouth. I can't believe that you have such a brain, that you can write such a good work. Wu Shanming sighed repeatedly. He felt that this boy was a genius and was born to eat this bowl of rice. So, uncle, are you interested in this story? If not, then I can only find someone else to cooperate. Lu Yun smiled and said, if Karasuyama is not interested, he can find someone else. He has a good story and is not afraid of finding someone to cooperate with him. There are more than just this bookstore in Konoha, and there are more than one cartoonist. Yes, but are you sure you can write a follow-up to this story? If you suddenly stop writing it, or write it randomly. Wu Shanming was a little hesitant. He really liked this story, but Lu Yun was too young and he was afraid that the other party would collapse later. Don't worry, I can guarantee that the follow-up story will be exciting. Lu Yun said calmly. He is still very confident about Dragon Ball. Then give it a try. Create one issue first and see how the market responds. Wu Shanming is a very straightforward person, and he quickly finalized a series of follow-up agreements with Lu Yun. He originally wanted to buy out the entire story directly, but Lu Yun didn't want to make quick money and wanted to earn more, so he politely declined the proposal. I still have the story. As long as Uncle updates quickly enough, we will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Liu Yun smiled. For some excellent cartoonists, as long as they are given a complete mainline outline, they are enough to create an excellent comic work. Liu Yun had watched anime a lot in his previous life, so it was too easy to copy a few stories. Dragon Ball, One Piece, Shinigami, Digimon, Demon Slayer, Attack, Versatile, Fairy Tail, etc. Which story can't be sold for money? If the comics in the notebook are not good, there are still comics from my hometown in Daxia. I can copy a few and it will be more than enough to support my family. Don't worry about this. Uncle has a professional team behind him to ensure that the Dragon Ball comic can be brought to life as quickly as possible. Lu Yun nodded and discussed cooperation matters with Wu Shanming for a long time. In the cherry blossom forest. Pay attention to the wind direction and speed, keep your mind calm, and your shooting movements should be smooth and natural, not too stiff. Shadow clone Liu Yun teaches Kushina the throwing technique step by step, and the main body is jumping between complex and changeable trees. His feet left footprints on the cherry blossom tree, and the chakra in his body was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. It's too difficult to achieve explosive speed increase on trees without leaving any damage or traces on the trees. Lu Yun looked at the clear footprints behind him and sighed. This is the next stage of practice in the body blinking technique. If you want to complete this practice, you must reach a state of lifting a weight as if it were lightness. The first stage of practice of body and instant body technique is the instant burst of chakra in conjunction with the body. The second stage of practice is to control that instant explosive power. It is said that when he reaches the extreme level of cultivation at this stage, he can even step on the air and walk on the air. This is the teleportation technique taught to him by Mat Dai. Lu Yun didn't think this was Lao Dai bragging, because he had read the original work and knew that he could really do this after turning on the 8 gates Dunjia and unleashing his body's potential. Metkai has a very thorough understanding of the body blinking technique. There are not many people in the original novel who are faster than him, but there are definitely only a handful of them. This is based on the premise that he does not activate the 8 gates dungeon. Once the 8 gates dungeon is activated, the exaggerated speed has obviously surpassed the Flying Thunder God technique in a short distance, so fast that even 6 paths Madara cannot react. Ninjutsu is a high-level ninjutsu that can only be mastered by Jainin, but Tai Shun Shen belongs to the category of Taijutsu. The latter is 10 times more difficult to learn than the former. The speed of the ki body and instant body technique is not fixed. This technique will increase as your body becomes stronger. The upper limit of the speed depends on the strength of your physical body. In addition to these two kinds of teleportation techniques, there is also an advanced version of ordinary teleportation techniques, which is the ninja technique of teleportation. For example, Demigod Hanzo's water blinking technique, Raikage's lightning blinking technique. For example, before Minato Namikaze mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he used wind blinking technique, and Shisui an unknown type of teleportation technique. Those who have mastered the ninja technique of instantaneous body are all famous for their speed, and they are all famous people. Liu Yun now has no access to the ordinary teleportation technique, let alone the advanced version of the ninja technique, the teleportation technique. The teacher who is willing to teach him how to practice is Mat Dai. Mat Dai is a 10,000 years genin who doesn't know any ninjutsu. Naturally, he can't teleport ninjutsu, but he does know this kind of teleportation technique. Liu Yun wanted to become stronger now, so naturally he would not miss the body blinking technique. Most ninjutsu and techniques can be learned through shadow clone, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to learn ninjutsu and genjutsu in the future. He wants to be an all-round ninja, and he wants to learn ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Lu Yun, I also want to learn the art of shadow clone, please teach me. Kushina shook Shadow Clone's arm and acted coquettishly. She didn't expect Lu Yun to master such powerful ninjutsu. The Shadow Clone is almost physical, and even ordinary genin may not be able to use this ninjutsu. I'll teach you how to do it, but you can't even learn the clone technique. Why do you still want to learn Shadow Clone? Liu Yun knocked on her elm head. Who said I don't know how to do the clone technique? I'm just not very proficient, and I will occasionally fail once or twice out of 10 times. Kushina said stubbornly. In fact, her level is considered very good among her peers, but Lu Yun believes that this alone is not enough. First learn the throwing technique, then I will teach you the practice of climbing a tree, and then I will teach you shadow clone, step by step, don't aim too high. Lu Yun spoke seriously. He had no secrets and planned to teach this girl some real skills. What's climbing a tree? Isn't it easy to climb a tree? Does it still need to be taught? Why not just teach me shadow clone? Kushina tilted her head with question marks on her face. Tree climbing is not what you think of climbing a tree. I told you not to aim too high, have you learned the throwing technique yet? Shadow clone hit her on the elm head again as punishment. It hurts, learn, learn, learn. I didn't say I wouldn't learn. Don't hit me on the head. I'll become stupid. Kushina covered her head with resentment on her face. Chapter 33, he even coaxed and tricked a little girl, and treated Kushina to pig trotter rice. 10 o'clock in the morning. The shadow clone that had been to the bookstore before dissipated on its own initiative, and a large amount of memories were instantly transferred back to the main body. Lu Yun groaned, subconsciously closing his eyes, and his brain processed those complex memories quickly. Hey? What's wrong with you? Kushina noticed something strange about Liu Yun and took the initiative to ask with concern. Nothing. Liu Yun opened his eyes again. Shadow Clone reached an agreement with the bookstore owner Wu Shanming, and he might be able to make money soon. It's getting late, it's been like this since the morning. Liu Yun planned to go home and cook. His mother Asuka also wanted to eat his cooking again. He nodded and agreed to this small request. Ah, it's still early. Are you going home so soon? Kushina is a little dissatisfied, happy time is always short. Go home and cook. Liu Yun gave an explanation casually. Cooking? You can also cook? Really? Kushina didn't believe it. I'll be a little bit better. I'm going to buy groceries now, and I have to deliver food to my mother later, so it can't be too late. Buying groceries, cooking, delivering meals, are you really not joking? Kushina still looked suspicious at this moment. In the ninja world, there were not many men who knew how to cook, even fewer children who knew how to cook, and absolutely no boys who knew how to cook. She felt that Liu Yun might be lying. Liu Yun suddenly smiled evilly. Do you want to go home with me? I'll cook it for you. Come home with you and cook for me. Kushina murmured subconsciously, and her face instantly turned red into a large tomato. I'm the only one at home at noon. Liu Yun leaned close to her ear and spoke softly, his tone full of unspeakable ambiguity. Kushina's already red face instantly turned redder, her heart was beating wildly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead unconsciously. Don't you want to know if I can cook? Don't you want to try my handiwork? We can practice together after dinner. Don't you really want to become stronger? Liu Yun continued to seduce her in her ears, his gentle tone and warm breath stimulating her nerves all the time. I. Liu Yun successfully aroused her strong curiosity, and she wanted to agree, but due to the girl's reserve and shame, she never dared to nod in agreement. Come on. Liu Yun suddenly hugged her white jade arms and shook them gently. Her posture was exactly the same as when she was acting coquettishly and cutely yesterday. Kushina opened her mouth and looked at him blankly. After a while, he nodded like a ghost for some unknown reason. Haha, let's go home with me. Liu Yun said and took her hand. At this time, he looked like some little scumbag who abducted a little girl to go home, coaxing and deceiving him step by step, and finally. Wait, no, Grandma Mito won't be worried until I get home for dinner. Kushina quickly broke free from his grasp. Isn't this simple? It's still early, and your grandma probably hasn't started cooking yet. Can you just go back and say no? It's nothing like just having lunch together. Don't we often sit together and have lunch together in school? Liu Yun spread his hands and revealed an evil smile. Kushina suddenly felt that Liu Yun's words made sense. Why don't you just have lunch? What's there to be embarrassed about in broad daylight? What's not to do? Then, okay, I'll go home and ask Grandma Mito. Kushina lowered her head and fiddled with the corners of her clothes with her little hands. Yeah, well, it's settled then. I'll go buy the ingredients first. Soon, the two of them split up. Kushina went back to the Senju tribe, while Liu Yun went to the market. Damn it, seafood is so cheap, but pork is ridiculously expensive. Liu Yun was carrying a pig's foot with a face full of pain, and Asuka spent 2/3 of the money Asuka gave him to buy food. Green vegetables are too expensive. Liu Yun muttered and immediately gave up the idea of buying vegetables. Fortunately, when he was running through the fields this morning, he picked up some free wild loofahs. I don't like this stuff, but he likes it very much and knows how to make it delicious. Hey? Why is there no braised noodles for sale? In the original novel, I have clearly seen Naruto eating braised ramen, and Kushina seems to like this flavor of ramen too. Liu Yun walked into a grocery store, but he couldn't buy the spices and seasonings he wanted. Soy sauce was available. He had already bought the ingredients and had no choice but to go to a few more grocery stores if he wanted to change the dishes. Finally, he bought what he wanted at the third grocery store. After getting the ingredients, he hurried back home. Since time was a little tight, he directly used Shadow Clone to help him. Fire-style fireball technique. A small fireball blew out of his mouth, and the pig's feet were instantly burned off. Soon, he prepared lunch meals one after another, and Kushina also came to Liu Yun's doorstep near noon. Liu Yun, I'm here. Kushina blushed and stood in front of the door and spoke softly. Her voice was not loud, but Liu Yun in the room heard it. I'm here, come in. Oh. Kushina walked in with her head lowered. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Liu Yun and a Shadow Clone. I've prepared the dishes. You can wash your hands first, and then you can eat. Good. Liu Yun took out a lunch box, packed part of the freshly prepared meal, and then handed it to his Shadow Clone. Send it to Mom. It needs to be fast. It won't taste good when it's cold. Don't worry. Shadow Clone took the food box and turned around to leave. Kushina was amazed by this scene. Shadow Clone can still be used in this way? Isn't this too convenient? Of course you can, provided you can withstand the impact of memory. Liu Yun explained casually, regardless of whether Kushina could understand it or not. What a delicious braised pork! Smelling the strong aroma of meat and looking at the attractively colored tender meat slices on the plate, Kushina's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect that Liu Yun was not lying and really knew how to cook. And how come every grain of this rice is so crystal clear? Try it. Liu Yun handed her the chopsticks. Okay, I'm starting. Kushina took the chopsticks and performed a small ritual before eating. Meat can be cooked like this? And there is crystal clear gelatinous mucus. What kind of meat is this? Kushina's face was full of surprise. Seeing Liu Yun smiling but not answering, she immediately put the soft piece of meat into her mouth. The moment the meat slices enter your mouth, a rich meaty aroma explodes in your mouth. It's soft and refreshing, fat but not greasy. The most important thing is the explosive rich meaty aroma. This seems to be pork, right? Kushina's eyes lit up. This was the first time she had eaten such delicious braised pork. To be precise, these are pig's feet. Liu Yun smiled broadly. This is a braised pork trotter rice from Daxia. Ah? Pig's feet? Where are the pig's trotters and bones? Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. It's in the rice pot, but I didn't take it out. Liu Yun pointed to the rice pot not far away. What was in it was not rice, but pig's trotters. Ah? Are you using a rice pot to braise pig's feet? Then this rice. Kushina said as she picked up a ball of crystal clear rice and put it into her mouth. The rice is so chewy and fragrant. It's much more delicious than rice balls. How did you cook it? Kushina's face was full of shock. Why is Liu Yun's rice so different? This is not boiled, but steamed. Chapter 34. Melons are not only edible, but can also be used for bathing, the feeling of being cared about. What? Steamed rice? Can rice be steamed? Kushina doesn't know how to cook yet, so she seems a little ignorant at the moment. You can, but it requires some skills. Liu Yun patiently explained to her. The rice is so fragrant and the meat is so fragrant. When these two are paired together, I feel like I don't need to eat anything else. Kushina was very satisfied with the pig's trotter rice, and her mouth was bulging after eating it. Try this dish. Liu Yun smiled and pointed at the green vegetables on the plate. Good. Kushina swallowed a mouthful of rice, drank a sip of cold juice, nodded and smiled. This seems to be a kind of melon. Stir-fried shrimp with melon. Pick up a piece of fried melon, the thick soup will make you appetite. So tender, so fresh and sweet. It is obviously a salty dish, but Kushina found it unusually sweet. The fried melon itself is very fresh and sweet, and it becomes even sweeter after absorbing the shrimp flavor. What kind of melon is this? Kushina took several slices in succession. She felt that this thing was more delicious than braised pig's feet. Hee hee. Liu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Kushina looked confused. What do you use for bathing? Why do you ask? Kushina was a little embarrassed. Don't you want to know what kind of melon this is? Then tell me what you use to wash yourself with. As Liu Yun spoke, he scooped up a spoonful of fried melon soup and poured it on top of the rice. Is there any connection? I used loofah pulp. Ah? You said this is loofah. Kushina's eyes almost popped out. Well, to be precise, it's a horned loofah. How did you make it like this? Why doesn't it smell like grass at all? The smell of loofah was very fishy, and it was not like Kushina had never eaten it before. She regretted eating it once. How come Liu Yun's plate of fried loofah doesn't smell like grass at all? It's also so fresh, sweet, and delicious, perfect for rice. Is it because of the shrimp? Kushina asked proactively. No, the shrimp just adds freshness. First blanch it in boiling water to remove the fishy smell, and then stir-fry it. The fire must be strong enough. Liu Yun said the key point. Fierce fire can transform the fishy smell into fresh and sweet taste. Kushina was confused after hearing this, but subconsciously felt that Liu Yun was very powerful. Knows almost everything. You are so cool. She couldn't help but praise. This coolness is not just about looks, but also includes other aspects. Kushina's eyes sparkled, and she felt that Liu Yun was simply the legendary treasure boy. Humph! Liu Yun groaned slightly. Just as the two of them were eating with gusto, Liu Yun suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. It was empty there, nothing. Who is it? Liu Yun could detect a vague sense of peeping. If the feeling was correct, there should be someone outside the window just now. He didn't chase him out, because it would be useless to chase if there was no one, but if there was someone. It is impossible for ordinary people to react so fast. If there was someone outside just now, it must be a ninja. Under the window, Tsunade was squatting on the ground, her extremely beautiful face full of horror. He discovered me? It was a coincidence. As an elite Jainin, his hidden aura would be discovered by an elementary school student who has not yet graduated. This kind of thing is incredible when he thinks about it. Grandma Uzumaki Mito saw Kushina behaving strangely and was a little worried, fearing that something might happen to her, so she asked Tsunade to follow her over to have a look. Tsunade didn't expect that little girl Kushina was so courageous that she dared to go to the little boy's house for dinner. She was having fun peeping outside, but when the little devil suddenly came over like this, she was really frightened. My little heart is still pounding now. Tsunade let out a breath after moving away from the window. At this moment, she had no idea of continuing to peek at others, as long as Kushina was fine. At the same time, she also thought about finding someone to find out the origin of this little devil when she went back. Kushina has already been deceived. If she can be deceived a few more times, then what's the point? Wait, I'm full, don't give me any more food. Kushina waved her hands repeatedly. She had already eaten 2 large bowls of white rice. It would be unladylike to eat any more. How could you eat so much when you go to someone else's house for the first time? Even though the food is delicious, you can't eat too much. What to do if you scare people? What if you think she is a big loser? What if you don't cook for her anymore, or you feel you can't support her? Eat, it's the last bowl. If you don't eat it, it will be thrown away. You don't want my efforts to go to waste, right? I'm responsible for providing the strength, then you have to be responsible for providing the stomach. Liu Yun said as he filled the empty rice bowl with white rice. The bowl was cleaner than a dog licking it. How could Liu Yun believe that she was full? Most people in the ninja world are big eaters, especially those children with special physiques. Ah, then, okay, then I'll just eat the last bowl. Liu Yun handed the tall bulging rice in front of her, and then refilled the big cup in front of Kushina with sweet and sour juice. Kushina saw this scene in her eyes, and for a moment she felt that little brother Liu Yun was so considerate. She couldn't help but have some shameful thoughts in her mind. Do you want to eat pig's trotters? They are very good to chew. Liu Yun took out half a pig's trotter from the rice pot and ate it while tempting Kushina. Seeing that Liu Yun ignored the table etiquette and started eating the food, she felt inexplicably relaxed for a moment. Then, come a little. Kushina spoke softly. The next moment, Liu Yun brought most of the pig's trotters in the pot in front of her. Just grab it and chew it. There is no need to be shy at my brother's house. How can I be shy? Kushina murmured softly, and imitated Liu Yun's behavior and ate it with relish. After 3 large bowls of white rice, 2 large glasses of juice, and all the food was swept away, Kushina felt satisfied and touched her round belly, saying that she really couldn't eat any more. Brother will cook more dishes for you next time. Liu Yun said seriously. In southern Daxia, when you treat guests to a meal, it is very rude for the guests to eat all the food. He actually didn't expect that Kushina could eat so much, even more than he had. The rice was enough, but the dishes seemed a little lacking. In fact, Kushina was very satisfied and full after eating, but Liu Yun still retained some of his previous ideas about hospitality, thinking that he was not doing a good enough job. Kushina couldn't understand what was being said, but her eyes were almost blind with laughter. In her opinion, it is a great happiness to be taken into consideration by little brother Liu Yun. She felt very good at Liu Yun's house. Apart from the initial nervousness, she felt extremely comfortable as soon as she relaxed. This was far more comfortable than when she was in the Senju tribe. Chapter 35 The Senju clan never disappears, and there will be trouble in the future. After the two had lunch, they sat in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Kushina, where have the other members of the Senju clan gone? Why are you the only ones living in the Senju clan? Liu Yun took the initiative to ask this question. Kushina lives in the Senju tribe, so she should know the reason to some extent. Where have you gone? You haven't gone anywhere, aren't they all still in the Leaf Village? Kushina tilted her head and didn't understand Liu Yun's words, but after a moment she realized why Liu Yun asked such a question. You want to talk about why they are anonymous? Liu Yun was a little surprised when he heard this, but he nodded quickly. I heard Grandma Mito talk about this. It is said that the Senju clan originated from the Sage of Six Paths era. The original origin of this surname does not refer to the descendants of one person. Senju is not the Senju of one person, but the union of a group of people, which led to the emergence of the Senju clan. A group of Senju. Liu Yun whispered. Azura, the second son of the original Sage of Six Paths, eventually became the successor of the ninja sect. There was always a group of people following him around him. Perhaps from then on, the Senju clan was born. After talking about the origin of Senju, Kushina then talked about the specific reasons for her anonymity. It is said that when Konoha was founded, because the Senju clan was the largest, many privileged classes were born in the family. They believe that Konoha was founded by the Senju clan. The Senju clan should have the absolute leadership position among all families, and the Senju clan should also be superior. The Senju clan was so popular back then, and the weight of this surname was so important that no other family dared to offend them. From that time on, the villagers of Konoha began to respect the Senju clan, to fear them. Senju Hashirama believes that when the power of a small collective reaches a certain level, it will affect or even destroy the stability of Konoha, and the more united the Senju clan is, the greater the possibility will be. Even Senju Tobirama cannot deny this. They became increasingly arrogant and suffocated all the families in Konoha. Later, the first Hokage did not want the family to be superior to Konoha, so despite everyone's objections, he took the initiative to erase the surname and disbanded all the clans. Except for the second Hokage, who resisted the most fiercely and retained his surname, no one else's surnames will be retained, including the descendants of Shodei, who are no longer allowed to retain the surname Senju. Senju Hashirama was afraid that Konoha, which was finally built with great difficulty, would eventually fall apart, so he was cruel and dismissed everyone on the spot, and the Senju clan branched out from then on. The original Senju clan land covered an extremely large area and had countless properties. However, after the branch house, these things were all divided among the clan members. Now, in fact, there are only two manors left in the so-called clan land. One is Senju Hashirama's own, where Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina now live, and the other is second Hokage Senju Tobirama, where Tsunade and her brother and sister now live. Actually, the Senju clan has always been there. Senju used to be a group of people. But now it's Konoha. This sentence was said by the first Hokage. It is precisely because of this sentence that the incognito and branch houses can be accepted by other tribesmen. As soon as Kushina said this, Liu Yun's eyes suddenly widened. Senju used to be a group of people, but now it is Konoha with a group of people. As a time traveler who is familiar with the subsequent plot of the original work, Liu Yun had to lament that Senju Hashirama has a broad mind and a long-term vision. The Senju clan integrated into Konoha. Although they lost their surname and certain privileges, they actually preserved everyone intact. The Uchiha clan, which could barely compete with the Senju clan, became the feared object of others instead of the Senju clan. The false reputation of being the biggest clan in Konoha caused the Uchiha clan to suffer a lot from then on. The Uchiha clan was still complacent. They thought that their old rival, the Senju clan, had fallen. Little did they know that the family had become a new target of fear among the villagers, and soon became the target of public criticism, disgusted and ostracized by everyone in Konoha. Failure to see clearly the essence will lead to destruction. If the Senju clan didn't retreat, they would be the ones who died. If the Uchiha clan didn't retreat, no one would tolerate them, and their annihilation became inevitable. And the more united they are, the faster they die. Do the Uchiha clan really want to rebel? Does Uchiha Fugaku really want to rebel? No, they have to fight back because they have no way out. It is not a good thing for a family to be too prosperous. Konoha's cake is only so big. If you take one more bite, others will take one less bite. Over time, opposition will form. If there are no capable people with long-term vision to resolve these conflicts, the two sides will become enemies. It's inevitable. Among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, we have only heard of a ninja family that influenced the village and was destroyed. How have we ever heard of a family that completed a coup and replaced the village? The family model of the Warring States period has been replaced by the village. Ninja families that do not understand flexibility and cannot see the current situation will eventually decline and perish. No wonder the Tsunade siblings have never revealed their last names in more than 700 episodes of the Hokage anime. Liu Yun thought to himself. Mito, Grandma, how is your health now? After roughly understanding the Senju clan, Liu Yun asked his second question. Grandma Mito? She is very good. Kushina was a little surprised and didn't understand why Liu Yun asked Uzumaki Mito. Is it good? Yeah, she's in good health. Kushina said with a smile. Liu Yun nodded when he heard this. The main reason why he cared about Uzumaki Mito was Nine Tails. Of course, the main reason is Kushina as the Nine Tails container. Becoming a Jinkriki is a very unfortunate thing. Liu Yun hopes that Uzumaki Mito can live longer, preferably 10 or 20 years longer, so that he can have enough time to grow up and finally rewrite Kushina life. As long as she doesn't want to become a Jinkriki, Liu Yun will not allow anyone to force her. Although he is still very weak now, he firmly believes that as long as he works hard and relies on his prophetic knowledge of Hokage, he will definitely be able to gain enough power before Kushina becomes Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention being able to stop Konoha, but he is still confident that he can take Kushina out of Konoha. Unknowingly, he has regarded this little girl as a forbidden love, and the importance of Kushina in Liu Yun's heart has also increased as the relationship between the two has heated up. The two of them seem to be just classmates now, but their relationship has already quietly deteriorated. The two of them already have each other in their hearts, and being together every day proves that their relationship is extraordinary. Although it is not as exaggerated as not seeing each other for one day is like 3 autumns, but subconsciously willing to stay with each other. Unless Liu Yun no longer interacts with Kushina, or wants to change his training goal, otherwise, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki hurdle must be passed. It is obviously impossible for him to give up this little cutie in front of him. Chapter 36, Battle against Kushina, the pervert who specializes in spanking little butts. Afternoon. Liu Yun took Kushina to the small river where he practiced before. His water treading training still needs to be improved, while Shadow Clone stayed on the shore and continued to teach Kushina's throwing skills. That's amazing. You can actually walk on the river. How did you do that? Looking at the body on the water, Kushina couldn't help but ask. Didn't I tell you about climbing a tree before? Treading water is an advanced version of climbing a tree. You need to learn to climb a tree first before you can learn to tread water. Shadow Clone said and showed her what tree climbing meant. The figure standing upside down on the tree trunk made Kushina's jaw drop. I want to learn, teach me how to climb a tree. Kushina's face was filled with excitement. Step by step, first learn the throwing technique. At least you have to hit it with perfect accuracy. Then I will teach you how to climb the tree. Shadow Clone glared at her fiercely. Ah, okay then. After practicing for half an afternoon, Kushina suddenly dropped her kunao and suggested. Liu Yun, let's have a fight? I want to see how big the gap is between us. She felt that she might not be Liu Yun's opponent, but she still couldn't help but want to give it a try. Are you itchy? Liu Yun asked seriously after being stunned for a moment. Humph. Who's itchy? Are you sure to win? Kushina snorted, dissatisfaction written all over her face. You can't even beat the hot chick Jenin, and you still want to fight me. Liu Yun deliberately ridiculed her. In fact, even if he didn't take action that time, Kushina would still be able to defeat the opponent. The reason why I say this is mainly to stimulate her and give her the motivation to practice and grow. It's always good to have a little more self-protection power. Hey, that time it was just that I was too careless and was fooled by the substitute technique. If we really fight, he will definitely not be my opponent. Ouch, which little cutie was crying at that time? Is there any need to cry after being beaten? Liu Yun, who was always being mean, started teasing her again. Shut up. Kushina blushed, became angry and punched Shadow Clone. Liu Yun raised his arms to resist, but he was pushed back several steps by the furious Kushina. Tisk. So strong. Liu Yun shook his arm. In terms of physical fitness alone, Kushina is much stronger than Liu Yun. 3 big bowls of white rice are not free, they are more than what he eats. Seeing Kushina rushing towards her at great speed, Shadow Clone quickly assumed a fighting stance. The two fought each other for more than 20 rounds, and Shadow Clone soon exploded into smoke due to the small damage that continued to accumulate. Kushina was not happy about defeating a Shadow Clone. The next moment she threw out a shuriken and hit Liu Yun's body above the river watching the show. I see you are really itchy. Liu Yun dodged the shuriken and looked at Kushina with a serious look in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense, come up here and fight me. Kushina raised the corners of her mouth, raised her fingers and spoke wildly. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment, and then laughed ferociously, haha. Since you want to dance, then just do what you wish. He jumped directly from the river to Kushina. The next moment, Kushina swooped over and kicked him hard. Liu Yun raised his arm to block it, and then grabbed her ankle with his backhand. Kushina's body was extremely flexible, and she kicked out her other foot again while in mid-air. But before the other foot could land, Liu Yun instantly used force to disrupt her rhythm, grabbed her ankle, and threw her out. Kushina was thrown away and spun a few times in the air before landing firmly. As soon as she hit the ground, she ejected and attacked Liu Yun again. Unexpectedly capable. Liu Yun couldn't help but praise, and then turned his head to avoid the punch. Liu Yun fought with her for several rounds and then kicked out. Kushina blocked it with her arms, but was only knocked back 2 small steps. Hey? What's going on? This sense of power, are you looking down on me? Kushina couldn't help but question. She felt that Liu Yun was deliberately letting off steam. This is my real power, but I don't have the chakra attached to my feet, so I lack a lot of power. Liu Yun told the truth and explained the specific reasons. Precise control of chakra is a training course above genin, which is the so-called climbing a tree and treading water. If you complete these 2 trainings, your strength will naturally be rapidly improved. That's it. I said your body is so weak, why are you still so strong in physical skills? It turns out it's all because of the precise control of chakra. As soon as Kushina said these words, Liu Yun's little face immediately darkened. Who are you calling vain? I'll tell whoever is weak. Kushina stuck out her little tongue and challenged. You are looking for a fight. Even if you don't take the initiative to attach chakra, I can deal with you. Liu Yun said and took the initiative to attack her. The speed that his body exploded surprised Kushina. She did not dare to be careless for a moment and hurriedly took action to meet the enemy. With excellent visual insight and sharp physical reflexes, Liu Yun has always been able to suppress Kushina steadily. It was difficult for Kushina to hit him, but instead she was punched several times and kicked several times on the butt. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The 2 fought for dozens of rounds, and I have to say that Kushina was really resistant to beatings and had extremely strong physical strength. I didn't feel tired even after fighting for half a day, and I seemed to be getting stronger and braver every time I fought. Liu Yun's physical strength was a bit unable to keep up, so in order to prevent him from being defeated, he no longer thought about using up his strength. The Uzumaki clan has a perverted physique, and its recovery ability is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. Kushina is not easily beaten, and Liu Yun always just stares at one place and beats him hard. Ah! I won't fight anymore. What a pervert! After being slapped hard on the butt, Kushina couldn't help but scream. The pain was so painful that she almost shed tears. At this moment, she could only see her hands covering her buttocks, and her big tearful eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Haha! I didn't want to fight you in the first place. You were itchy and wanted to be beaten. Liu Yun laughed while panting slightly. You, BD. Kushina's face turned red with anger, and she turned around and ran away the next moment. She was really angry and didn't want to play with this stinky gangster. Hey, where are you going? I still have to practice throwing. Liu Yun said hurriedly from behind. No more practice. Kushina shouted without looking back. Hee. Liu Yun looked at her back and shook his head, laughing, and had no intention of chasing her. It's not too early anyway. Chapter 37, Understand the weaknesses of primary school students and share early profits from comic books. Go to school the next day. Kushina, whose buttocks were slightly swollen after being spanked, got into a tantrum. Liu Yun coaxed her for a while but couldn't calm her down. It wasn't until she saw a bald figure entering the classroom that Kushina couldn't help laughing and reluctantly forgave Liu Yun for his mistake. Sato had been shaved bald by Kunao before. Apart from shaving his head completely, he had no other way to remedy his hairstyle. Kushina pointed at his bald head and laughed fiercely, which made Sato cry several times. After experiencing this incident, the primary school students in the class no longer dare to provoke Lu Yun, a little BD. They may not be afraid of being beaten, let alone scolded. However, if your hair is cut like Sato's, it may be more uncomfortable than killing them. After all, no one wants to be laughed at by others. What primary school students fear most is facing the criticism of other students. It seems that these little bastards also have weaknesses. Looking at the group of honest and peaceful primary school students, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Of course, it is impossible to let that guy Sato settle down. At this moment, he has no weaknesses. Others dare not mess with him, but Sato, he still dares. Unless his hair volume increases again, there is no way he can be expected to stop. In the ideological education class, Lu Yun's eyes were half closed, his hands were placed on his legs, his mind was deep in his stomach, and he was refining chakra as if there was no one else around. He's not in the mood for any bullshit sacrifice spirit, he just wants to do chakra now. This idiot. Kushina on the side was left alone by him, the kind who threw a small ball of paper and didn't even bring it back. A month passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as night fell that day, Wu Shanming took the initiative to visit Lu Yun. The first comic of Dragon Ball first appeared in the world of Hokage, and was well received in various comic book stores in Konoha village, with sales booming. Xiao Liu Yun, this is the early profit dividend of the comic, totaling 100,000 taels. Imagine according to the value of R. Wu Shanming pushed a large stack of banknotes and a profit bill in front of Lu Yun. Asuka, who was sitting next to Liu Yun, was surprised when she saw so much money. She still hasn't realized what happened. Lu Yun scratched the banknotes with his hand, his face showing no emotion or anger. In the eyes of Mother Asuka, her son is just like a little adult. Don't be too little, because currently the comics are only sold in Konoha village and surrounding villages. The publishing house is already stepping up printing day and night. By then, the comics will be sold all over the country and even other countries, and the dividends will naturally be higher than this money is countless times more. Wu Shanming smiled and continued to speak. The popularity of Dragon Ball did not surprise him, because the story itself was very interesting. As long as Lu Yun continues to create an update, it will only be a matter of time before he makes a lot of money from this comic book. I know, thank you Uncle Wu Shanming for making a trip. This is the follow-up to the plot I recently compiled, and there are also portraits of important characters. Liu Yun took out a draft and several portraits from a long box. The portraits of Son Gok, Kame Sennin, Krillin, and others in Dragon Ball were all created by his pen. It can be said that there are very few places where Wu Shanming really needs to use his brain. He earns this money very comfortably. Great! With your draft, the next comic issue will be ready. Wu Shanming was overjoyed. This draft was like a reassurance that he could continue to flex his muscles and write the sequel. After carefully watching the later plot, Wu Shanming was even more happy. The story of Dragon Ball is getting more and more exciting. Although Liu Yun's writing skills are not good, he can still roughly write out the outline and details. He can still draw the comics according to this. In some less important places, Wu Shanming will make fine adjustments in the comics. As long as there are no problems with the general settings, Lu Yun allows him to add some of his own small ideas. For example, female characters. There are 2 faintly exposed spots, and a handful of grass or something is faintly visible. Young people in the ninja world like to watch this kind of thing. At this moment, Jiraiya has not yet written Intimate Love in Heaven. After sending Wu Shanming away, Lu Yun handed the 50,000 taels of banknotes to his mother, Asuka. Give it to me. Asuka stood there blankly holding the banknote. This money can be worth several months of her salary. How did her son get so much money? Well, Mom doesn't have to work hard anymore. I can support you. Lu Yun said with a smile. Ah. Son, how on earth did you get so much money? Asuka's face was full of shock. Liu Yun told everything exactly. Oh my god. You can actually write novels? And you even took the initiative to talk to Wush and Akira about cooperation and creating comics together. Asuka cannot understand this son more and more. My son is simply a child prodigy. Why did it become like this? It seems that after taking off the headband, my brain became different. Could it be that covering your head in the past affected your wisdom? Asuka couldn't figure out the reason, so she started thinking wildly again. She happily accepted the money, and even took the initiative to take a newly released Dragon Ball comic book from Lu Yun, and then happily read the comic book. Originally, Lu Yun didn't want to give her the comic book because it contained little colors added by Akira Ozan. But if he didn't give it to her, the woman would definitely go to the bookstore to buy it from Akira Ozan. In desperation, he could only give a reminder first, put all the blame on Wush and Akira, and showed Asuka the original story. Only then was he cleared of the suspicion that he was a pervert and a lecher. Son, I tell you, you can cooperate with Wu Shanming, but you must not be led astray by him. That guy's head is full of yellow water. What a story has been drawn into a small yellow comic. Asuka lectured angrily while holding a comic book. Did you hear that? Seeing that her son was silent, Asuka hit his head with a comic book. Ah, I know. Liu Yun hugged his head and quickly agreed. You should read less comic books like this in the future. It is not good for the physical and mental health of young people. Yeah, I listened to my mother. Liu Yun showed a well-behaved look, and Asuka smiled happily when she saw this. The day after he got the money, Liu Yun went to the ninja tool shop and bought a lot of training items, such as ninja swords, kunao, shurikens, sandbags, wooden golem stakes and so on. Spending money is like running water, but he doesn't feel bad about it, because money no longer means much to him, and strength is his pursuit. Liu Yun took out an expensive chakra test paper from his pocket and injected his own chakra into the paper. He wants to see his chakra attributes to determine the direction of his next ninjutsu training. Chapter 38 The Development of Chidori, The Gaze of Sunin 2. As Liu Yun injected chakra into the test paper first became wrinkled, and then burned to ashes in an instant. Does it have both thunder and fire attributes? Not bad. Liu Yun showed a satisfied smile. Almost everyone in the Uchiha clan has the fire attribute, and there are also those with dual attributes, and most of them have both thunder and fire attributes, with few exceptions. Liu Yun has dual attributes, and his initial qualifications are pretty good. Next he will major in ninjutsu with both attributes. In terms of fire style, the Great Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, one is a mid-range ninjutsu, and the other is a long-range group attack ninjutsu. The two fire styles are barely enough for now. What he lacks now is melee ninjutsu, and it also needs to be powerful enough, so, lightning style Chidori became his first choice. As for defensive skills? As the saying goes, offense is the best defense, so he doesn't need it for the time being. It's not that easy to figure out lightning style Chidori out of thin air. After all, it's an A-level ninjutsu. If he can know the complete sequence of ninjutsu, he should be able to learn it quickly with Shadow Clone, but at this time Chidori's creator Hotaki Kakashi hasn't even been born yet. If you want to figure out the concept of ninjutsu by yourself, you will inevitably spend a lot of energy and time. I can only ask Shadow Clone to go to school for the time being. When the main body creates Chidori, I can go back to school. Thinking like this, Liu Yun immediately summoned Shadow Clone and started ninjutsu research. Although he didn't know how Chidori did it in the initial stage, Liu Yun thought that the current should appear in the palm of his hand first. One main body and 3 shadow clones were held in for most of the day. Apart from the main body being unable to hold it in and letting out a loud fart, it was unable to hold in even a single electric current. It seems that we can only use seals to guide chakra to transform into electric current. Liu Yun originally thought about whether he could give up forming seals at the beginning and use his strong spiritual thoughts to guide chakra to complete the transformation. Now it seems that he is looking down on himself a little. Use seals to guide the transformation of chakra. This method has been taught in ninja schools. Just like Liu Yun knows how to form seals, he can transform chakra into fire style and spit it out from his mouth. His basic knowledge of magic is pretty good, so he now knows what seals to make to convert chakra into electricity. He used 6 seals to generate electricity from his palms alone. Remember this feeling first, and then try to gradually simplify it later. Chidori seems to have only 3 seals, but it would be of little use to let Liu Yun know about them at this moment. Because the 3 seals are simplified madra after people have fully mastered this technique. Before mastering ninjutsu, it was impossible to use Chidori with 3 seals. Days passed, and after Liu Yun completed his physical exercise tasks every day, he spent most of the remaining time working on lightning style and Chidori. Half a month later, because his hands were wrapped with electric current for a long time, his palms suffered some damage. Liu Yun was afraid of leaving any hidden dangers or hidden injuries. So he was forced to suspend Chidori's research and development tasks. Moreover, the end of the semester is approaching in the ninja school, and a long summer vacation is about to begin. 2 days later, Liu Yun himself went to ninja school to take the final exam. There will be a series of assessments today. When he returns to school after today, he will be a glorious 6th grade college student. On this day, 3rd Hokage put aside his busy work and personally sat in the ninja school to supervise the assessment work of teachers at all levels. Because he is the principal of the ninja school, he doesn't have to be away on weekdays, but he has to appear during the final exams and the opening ceremony of the new students. 3rd Hokage brought 3 direct disciples here today. They are now sitting in the principal's office, gathered in front of a crystal ball, watching the graduation assessment of the 6th grade students. When students graduate, they usually take one of the 3 ninjutsu skills. As long as their ninjutsu talent is not too poor, it is generally very simple to successfully graduate from a ninja school. Orochimaru, where are you going? Jiraiya, who was looking at the crystal ball, looked at Orochimaru, who suddenly stood up and left and asked. I'm a bit bored, just strolling around. Orochimaru waved his hand without looking back. Not long after Orochimaru left, Tsunade also stood up from her seat and walked out of the principal's office. Tsunade, do you want? None of your business. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, Tsunade cursed impatiently. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya's master and apprentice looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. I'm going to see what they want to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his back and said nothing. Orochimaru walked casually in the ninja school, but finally stopped at the window of 5th grade class 1. Those snake-like eyes looked carefully at Liu Yun, who was working hard on the test paper. As if aware of his gaze, Liu Yun suddenly raised his head and looked toward the window, and their eyes met together instantly. Funny Uchiha brat. Looking at the slightly surprised expression, Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. What are you doing here? Tsunade suddenly walked up to Orochimaru. Nothing, come and see an interesting little guy. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, and both of them kept their voices low, not wanting to disturb the students who were working on the questions in the room. Funny little guy? You mean Kushina? Tsunade was a little surprised. 501 was Kushina's class, she knew this. At this moment, she came over to see Kushina and her little roommate. When she looked over at this moment, Kushina and Liu Yun seemed to have not noticed her arrival, and were both minding their own questions. No. Orochimaru replied in the negative. No? Then you are. Tsunade was surprised for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and read out a name with some uncertainty. Uchiha, Ryujin. Hey? You actually know him too. Now it was Orochimaru's turn to be surprised. Hey! What are you two guys doing sneaking around here? Just when the two wanted to have an in-depth communication, Jiraiya's arrival instantly made them frown and become silent. His voice was a bit loud and even disturbed some students in the classroom. Teacher Oda came out to check and made a hissing gesture. Fool! With a livid face, Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and dragged him away. You idiot, don't you know you can't affect the candidates? 30 minutes later, the final written examination ended, and all the candidates in 501 came to a corner of the playground. The final exam still includes an assessment of throwing techniques, and this item is even more important than the 3 body techniques of ninja. Regardless of whether you are in 5th grade or 6th grade, instructors at all levels will focus on the concealed weapon throwing technique. People who can't throw kunao and shuriken well will be a burden on the battlefield in the future, and will only waste expensive strategic materials. People like this are not even worthy of having Konoha's forehead protector. If you are not good at the 3 body techniques and have no ninjutsu talent, Konoha may still take a look at your strengths elsewhere, refer to Dai, Kai, and Lee, and allow you to graduate and become a ninja. But if you can't even pass the throwing technique, then Konoha might not even look at you. Chapter 39 The impressive Kushina. The reason why she has mixed hair is because of her Senjua bloodline. In this throwing skill assessment, everyone has the opportunity to throw 10 concealed weapons, and the target distance has been increased from the original 20 meters to 30 meters. Since it was the last assessment at the end of the semester, all the candidates seemed a little nervous. After all, if their results were too poor, they might be kicked out of the ninja school. The rules of the ninja school are very cruel, but the original work did not reveal them. The higher the level, the fewer students there will be. In the class where Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the original work, was placed, no one was a poor student at all. Students who reach 6th grade generally have their own strengths, and most of them can graduate successfully. At that time, only Naruto became the exception due to the influence of Nine Tails Chakra. Don't be nervous. My brother has taught you throwing skills for so long. You can easily handle today's test. Liu Yun saw Kushina on the side silent and trembling slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny. What are you talking about? How can I be nervous? My aunt is very excited now, okay. It's finally my turn, and I want to get perfect marks today. Kushina clenched her fists with excitement on her face. Under Liu Yun's long-term and patient guidance, her throwing skills are now able to hit the target with perfect accuracy. Today is the time to impress everyone with her. Number 18, Uzumaki Kushina. Soon, the examiner called Kushina's name. 5 kunao and 5 shurikens were thrown out of Kushina's hands one after another. As a series of hits sounded, all the primary school students present couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! How come Stinky Tomato's throwing skills have improved so quickly? All 10 shots hit the target. Kushina hit all 10 shots, 9 of them hit the target, 1 shuriken shot was slightly off, and the total score was -98 points. The examiner announced the score loudly. His words caused an uproar. No one expected that Kushina would get this score. Even Minato looked in disbelief. Because concealed weapon throwing is not Kushina's strength at all. Why has this guy's throwing skills improved so much? Many people are puzzled by this. Ha ha ha. You are so dumbfounded. Although she didn't get full marks, Kushina couldn't help laughing when she heard the surprised comments from all her classmates. Especially Sato and the other elementary school students, when they saw the pride on Kushina's face, their expressions instantly became extremely ugly, as if they had swallowed a piece of mouse droppings. Well done, Kushina! Suddenly, a woman's shout came from the playground. Everyone heard the sound and looked around, and instantly saw the figure of Lord 3DO. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya have been watching their side. Ah! Sister Tsunade! Kushina was very surprised to meet Tsunade in school. However, since she was in class, she couldn't go over to say hello, so she could only wave to him. Liu Yun knew that Sunan was looking at him, and he felt a little stressed and nervous about it. He didn't know who the other party was looking at, but he always felt like he was being watched. Number 19, Uchiha Liu Yun. When his name was called, Liu Yun let out a breath, then picked up the hidden weapon in the barrel. Liu Yun threw out 5 kunao one after another, then held 2 shurikens in his left hand and 3 shurikens in his right hand, and threw out the 5 kunao at the same time. Among the 10 hidden weapons, the main one is Yi. This move really surprised many primary school students. Uchiha Liu Yun, all 10 shots hit, 4 hits the bullseye, the overall score is -94 points. A very good result, and some students at the scene also gave applause. You guy. Kushina crossed her arms and looked dissatisfied. Liu Yun has clearly mastered throwing skills in private, but when it comes to serious occasions, he has to hide his clumsiness. In fact, it can't be said that he is completely clumsy, he just performs a little better than ordinary people. Anyway, it makes Kushina feel very uncomfortable. Hehe. Orochimaru, who was watching the show, suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Tsunade asked curiously, and Jiraiya immediately looked over. The performance of this Uchiha tribe member is actually very average, and his abilities are not much different from other Uchiha children. It is normal for the Uchiha clan to be good at throwing. This kid is hiding his clumsiness. Hide your clumsiness? Impossible, right? You already have a score of 94, is it still necessary to hide your clumsiness? There is not much difference between 94 points and 100 points. Why not get full points? Besides, how can a child be so thoughtful? Jiraiya thinks Orochimaru thinks too much. I saw with my own eyes before that he defeated 7 Uchiha brats of the same age by himself. Orochimaru revealed this information directly. The expressions of the two people changed instantly when they heard this. Really or not? Jiraiya's face was full of surprise. Although the Uchiha family has a poor reputation in Konoha, its strength is indeed considered top-notch. Even in the ninja school, the children of this family are much better than the children of other families. The seemingly thin and weak Uchiha in front of me actually has the strength of 1 against 7, and the ones he defeated were all people of the same race. So what is his real strength? If Orochimaru is not lying, then this kid is probably hiding his clumsiness. Because in the ninja school, Uchiha's strongest skill is concealed weapon throwing. If this kid has that kind of strength, he shouldn't only get a score of 94. I see, that day was indeed not an illusion. Tsunade whispered subconsciously. What are you talking about? Orochimaru asked with a frown. It's nothing. I also think that guy is hiding his clumsiness. Kushina has been following him recently. The reason why his throwing skills have improved so much must be because of his guidance. Tsunade told what she knew. Even Kushina, who is not good at throwing, can score 98 points. Will Uchiha, who often stays with her, be worse than her? Have you investigated him? Orochimaru asked again. Well, his father, Uchiha Sheng, was a chunin and died heroically 2 years ago. His mother, Asuka, was an ordinary person. But speaking of it, his mother is still somewhat related to our Senju clan. Tsunade investigated his background thoroughly, and there were some things that even Liu Yun himself didn't know. Is there still a small amount of Senju blood? No wonder the hair color is different from ordinary people. Even the blood of the Uchiha clan cannot completely dye his hair. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh and tease. A man from the Uchiha clan would actually find a Senju woman to start a family. This kind of thing is only possible after the Senju clan hides their surname as a branch house. From this point of view, Tsunade can also understand why the Liu Yun family took the initiative to move away from the Uchiha clan, because being squeezed out is inevitable. Why are you investigating people for no reason? Jiraiya was now curious as to why these two people were interested in the same Uchiha kid. It's none of your business. A grown man can be ADK all day long. Tsunade glared at him fiercely. Hey, you don't want to be targeted like this. Orochimaru asks you if you are not ADK, but if I ask you, you will become ADK. Jiraiya put on an aggrieved look of I'm very hurt, but Tsunade obviously didn't accept this. I won't tell you. What's wrong? Chapter 40 Find a time to assassinate Sato? I'm very angry now. Next, Namikaze Minato. As a very popular genius boy in the class, Minato caused a lot of cheers as soon as he appeared on the scene. And he lived up to expectations. All 10 shots of the hidden weapon hit the target, and achieved a perfect score. Other people's 10-shot concealed weapon can be fired in 10 shots, but he is better. He can fire all 10 concealed weapons in 4 shots, and he can all hit the target accurately. His throwing movements are fast and elegant, clean, and extremely handsome. This move fascinated many girls in the same class, and even many boys couldn't help but applaud, including Lu Yun at this moment. That boy is quite outstanding. Who among you two knows his name? Jiraiya looked at Minato and became interested instantly. Minato Namikaze is a rare little genius, a man of the year who has always been ranked number 1 in his grade. He seems to be quite popular. Orochimaru commented. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya remembered the name. Minato, this guy is really handsome since he was little. Liu Yun couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Namikaze Minato's ability and charm. They were indeed outstanding. If he didn't secretly play involution, he might really be outmatched by the other party. What's so great? Liu Yun can also hit with collision-style kunao combos. Kushina whispered, dissatisfaction written all over her face. She scored 98 points, and not many people applauded and cheered for her. Lu Yun scored 94 points, and not many people applauded and cheered for him. When it was Minato's turn to come on the stage, even before he made a shot, there was a large group of people cheering for him. She did not deny that Minato was extremely popular, but she always believed that Liu Yun was better than him. It's just that this old six is too insignificant and refuses to do anything in front of outsiders. Except for the chatter. Look at Minato, and then look at you now. You were quite popular before, so why are you becoming less and less popular? Kushina glared at Lu Yun with hatred. Lu Yun didn't expect that he would be shot even while lying down. The next moment, he was seen holding the back of his head with both hands and gave the reason. We are now the famous black and red demons in the school. They all say that I am your little brother. That grandson of Sato, he went around telling others that I was your child, and no one bothered to play with me. Can you blame me for not being popular? Hearing Lu Yun say this, Kushina's face instantly blushed. She felt really embarrassed. The point is, don't you feel embarrassed if this guy says this now? He's too thick-skinned. When Kushina raised her eyes and saw Liu Yun's indifferent attitude, she couldn't help but get angry. Are you just going to let him talk nonsense? Don't you dare to take the initiative to beat him. Beat me, don't you know if it will help? Lu Yun looked helpless. Kushina was speechless for a moment. Let's wait and see if we can find a chance to do it to him later. As Lu Yun spoke, he also made a motion of raising and lowering the knife with his hand. Seeing Lu Yun's serious attitude, Kushina was instantly frightened. She quickly grabbed Lu Yun's arm to tell him not to be impulsive. No, anyone who insults me will be punished no matter how long it takes. Liu Yun said in a deep voice with a straight face. Seeing that Liu Yun even shouted the slogan even if it takes a long time, he will be punished. He must have been really angry. Kushina was frightened for a while and hurriedly offered words of comfort. No, it's not, that BCH is hateful, but his crime is not worthy of death. Calm down, don't do stupid things, and don't be as knowledgeable as him. Kushina held Lu Yun's arm and forced a smile. Her little heart was so frightened that she was really afraid that Lu Yun would go and assassinate Sato during her summer vacation. If you really do that, then something could be very wrong. Don't you want to know him? It's too late. Liu Yun snorted coldly and stared at Sato among the crowd. I'm very angry right now. Sato suddenly felt an inexplicable chill coming over him, and he couldn't help but shiver. Ah, you, calm down. Kushina hurriedly held his cheeks with both hands to prevent Liu Yun from continuing to look at Sato, lest he really lost control. How about I help you beat him up? Just let it out, you can't really do something stupid. Are you caring about me? Feeling the warmth in Kushina's hand, Lu Yun suddenly changed the topic. His eyes were sincere and played with ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face instantly turned from white to red. Hey, what are they doing? Jiraiya seemed to have seen something interesting and exclaimed in excitement. You are holding your cheeks together and blushing shyly. Could it be that you are going to kiss me in the next moment? Shut up. Before Jiraiya could finish his words, he was punched out by Tsunade. Her face looked a little ugly at this moment. Kushina is her sister, puppy love cannot be left alone. After cleaning up Jiraiya, Tsunade angrily wanted to find trouble with Liu Yun, but the next moment she was grabbed by Orochimaru's arm. Don't disturb the children's exams. Things shouldn't be what that idiot Jiraiya thinks. Sure enough, as his words fell, Kushina's feeling of ambiguity disappeared. Because someone looked at that big, rosy face so close at hand and couldn't hold it in anymore, so he suddenly started laughing. Kushina found out that she had been deceived again, and was so angry that she beat Liu Yun until she ran away with her head in her arms regardless of the occasion. After the last outdoor class ended, all the students returned to the classroom. Teacher Xiaotian had already marked the test papers during their outdoor class, and each student also received their final evaluation. Liu Yun and Kushina are both top students, while Minato is one of the rare top students. Xiaotian finished assigning summer homework and said his final goodbyes to all the students. After he left, some of the students couldn't wait to run out of the school, while others stayed in the classroom to say goodbye to their classmates. Liu Yun, Kushina, see you next semester. Before Minato was about to go home with his school bag on his back, he took the initiative to say hello. Yeah, see you next semester. Liu Yun smiled and stretched out his palm towards him. Minato smiled slightly and stretched out his palm to hold it with him. See you next semester, Minato-kun. Kushina bowed slightly, but this time she didn't show off her face. After all, she was a polite girl. After Minato left, Kushina stopped pretending to be a lady and kicked Liu Yun directly in the calf, causing him to grin in pain. Hiss, it's dirty. I've already admitted my mistake. I just got beaten up by you again. Why don't you feel relieved? What are your plans for the holidays? Kushina ignored his resentment, put her hands on her hips and asked proactively. What other arrangements can be made? Of course we will continue to practice. Lu Yun replied subconsciously, rubbing his calf. In a few days, I will teach you sealing techniques. Well, you should have taught me a long time ago. Then I won't teach. Then I won't teach you tree climbing and shadow clone either. You dare. Kushina clenched her fists loudly. Outside the school gate, the two waved goodbye to each other. For them, there was plenty of time to get together during the holidays, so naturally there would be no special feelings. Just as Liu Yun was walking home, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Oh, what a DK, foolish hater. Chapter 41 The Curious Snake. The dazzling electric light gathered in the palm of the hand. Jun Liu Yun, do you want to go home now? It's still early, do you want to find a place to chat? Lu Yun was very surprised that Orochimaru would take the initiative to invite him, but in the end he nodded and followed Orochimaru to a remote place with beautiful scenery. Jun Liuyun, can you tell me why you hide your strength? Orochimaru Gate of Opening got straight to the point and took the initiative to ask questions in his mind. What are you hiding your strength from? Lu Yun looked at him with a blank look on his face, as if he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Orochimaru stared into his eyes quietly, his snake-like pupils making Lu Yun feel very scared. What are you afraid of? What are you worried about? Orochimaru asked again. A young man with a very clean family background. He has strength that far exceeds that of his peers, but he has never shown off his appearance. He is too low-key. This uncharacteristic behavior successfully aroused Orochimaru's curiosity, and he wanted to know why Liu Yun was so wary. Liu Yun wanted to say that he was just afraid of you, but then he thought about it. Orochimaru was quite famous in Konoha at this time, so there seemed to be no need to guard against him at the moment. Moreover, having exposed his strength before and was seen by the other party, it seemed a bit redundant to pretend to be stupid. He really couldn't find any suitable reason to fool him. Who would have thought that you could encounter Orochimaru in such a remote place? Okay. Since Mr. Liu Yun doesn't want to say it, I don't want to force it either. Seeing that Liu Yun didn't answer for a long time, Orochimaru took the initiative to give him a step. Have Liu Yun-kun been practicing lightning-style ninjutsu recently? As soon as these words came out, Liu Yun's pupils unconsciously shrank a bit. When he was practicing Chidori, in order to better control chakra, he would usually turn on the Sharingan. Is it possible that all his secrets have been discovered by Orochimaru? No, that's not right. Lu Yun subconsciously looked at his right hand, which had an inconspicuous electric shock scar. Did you deduce it from the scars on my hands? He didn't expect Orochimaru to be so attentive. Yes. In the end, Lu Yun nodded after some careful consideration and admitted it voluntarily. Haha, can you tell me what lightning-style ninjutsu you are learning? Ninjutsu, which requires touching thunder and lightning with the palm of the hand, is not unheard of in the ninja world, but it is definitely rare. Orochimaru's curiosity was successfully aroused again. I've recently been trying to develop a melee lightning-style ninjutsu, but the current progress is not going well. Liu Yun scratched his head and smiled. You actually want to develop a new ninjutsu? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, with a look of surprise in his snake eyes. Just passing the time when I'm bored. Lu Yun replied with a smile. Haha. Liu Yun-kun's thoughts are really unpredictable. Orochimaru suddenly licked the corner of his mouth. This is a subconscious action when he is extremely excited. It is extremely difficult for Jainin to create ninjutsu, because it requires extremely rich knowledge and experience in ninjutsu. How dare you, a primary school student, brazenly say that you want to develop ninjutsu? Moreover, what he developed was the extremely difficult lightning style. Lu Yun not only wanted to develop the lightning style, but also wanted to make the lightning style ninjutsu, which was originally only suitable for mid-range and long-range combat, into a melee combat. Lightning style is suitable for close combat. In the ninja world, only the lightning style armor of the Land of Thunder can achieve this. If other people heard Lu Yun's brazen words, they would probably treat him as a child's joke and dismiss him. But Liu Yun is facing Orochimaru at the moment. As long as he is interested in you, no matter how outrageous you say, his first reaction will not be to question. Lu Yun-kun, can you tell me your thoughts on the new lightning style technique? Maybe I can help you. Orochimaru spoke sincerely. Before being brutally tortured by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru's greatest interest was studying various ninjutsu, and his greatest wish was to learn all the techniques in the world. Liu Yun's words hit his itchy spot. Of course. With Orochimaru-sama's guidance, I think the difficulties of the new technique will be solved soon. A look of surprise appeared on Liu Yun's face. If the current Orochimaru is willing to guide him, that might be a good thing. It turns out that Liu Yun really planned to guard against Orochimaru, because in the original work, there were countless children who were used as pawns by Orochimaru, and the number of children who ended up being abandoned was too many to count. Not everyone can make Orochimaru give willingly without asking for anything in return, like Urshu. Even for Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru wanted to use him as a container for reincarnation in the early stage, so he tried his best to cultivate him. Therefore, Liu Yun always believes that it is necessary to remain vigilant against Orochimaru. According to his understanding of Orochimaru in the original work, this guy is not only extremely curious, but also has a special hobby. That is, he likes to abduct and train gifted children, especially those who can interest him. The current flow of clouds aroused his strong interest. Ninjutsu research and young genius, the two buffs were already stacked, and it was too late for him to get away. Instead of doing this, it is better to accept this non-venomous snake. During this period, Orochimaru was both physically and mentally healthy. It was only after he witnessed the death of his disciple Naoki and Kato Dan that his mind began to gradually become distorted and abnormal. At present, Orochimaru seems to have no reason to harm him, so Liu Yun temporarily lowers his mental guard. I want to create a lightning-style ninjutsu that can be attached to the palm of my hand, and use it with extreme speed to achieve the effect of thrusting at close range. As Liu Yun spoke, he formed seals with his hands, and soon a dazzling electric current appeared in his palms. As he increased the release of chakra, the current gradually increased and increased. Orochimaru looked at this scene with a horrified face. The current situation was beyond his imagination. He did not expect that a primary school student could have such powerful control of chakra. Logically speaking, this kind of theory and knowledge is indeed taught in ninja schools, but the control methods, climbing trees and treading water, are not taught easily. Because children have very little chakra in their bodies, and they do not have the mental power to control chakra. Being able to extract enough chakra is considered mentally strong. How did Liu Yun do this? He couldn't even imagine and do it by concentrating the electric current in the palm of his hand. As the current became more and more dazzling, Orochimaru originally thought he would witness a miracle, but he didn't expect Liu Yun to suddenly stop the chakra's output. Holding up his scarred palms, Liu Yun sincerely asked for advice. Master Orochimaru, how can you control the power of thunder and lightning that can penetrate the enemy's body without getting hurt in the palm of your hand? Chapter 42 Chidori's Difficulties and Reasons for Failure. The electric current that Liu Yun is using at this moment is far from the ability to penetrate objects. This is not because he does not have enough chakra, but because his palms will be injured by the electric current. This point puzzles Liu Yun. The original Kakashi doesn't seem to have this problem. This is the difficulty Liu Yun is currently facing. This difficulty needs to be overcome before Chidori can be developed. Thunder itself is a force that is extremely difficult to control. It is theoretically difficult to make it attach to the palm of your hand and have the penetrating power of thunder without hurting yourself. Orochimaru couldn't think of how to solve the difficulties raised by Liu Yun. Liu Yun was not surprised by this. After all, Chidori is also an A-level ninjutsu, with a difficulty level comparable to Rei's Nan. The original work only briefly mentions a few strokes. The key issues still need to be explored by themselves. Now he handed this problem to Orochimaru, hoping that the ninjutsu master could help him figure it out. Write down the order of the seals you just made. I'll go back and study it. Come find me at my house tomorrow morning. Liu Yun was making extremely fast seals just now, and there were many seal styles. He didn't look at it carefully, so he asked Liu Yun to write it down. Liu Yun nodded and took out pen and paper from his school bag. Orochimaru also reported his home address at this time. Taking the paper, Orochimaru looked at the seal on it thoughtfully. He and Liu Yun chatted for a few more words before leaving. The new ninjutsu aroused his interest, and he felt that there was a possibility of success, so he couldn't wait to learn about it and try it. Liu Yun returned home and put down his school bag. After exchanging a few words with Asuka, who had resigned and was raising flowers at home, he strode out of the house. He jogged all the way from home to Konoha Hospital, and then paid to register and find a medical ninja. My palm was injured by electric shock. Please use medical ninjutsu to help me treat it. Lu Yun took the initiative to tell him about his injuries. Let my sister see. The female medical ninja carefully looked at her palm and determined that it was indeed an electric shock injury. She immediately used medical ninjutsu to start treatment. Little brother, how did you get injured like this? And judging from the look of the palm, it shouldn't have been caused on the first day, right? The female medical ninja asked with a frown while treating. Yeah, sister's guess is good, but I can't reveal the specific reason. Lu Yun replied with a smile. The kunoichi was slightly surprised by Lu Yun's answer. She just nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun felt that the pain in his palm had significantly subsided. Sister, I just saw that medical ninjas are being recruited in the hospital lobby. Do you have to be a genin to learn medical ninjutsu? Out of curiosity about medical ninjutsu, Lu Yun raised this question. What? Is my little brother interested in medical ninjutsu? Yeah, I am indeed interested. I think medical ninjas are angels in the ninja world. Liu Yun flattered the kunoichi a little. Haha. If my little brother doesn't pursue powerful ninjutsu, why would he want to learn medical ninjutsu? If you want to be a medical ninja, you must have a forehead protector. Even if you are not a ninja, you may not have a chakra. How can you learn medical ninjutsu? The kunoichi replied with a smile. Is that so? Liu Yun whispered, he really wanted to learn the medical ninjutsu. After all, he had many skills but was not overwhelmed, and the medical ninjutsu was still very useful at critical moments. Moreover, his own mental power is very strong, and with the help of Shadow Clone, he can learn everything very quickly, and there is no need to worry about lack of energy. Especially now that we have summer vacation, we can prepare a few more spiritual practices. It's a pity that medical ninjutsu requires a ninja status to sign up. If you want to learn it, you probably have to wait until you get a Konoha forehead protector. It's cured. Soon, the kunoichi healed Liu Yun's injuries. Your injury is not serious, but it is best to reduce hand activities to avoid injuring your palms again. The young lady reminded kindly. There are many calluses on Liu Yun's hands and they are also very rough. At first glance, he is not a simple little boy. Okay, thank you, miss. I will pay attention. Liu Yun bowed slightly and stood up to say goodbye. It was impossible for him to give up on Chidori's research and development. The next morning, Lu Yun completed his daily morning exercise tasks as usual. He went home, had breakfast, and then hurried to Orochimaru's mansion. Orochimaru is a war orphan. He is the only one living in his family. The mansion he lives in is not small, and the location is also very remote. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the area where his home is located happens to be very close to Konoha's mausoleum cemetery. Orochimaru-sama. When Liu Yun saw Orochimaru, he bowed and bowed. No need to be polite, come in quickly. Orochimaru waved, and the two of them came to the garden together. Lu Yun saw many strange snakes in the garden, all of which were colorful and made people feel numb. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the snakes in the garden immediately scattered to various corners and disappeared. I have already understood the new technique yesterday. I have to say, Liu Yun-kun, you are really a ninjutsu genius. You have already initially understood the shape changes and property changes of chakra at a young age. Orochimaru couldn't help but praise, but Liu Yun didn't feel much emotion when hearing these words. After all, he was just copying the homework. The original work Kakashi has explained the concept of chakra's nature changes and morphological changes more than once. With the various ninjutsu knowledge in the school, it is not difficult for Liu Yun to understand it. He invested a lot of time and energy in the research and development of Chidori, and a large part of this energy was based on studying the changes in the properties and morphology of chakra. If you want to create Chidori, these 2 points are considered basic premises. Even though Lu Yun's performance yesterday of gathering electric current with his hands seemed very simple, in the eyes of a ninjutsu expert like Orochimaru, performing this method requires extremely high ninjutsu attainments. Only Orochimaru, who had a thorough understanding of this new technique, could realize how extraordinary the elementary school student in front of him was. Liu Yun's understanding of chakra and ninjutsu is far beyond that of his peers. The two are not on the same level at all, and being outstanding is no longer enough to describe his specialness. He is like an alien hidden among the crowd. Even if he has been among ordinary people all year round, he cannot be seen through. This is extremely scary when you think about it carefully. Even Orochimaru has some inexplicable fear about it. If he hadn't happened to see Lu Yun defeat 7 Uchiha disciples, he probably wouldn't have known that the ninja school would hide such an alien. I'm already aware of the difficulties you mentioned yesterday. In fact, there's no problem with your new technique. Basically, ninjutsu and Indian style don't have much of a problem either. The reason why you hurt yourself is because you are too conservative. Of course, it may also be because your chakra is insufficient, which prevents the new technique from being formed. Hearing what Orochimaru said, Liu Yun quickly asked for the specific reason. Chapter 43 Chidori's first release. Orochimaru wants to take on another apprentice? Now you try the new technique again, and then listen to my command. Orochimaru motioned to Ryun to try Chidori again. Good. Lu Yun quickly formed seals with his hands, and soon arcs of electricity appeared in his palms. Increasing the output of chakra is the key to this technique. Don't be stingy with chakra at this time. Do not allow the arc to fully expand, otherwise your palm will be injured. Orochimaru suddenly reminded loudly, and upon hearing what he said, Lu Yun instantly realized his mistake. I see. He didn't realize this before and always had reservations when exerting force. It turned out that this was the reason why he kept failing. It was a very simple reason, but because no one pointed it out, it troubled Lu Yun for a long time. After realizing this moment, Liu Yun immediately did not dare to hesitate and save energy, and all the chakra in his body gathered in the palm of his hand in the form of an explosion. Gradually, arcs of electricity began to emit harsh thunderous sounds, and the power of the technique was fully demonstrated for the first time. This level of thunder power. Orochimaru's pupils shrank unconsciously, and the snakes hiding in the darkness around him were frightened by the bursts of thunder and fled in all directions. Ha ha ha, finally looks good. Lu Yunping raised the thunder ball in his hand and laughed loudly. Although the chakra in his body was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye, he couldn't help but be happy. The previous electric arc didn't scream at all, but now this is the true meaning of Chidori. What a dazzling light! Orochimaru subconsciously squinted his eyes, mentally defining this bright light as a flaw because it would cause the caster to have partial visual blind spots, which could easily be exploited and targeted by the enemy. And this piercing thunder sound is also a ninjutsu flaw. Your ninjutsu has just been launched, and people already know that you are going to use your ultimate move. Fools all know to be on guard against you, and at worst, they will get out of the way. Come on. See how powerful it is. Orochimaru pointed to a large strange stone placed in the garden. Liu Yun squinted his eyes, took a few steps and rushed to the front of Kishi at a very fast speed. The dazzling hand knife struck forward with great force, terrifying thunder and lightning poured out in an instant, and the huge strange stone exploded in response. Nice power! Orochimaru couldn't help but clapped his hands and praised. Lu Yun looked at the palm of his hand that held the thunder. There was only a slight injury there. Such damage was unavoidable, but it was completely acceptable. The massive loss of chakra made him gasp for breath, and he could only release 3 such attacks to his death. Of course, once you fully master this technique and use chakra more appropriately and skillfully, the consumption will probably not be so great. Chidori is very powerful, but its flaws are also very obvious. Many handprints and strong light and strong noise and huge consumption and fixed attack route, these are all Chidori's flaws. Although the new technique has great flaws, Orochimaru still considers it a successful ninjutsu. Ryuun-kun, you created this ninjutsu, have you decided what to call it? Orochimaru smiled and licked the corner of his mouth. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun answered with a smile, just call me Chidori. The piercing thunder is like thousands of Chidori chirping at the same time. You really know how to name it. Orochimaru praised him without hesitation. Sorry, Kakashi. Liu Yun silently mourned for 3 seconds in his heart. The chakra theoretical knowledge involved in this new technique is very complex. Based on the difficulty of learning this technique, Orochimaru defined it as an A-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Lu Yun-kun, can you tell me why you thought of creating this ninjutsu? And who taught you the knowledge of ninjutsu? Orochimaru doesn't think that the knowledge of ninjutsu taught in school can support him in creating an A-level advanced ninjutsu. He feels that there should be someone behind Liu Yun. To be honest, when my father was on a mission, he accidentally obtained a ninjutsu code from the corpse of an enemy ninja. Since he did not have thunder attributes and the ninjutsu was incomplete, the code has been stored in the warehouse at home. My mother found this code while cleaning up the warehouse. I saw that ninjutsu is powerful, and I happen to have the lightning attribute, so I came up with the idea of perfecting this lightning-style ninjutsu. Liu Yun said the excuse that came to his mind last night. The reason is not very real, but it can be regarded as an explanation. Orochimaru nodded, with no serious intention. Lu Yunjun can figure out a complete high-level ninjutsu with just a fragment of the scroll. Such ninjutsu talent should not be buried. I wonder if Liu Yun-kun wants to learn more ninjutsu? If so, I can teach you. Hearing this, Lu Yun immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected that Orochimaru would want to accept him as his disciple. You must know that he is now the master of Konoha Crown Prince Nawaki. What? Don't you want Liu Yun-kun? Seeing him frozen in place, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little funny. No. I do. Liu Yun spoke immediately after reacting. With Orochimaru, the future Sunin, to guide him, he will definitely avoid many detours in the process of his cultivation and growth. At the moment, the benefits far outweigh the risks. Lu Yun just thought about it for a moment and figured out the pros and cons. The opportunity was rare and he couldn't miss it. Teacher, please bow to me as a disciple. Bending his body forward, Lu Yun directly performed a bowing ceremony. Haha. I didn't say I would accept you as my disciple. Orochimaru laughed and said something that embarrassed Lu Yun. Orochimaru has been having nothing to do recently, and he just wanted to guide Naoshu in his practice, and at the same time, he could also give Liu Yun some advice. After all, this is a very valuable piece of material that can be made. Although Orochimaru has no plans to accept any more apprentices for the time being, he is still determined to help him become a talented person. School is on summer vacation. If Mr. Liu Yun feels that the vacation is too boring and wants to learn ninjutsu, you can come to me. If you have any questions about ninjutsu or other practices, you can come and ask me at any time. Orochimaru left his contact information and even proactively gave him a communication white snake, which he could use to transmit information when necessary to prevent Liu Yun from being unable to find anyone. The two sat in the garden and chatted for a long time. Orochimaru taught him how to simplify the lightning-style Chidori's hand seals and explained to him the various flaws of Chidori. Liu Yun listened very carefully. In fact, he himself was also aware of Chidori's shortcomings. The extreme speed of dash produced when using Chidori, as well as the visual blind spots caused by the bright light of lightning, can be solved by turning on the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Orochimaru found the most troublesome point, but Liu Yun already had the conditions to crack it. He didn't dare to say anything about owning the 3 Megatama Sharingan for the time being. Here is a ninjutsu scroll about the basic knowledge of lightning style. It contains the training experience of previous generations. You can take it home and read it. It will be helpful for you to fully master Chidori. Orochimaru threw a scroll to Liu Yun. He felt that Liu Yun's thunder attribute chakra's property changes and shape changes were not done well enough, which would make ninjutsu more difficult to form and consume more money. The knowledge in the scroll can help Liu Yun better control Chidori. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Liu Yun took the scroll and immediately bowed 90 degrees. His smile under his hair looked a little sinister. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. Although he felt that this title was a bit inappropriate, he felt that it was more pleasant to the ears than "oh, what the hell." Chapter 44 A Terrible Way to Make Money? After leaving Orochimaru's mansion, Liu Yun returned home and sat on the corridor, reading the ninjutsu scroll. After Asuka finished watering the flowers and plants in the yard, she took the initiative to lean next to him. My son used to like reading comics, but now he always likes to read scrolls, and all he reads is about learning knowledge about ninjas and ninjutsu. I don't even sleep now because I am doing nothing but practicing all day long. In the past, I would occasionally go out to hang out with friends, but now social interaction seems to have stopped. Son, do you want to go out and play with your classmates? Give yourself a break occasionally. Isn't it a bit boring to practice every day? Asuka said tentatively. What kind of vacation? Aren't schools already on summer vacation? Liu Yun answered casually while looking at the scroll without raising his head. Mom is telling you not to work too hard. You can make progress, but you should take a break occasionally. Liu Yun raised his eyebrows when he heard this, tilted his head and looked at Asuka with a strange expression. Didn't you always advise me to be less lazy and study more in the past? Why have you completely changed your tune now? I even doubt whether you are my biological mother. Liu Yun turned back to Tiangang and asked directly, and the last words of confused made Asuka fall into self-doubt. That's right. Didn't you always expect him to work harder and study hard before? My son is obedient now, why do I? It turns out that not only her son has changed, but she herself has also changed. Before, she doubted whether the other party was her biological son, but now they doubt whether she is her biological mother. Is it the same reason? People will always change, no one is the same, it's just the size of the change that varies. Asuka felt like she was enlightened. If you have nothing to do, go chat with your aunts or go shopping. Liu Yun continued to lower his head and read the scroll. How can I go shopping and chat with a lazy person like me every day? Everyone has to work. Asuka muttered. Liu Yun now relies on the royalties from her manuscripts, which is more than enough to support her family. She no longer has to work hard in a hot factory in the summer. But she was not used to quitting her job. She was a little bored at home every day. She didn't know how to pass the time. Grow flowers, plant grass, if it doesn't work, just go and set up a store. You can do a small business or something. Liu Yun gave the suggestion casually. His mother was just too busy. Find something to do for her to pass the time so that she would not nag in his ears all the time. This is a good suggestion. Asuka's eyes lit up. I will go out to look for it later to see if there is any suitable small business to start. Hearing that his mother was interested in doing business, Liu Yun suddenly had an idea. Actually, I know 2 good small businesses. I wonder, Mom, if you want to try them. After hearing this, Asuka became interested instantly. What kind of small business? Tell me. You can open a flower shop, selling chrysanthemums, carnations, and lilies. Flower shop. This is a good idea, but why do you want to sell these kinds of flowers? Asuka's face was full of confusion. Liu Yun shook his head and laughed but did not answer. What's the other business? Asuka thinks that the flower shop business can be done, but she wants to know what the other business is. You can also open a clothing store or garment factory, mainly selling and manufacturing morning clothes, black clothes. What? Asuka was surprised for a while, and when she reacted, she was immediately blushing with anger. You silly kid, what are all these messy thoughts in your head? Asuka pinched Liu Yun's ears and scolded her. Chrysanthemums are given to the dead, carnations are given to the injured and sick, and black clothes are the clothes that must be worn when mourning the dead. Neither of the two businesses is unbreakable. Asuka couldn't help but beat him even if she wanted to. Hey, it hurts, it hurts. Liu Yun was so embarrassed that he grinned and admitted his mistake again and again. Asuka then let go of his ears angrily. Now that World War II is approaching, people will inevitably die in the future. Ordinary people want to make money and not violate taboos. These two businesses are really not to be missed. Liu Yun felt like crying but had no tears. Why was he so beaten for no reason? Make money, don't be shabby, Mom, you are too sensitive. Liu Yun rubbed his ears and looked resentful. You make so much money, tell me who will buy these morning things now. Asuka glared at him fiercely. It will be available soon. Find out where your dealers are coming from first, and when your store is fully open, you may not have to worry about not being able to sell. Liu Yun couldn't help but smile mysteriously as he spoke, but the next moment Asuka pinched his cheek again and gave him another severe scolding. Fortunately, Asuka finally listened to part of the proposal and felt that the flower shop had something to offer. Plus, she also liked flowers, so she came up with the idea of opening a flower shop. However, she strongly rejected the proposal to sell chrysanthemums and white flowers. Looking at Asuka's back as she left the house, Liu Yun couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Stupid mother, soon you will understand which flowers sell best. 3 days later. A series of piercing thunder came from a remote riverside. Chidori. Liu Yun held the thunder and lightning in his hand, and chakra burst out from his feet. He rushed forward at an extremely exaggerated speed, and the blue palm covered with thunder and lightning accurately penetrated the target. Liu Yun. Suddenly a girl's call came from the distance, and when she sensed someone approaching, the 3 Megatama Sharingan in Liu Yun's eyes disappeared instantly. I don't know whether it was the joy after completely mastering the A-level ninjutsu or the joy when he saw the visitor. Liu Yun had a smile on his face and waved vigorously towards Kushina, who was running over. You are indeed here. Kushina looked at him with a silly look on his face. Didn't you say you would come to me in 2 days? Why did you come now? Liu Yun took the initiative to come closer to her, looked around Kushina and praised her repeatedly. Oh, it's a very nice dress. I didn't see you wearing it when I was in school. After being praised by Liu Yun, Kushina smiled shyly. She specially wore this new dress today. Won't you take the initiative to look for me if I don't come? How can there be a boy like you? If you want to learn skills, you have to ask others to come to you. Kushina put her hands on her hips, pretending to be dissatisfied, and her arrogant little look looked very cute. Isn't it the same? Let me go to you next time, okay? Humph. That's pretty much it. Kushina snorted, with pride written all over her face. Soon, a charred and smoking tree caught her attention. I just thought I saw a ball of lightning in your hand. An astonishingly large, scorched hole was punched into the tree in front of him, which showed that the scene just now was not an illusion. Liu Yun seemed to have mastered a powerful ninjutsu. Chapter 45. Let Kushina call her dad? A close and affectionate confession. How did you do it? Kushina's face showed a look of shock. It's just a lightning-style ninjutsu. Liu Yun said with a casual smile. It's amazing, you have learned so many ninjutsu. I also want to learn powerful ninjutsu, please teach me. Kushina's eyes were full of admiring little stars. Women are all strong-willed, and she is no exception. Well, let me teach you how to climb a tree first. Lu Yun thought for a while and then decided to teach her the basics, starting with controlling chakra. But, you wore a skirt today, it might be inconvenient to move around. Lu Yun pointed at the beautiful dress and frowned slightly. Ah, forget it, I'll change into casual clothes tomorrow. Kushina was not in a hurry. Want to learn sealing techniques? I came prepared today. Kushina said as she took out 2 small scrolls from her waist. Yeah, I want to learn, I want to learn. Lu Yun looked happy and nodded repeatedly. Sealing techniques are simply like plugins in the original anime. This technique is mysterious and cannot be measured by common sense. There are almost no people or things that cannot be sealed. In the ninja world, no matter how strong you are, even if you are the 10 tails sacred tree, even if you are the ancestor of chakra, sealing techniques can treat you submissively. Liu Yun is very coveted by the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. He has been thinking about it since the first day of time travel. Kushina is the only way for him to learn sealing techniques. And it is also the most reliable and ideal way. Call me Aunt and I will teach you sealing techniques. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are a secret that is not passed down. Kushina feels that he cannot not ask for anything, otherwise it will be too easy for him. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment, then approached Kushina with an evil look on his face. You, what do you want to do? Seeing Liu Yun approaching in large strides, Kushina was so frightened that she stepped back. But soon she found that her back hit a big tree trunk, and she had no way to retreat. Liu Yun stretched out his hands to restrain her in front of him. Although he had not done anything yet, Kushina did not dare to look at him, and her little heart was beating wildly. Nana! If you play like this, then tomorrow it will be my turn to teach you how to practice. Don't blame me for asking you to call Daddy. Liu Yun whispered softly in her ear, and the faint fragrance of Kushina refreshed him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. You stinky gangster! What a pervert! Kushina blushed with embarrassment. She wanted to push Liu Yun away, but as soon as she started, she suddenly realized that she couldn't push Liu Yun away. Liu Yun was obviously on guard for a long time. At this moment, his hands were attached to the tree trunk using chakra, and the chakra on his feet was attached to the ground. It was impossible to shake him with the current Kushina alone. Haha! Nana, what are you doing with your hands? Which one of us is the gangster now? Looking at the white and tender hands on his chest, Lu Yun showed a malicious smile on his face. I'm not, I didn't. Stay away from me. Kushina seemed a little panicked, and it didn't matter whether she put her little hands or not. Kushina was originally thinking about kicking this stinky gangster away, but the strange feeling from her right hand made her obviously stunned. It turns out this guy is pretending to be calm. She found that Lu Yun's heartbeat was also extremely fast, and the other party might be more nervous than she was at the moment. After discovering this secret, Kushina's spirits were lifted, and the shyness and timidity in her heart instantly disappeared. Don't you want me to call you Aunt? If I don't get closer, how can I make you hear me clearly? Liu Yun still looked malicious. Oh? Really? Then you scream, I'm listening. Kushina suddenly looked at him with a smile, and the blush on her face even faded by 3 points. Liu Yun's smile froze. Why doesn't this girl act according to common sense? Seeing Lu Yun's eyes full of surprise, Kushina further verified her guess, and the smile on her face suddenly became a little bit wider. Haha, you're screaming, why don't you scream? Are you not close enough? Kushina said, and took the initiative to move her delicate face a little closer. The two of them faced each other, almost touching each other. Lu Yun was caught off guard by this hand, his pupils shrank slightly, and his heart beat significantly faster. All these strange things were caught by Kushina, who had the heart to feel it. At this time, she felt proud, thinking that she had changed from passive to active, and would soon be able to take control of Liu Yun. Are you really not afraid of me? Liu Yun stared at Kushina quietly with his black eyes, but his cheeks turned red unconsciously. Kushina swallowed subconsciously. At this moment, she felt a little unable to get off the stage because the two of them were too close. She thought Liu Yun would retreat just now, but he didn't retreat. Liu Yun hummed slightly, and his eyes moved downwards to look at her red lips. Kushina was so upset that she was thinking about how to deal with it. What does he want to do? Should we kiss him? What should I do? Just when Kushina was hesitating whether to give way or not, Liu Yun tilted his head, and the already ambiguous distance shortened a few points again. They can even smell each other's breath. Liu Yun was getting closer and closer, and Kushina was also retreating little by little, but her back was already leaning against the tree trunk, so where could her head retreat? Don't want. Kushina was so frightened by the pink lips so close that she turned her head and closed her eyes tightly subconsciously. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you scared now? Liu Yun whispered softly in her ear, and his warm breath made Kushina sweat profusely, and a very strange feeling suddenly arose. Has anyone ever told you that you look cute when you blush and shy? As soon as these words came out, they suddenly exploded in Kushina's heart like a bell. She subconsciously widened her eyes and her face was full of shock. Has anyone ever told you that your red hair looks beautiful? With another soft nudge, Kushina's pupils instantly shrank into needle-like shapes, and her whole mind was echoing with these two confusing words. What I want to tell you is... Before Liu Yun finished speaking, the tip of his nose had already touched her ear. I like... The strength of the white and tender hands on her chest suddenly disappeared. Kushina rolled her eyes and her whole body went limp. Liu Yun hurriedly supported her, and when he took a closer look, he saw that she was already unconscious. The heart pumps blood too hard, causing the blood to surge up rapidly and affect the brain, causing the person to fall directly into a coma. It's too big. Liu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Kushina, who is very nervous, would faint because of shyness like Hyuga Hinata. This was something he didn't expect. But then I thought about it, and realized that my offensive just now was indeed too fierce. It was the first time for a little girl to be teased with words. It was normal for her to be thin-skinned and unable to handle it. After letting her sit on the ground against the trees, Liu Yun picked up the scroll on the ground and read it with gusto. Without his palm to support his body, the unconscious Kushina fell directly to the side. Chapter 46 You Pretend and I Pretend, the first meeting with first-generation Nine-Tails Jinkraki. Kushina's coma lasted only a short time. After all, it was just the blood rushing to her head. After a while, she allowed her head to calm down, and she woke up naturally. But when she opened her hazy eyes slightly, she found that she was leaning on Liu Yun's arms. In front of Kushina's eyes was a pair of rough palms and a small scroll of sealing techniques. The chest and shoulders that were not too wide but could accommodate her leaning on, the hot body temperature, and the strange and delicious masculine breath made Kushina feel overwhelmed and at the same time felt an inexplicable comfortable experience. She didn't know whether to get up now. She was afraid of the embarrassment that would follow, and she was also a little obsessed with this chest that she could rely on. Why don't you wake up later? The girlish fragrance of Kushina is also very attractive to the young man. Liu Yun's attention is focused on the scroll at the moment. Although there is no confusion in his mind, his breathing is unconsciously heavier. My neck is so sore, what should I do? After keeping her neck still for a long time, Kushina felt that her neck was unbearable. Just when she was trying to pretend to wake up, she noticed a pair of palms on her shoulders, and then gently placed her on the lawn. In fact, Liu Yun had known for a long time that this little girl had woken up. With such a close contact, how could he not sense the changes in Kushina's aura? But he didn't expect that Kushina wouldn't get up, and she would lean on him and pretend to be unconscious. If there weren't too many things in the scroll that he couldn't understand, and the red-haired teacher was in urgent need of explanation. He would have wanted to see how long this little girl could hold him in his arms. "Wake up, Kushina." Liu Yun chuckled and patted her cheek. Soon, Kushina cooperated with his performance and pretended to have just woken up. Facing that meaningful sunny smiling face, even though Kushina was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but blush. "UBD, what are you looking at?" Kushina pushed the approaching figure to the ground. She stood up hurriedly, even thinking of escaping from here. Hey, where do you want to go? You want to run away without even being taught sealing techniques?" Liu Yun called her in a hurry. Kushina hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to stay. "If you keep talking like that, I won't teach you and I won't pay attention to you," Kushina said harshly and glared at him. It was clearly a compliment before and he meant it sincerely, so why did he become such a talker? The girl's thoughts were unpredictable. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. "Okay, it will be whatever Mr. Kushina says today." Hearing this title, the expression on Kushina's face was almost unbearable, and she almost burst into laughter. "I really want to bite this guy to death." At this time, she was both angry and funny, but she couldn't do anything about it. Liu Yun smashed the tree trunk that had been penetrated by Chidori to the ground, and then invited the girl to sit next to him. Kushina picked up the scroll and began to explain to him what sealing techniques were. Liu Yun listened very carefully. If he didn't understand anything, he would ask questions on the spot. And Kushina always patiently helped him answer them one by one. By the secluded river, the two teenagers who no longer bickered got along very harmoniously. Sealing techniques is more complicated than Liu Yun imagined. Just the basics, if he had to learn them for 10 or 8 days, he might not be able to get started. Sealing techniques is difficult. Are you really sure you want to continue learning? As dusk approached, Kushina had basically finished explaining the 2 basic scrolls of sealing techniques she had brought, and she didn't know how much Liu Yun could understand. "Of course I have to learn. I'm not afraid of difficulties," Liu Yun answered with a smile. "It's getting late, let's go back." Liu Yun stood up, dusted himself off, and then extended an invitation to Kushina. "You have worked hard today. To show my gratitude, the students would like to invite teacher Kushina to have dinner with us." "Haha. I guess you still have some conscience." Kushina couldn't help laughing. "However, I didn't report it to my family in advance, so let's forget it. Isn't this simple? Can't you just say no if I go home with you?" Liu Yun shamelessly took the initiative to hold her little hand. "But it's nothing special. After dinner, my brother will take you to the night market." Liu Yun pulled her along and guided her. The little girl soon lost her ability to think, and all she could think about was eating, drinking, and having fun. Liu Yun separated a shadow clone and went home to report the news, and then took Kushina to the Senju tribe. Contrary to their expectations, they met Uzumaki Mito in front of the gate of the manor. "Is this first generation Nine Tails Jinkraki?" Liu Yun politely walked up to Uzumaki Mito and greeted her, but he was full of thoughts in his heart. At this time, Mito Uzumaki was very old, and her long hair was no longer bright, and had lost its original color. Her dark brown hair indicated that her life was short, and her life was nearing the end. Why? Chakra fluctuations are so weak. Liu Yun did not feel any pressure from this Uzumaki Mito, which he considered to be very abnormal. He has strong mental power and excellent perception. He can clearly feel the oppression on Orochimaru, and he can roughly sense the strength of chakra. As a Uzumaki clan well known in the ninja world for its large amount of chakra, Liu Yun was unable to feel the strong chakra fluctuations from Uzumaki Mito. And not just her, not even the slightest breath of the Nine-Tails demon fox could be sensed. She seemed to be just an ordinary old woman. Without knowing her identity, even a perceptive ninja may not be able to detect anything unusual about her. In fact, The reason why Liu Yun cannot sense the Nine Tails chakra is because the seal in Uzumaki Mito's body is stable. Jinkriki is very stable, and Nine Tails cannot affect the outside world at all. I just said that I felt that the chakra on her body was weaker than mine, and I almost forgot about this secret sealing technique. Looking at the diamond-shaped mark on Uzumaki Mito's forehead, Liu Yun suddenly understood. That is the yin seal of the Uzumaki clan. This sealing secret technique has endless magical effects. On weekdays, you only need to pour a certain amount of chakra into it. The yin seal can make people stay young forever. When needed in battle, it can be used as a backup for the human body. Energy. Most of Uzumaki Mito's chakra is stored in the yin seal. As long as Nine Tails has signs of going berserk, she can use the vast chakra to suppress it. After living to this age, especially after the death of her husband Senju Hashirama, she no longer uses the chakra in the yin seal to maintain her appearance. Today, the chakra has only two uses for her. First, it is still to prevent Nine Tails from getting out of control. Second, maintain daily physical consumption so that you can live longer, and wait for the new Nine Tails container to be fully formed. When Liu Yun was secretly observing Uzumaki Mito, the old woman had actually been looking at him carefully. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, she naturally has excellent perception abilities. Uchiha Liu Yun? He is such a good boy. Uzumaki Mito stretched out his palm and gently stroked the stray hairs on Liu Yun's head. She always felt that the baby's big eyes seemed a little too bright. That is the external manifestation of extremely strong mental power and eye power. Even if Liu Yun did not activate the Sharingan, in Uzumaki Mito's eyes, his eyes and expressions were very different from those of ordinary children. Chapter 47. There are no secrets under the mind's eye. The crystallization of the blood of the two races. Uzumaki Mito has seen many powerful Uchiha warriors over the years, and the one that impressed her the most was of course Uchiha Madara. When she was young, she inevitably had to meet Uchiha Madara because of her husband Senju Hashirama. When that person didn't open Sharingan, his black eyes were as bright and lively as flowing clouds, which made her remember it deeply. Her husband once explained in private that this was an external manifestation of Sharingan's strong pupils to a certain extent. Grandma Mito, Liu Yun plans to invite me out for dinner tonight. I wonder if it's okay. Kushina lowered her head and asked for instructions in a low voice with a red face. Of course you can. My classmate wants to treat you to a big dinner, so there's no reason not to go. Uzumaki Mito behaves very considerately and is also very friendly to Liu Yun. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing at the door, a discordant voice quietly sounded. Hey, you shameless brat, you dare to bring a girl to our door? I think you are tired of living. Tsunade strode towards them, her pretty face full of displeasure. It doesn't matter that this little Uchiha had an ambiguous relationship with Kushina in school, but now he actually dares to go to their door to hook up with a girl? Do you really think that the Senju clan has no one? Sister Tsunade. Kushina hurriedly said hello, but Tsunade's rogue words made her so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. Tsunade idiot, Tsunade-sama. Liu Yun bowed and saluted, seemingly very polite, but Tsunade felt inexplicably unhappy. Especially this accent, it's too damn outrageous, right? Tsunade, don't be rude. You don't have any good role models as a sister. You talk about it all the time and don't do anything right. How do I usually teach you? Uzumaki Mito scolded him with a straight face. This careless girl just likes to talk nonsense, and she doesn't learn from the good and the bad. Grandma. I'm trying to guard against the little thief. If you don't intervene, your little sweetheart will be hooked up and run away. Although Tsunade was a little afraid of her grandmother, she still had the courage to explain. Liu Yun stood there and did not dare to say a word. His face looked a little dazed, as if he didn't know what Tsunade was talking about. Seeing the expression on Liu Yun's face, Tsunade's dissatisfaction was obviously a little more unhappy. Yo yo yo, are you just pretending? I know exactly what you are thinking, little thief. Tsunade bent down slightly and put her big head in front of Liu Yun, as if I have seen through you already. Liu Yun was so startled by the malicious smile that he took a small step back, and a stiff smile appeared on his face. That's enough, Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito picked up the cane and wanted to hit her on the head. Tsunade was so frightened that she ran away with her head in her arms, but she did not dare to continue teasing the two young people. It's getting late, you go and eat quickly, don't be hungry. Uzumaki Mito smiled gently at the two of them and waved his hand. Let's leave first. Grandma Mito, you should go and eat quickly. Liu Yun saluted her. Soon, the two teenagers walked away under the gaze of Uzumaki Mito. Grandma, the meal is ready, let's go eat. Seeing her grandma standing there, looking at the two people leaving without regaining consciousness for a long time, Tsunade stretched out her hand to support her arm. Tsunade, have you noticed that the child's eyes are special? Uzumaki Mito suddenly spoke softly. Tsunade was obviously stunned when she heard this sentence, but after thinking for a moment, she gave the answer. With the blood of the Uchiha clan, it's normal for you to have bright eyes. In fact, Tsunade also felt that there was something special about those eyes, but she couldn't describe them well. She could only summarize them as bright and lively. No, his eye power is obviously different from ordinary people, even stronger than most adult Uchiha people. You will find this out if you pay close attention and make comparisons in the future. Uzumaki Mito's expression suddenly became very serious. What? After hearing this, Tsunade's expression changed. A serious grandma will never talk nonsense. She must have seen something when she said this. The Uzumaki clan has a special perception ability called the Mind's Eye, and her grandmother awakened and mastered this ability. I suspect he may have prescribed Sharingan. Impossible. How old is this child now? He is not even a ninja at the moment. Tsunade subconsciously denied it. She couldn't believe her grandma's guess. Then you are wrong. The amount of chakra in his body is already comparable to that of an average Jainin. When Uzumaki Mito said this, there was obviously a look of fear on his face. Nanny! Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise the next moment. This kind of thing is completely unreasonable. Grandma, are you feeling wrong? Although she knew that Uzumaki Mito was foolish and the probability of making a mistake was very small, Tsunade still couldn't help but think so. In fact, Uzumaki Mito has repeatedly confirmed it before, and even touched Liu Yun's body. There is indeed no possibility of error, although Uzumaki Mito himself does not understand this situation. It's true. I couldn't believe it at first, but that's the truth. That child is very special. If possible, you should pay more attention to him. Tsunade was a little indifferent when she heard this. At this moment, she had not recovered from the shock. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something, looked at Uzumaki Mito and spoke in a trembling voice. Uchiha Liu-yun, Uchiha bloodline, Senju bloodline, milk, Grandma, do you think it's because you have these two top bloodlines at the same time? The combination of powerful forces resulted in this mutation. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are the two most powerful clans in the ninja world. The amount of chakra of the people of the two clans is naturally much higher than that of other people. Tsunade wondered, could it be that Liu Yun, a little BD, had merged two powerful bloodlines, and thus awakened the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan? This just proves why he has the power of Jainin chakra and the pupil power in his eyes is stronger than others. It seems that it can be explained reluctantly. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's pupils shrank suddenly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. In fact, it's not like the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan didn't merge during the Warring States period. If they were like Liu Yun, the two clans would have fully intermarried and worked together to achieve great things. How about fighting a big watermelon? But Uzumaki Mito did not dare to deny this possibility. After all, Liu Yun was now a living example. A 5th grade elementary school student has the power of Jainin Chakra and is suspected of awakening Sharingan. This kind of thing is so crazy. It's too ridiculous. Uzumaki Mito had a hunch that Liu Yun's value might be higher than Kushina's. This kind of thing must be kept secret, otherwise it will definitely lead to death for the child. Uzumaki Mito warned, his expression looking very serious. I know. Tsunade nodded hurriedly. She could understand this kind of thing without her grandma telling her. Chapter 48 Liu Yun is the hidden wealth 2nd generation? At this time, Liu Yun didn't know that most of his old bottom had been uncovered. He took his girl and looked around the downtown area of Konoha but didn't see anyone selling ramen. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant, the most famous restaurant in the original work, could not even be seen at this time. Liu Yun didn't know if he had found the wrong location or if it hadn't officially opened yet. In the end, brother Liu Yun, who was not short of money, took Kushina to a luxurious barbecue dinner, and the two of them had a great time eating with open bellies. After filling her stomach, Liu Yun took her wandering around in the busy night market. When passing by a small jewelry stall, Kushina took a fancy to an exquisite butterfly hairpin. Liu Yun took out his wallet and bought her the hairpin without thinking. The items at the stall were not expensive, and Kushina accepted the small gifts generously without any hesitation. Hey! The bracelet is pretty good. How can I sell this thing? Liu Yun fell in love with a very exquisitely crafted bell bracelet. Except for a few small bells, the rest of this thing is actually made of gold. This may be the best and most expensive piece of jewelry in the entire stall. The stall owner is obviously using it as an appearance. My little brother is really discerning. This is the treasure of my stall. The female stall owner said and compared a number with a smile. 28,000. A small bracelet jewelry was priced at a very high price of 28,000. This is a bell bracelet that my mother made for me. It is also my dowry gift. My mother fell ill and passed away last year. Although I am short of money now, I don't want to sell this thing at a low price. The female stall owner smiled and told the origin of the items. Since this thing is so important to you, why do you still put it out for sale? Liu Yun asked casually. My husband passed away a few months ago and we now have 2 children at home. The female stall owner explained. The smile on her face looked very bitter, which made Liu Yun unconsciously feel sympathy. His mother Asuka is in a similar situation to her, but it seems that the other person's life is obviously more difficult. In other words, ordinary people living in the ninja world generally have a hard time, especially widows who don't have a man to rely on. If not, she wouldn't have put this precious dowry up for sale. Liu Yun, let's go shopping elsewhere. Kushina gently pulled his arm. In her opinion, this bell bracelet is good looking, but the price is too expensive. She and Liu Yun were just elementary school students, so naturally they couldn't spare any spare money to buy this precious jewelry. The female stall owner actually didn't think Liu Yun, a young man, could afford to buy this treasure. Her explanation just now was just out of politeness. The material is not worth the price, but the workmanship is very exquisite. It can be seen that your mother put great care into making this jewelry. Liu Yun looked at the bell bracelet carefully and made an evaluation. Gold in the ninja world is not as valuable as imagined, but coupled with the workmanship of this piece of jewelry, it is definitely worth the price. This is purely handmade jewelry. It may not be possible without some real skills, and it requires a lot of energy and time. And the cost of materials alone is actually not cheap. Are you sure you really want to sell this bracelet? Liu Yun asked seriously. A gentleman does not take what others like, unless the woman really wants to take action on this piece of jewelry, then Liu Yun will consider whether to take action. Well, for the sake of my children, my mother should be able to understand me. The female stall owner said with a slight smile, and there were some tears in her eyes. Okay, I want the stuff. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he took out a stack of banknotes directly from his wallet. What? Do you really want to buy this bracelet? Looking at the banknotes in front of her, the female stall owner's face was full of shock. Are all primary school students so rich today? Or are they meeting the rich second generation today? The same expression as hers was Kushina on the side. She only has a few hundred yuan of pocket money every month, which is enough to buy snacks and small items on weekdays. The barbecue dinner just now was enough for her to have a month's pocket money. Lu Yun shocked her when she paid the bill, and now he has directly spent a huge sum of money. Is Liu Yun a hidden rich second generation? Kushina's little mind couldn't help but have such an idea. Of course, otherwise I'm asking so many questions just for fun. Did my sister suddenly change her mind and not want to sell it? If she really didn't want to sell it, I wouldn't force it. A gentle smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. No. Brother, you are worrying too much. I will pack it for you right now. The female stall owner said hurriedly, but tears fell down unconsciously. Lu Yun nodded and reached out to take the jewelry box handed over by both hands. After leaving the small stall, Kushina seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong? Lu Yun asked knowingly with a smile. That sister, Kushina hesitated to speak. Do you think we shouldn't buy her bracelet? Kushina nodded subconsciously. We don't want to buy this thing. It might not be that easy for her to sell it. Lu Yun told the truth. He has indeed made money recently, but this does not mean that there are many rich people in Konoha. This jewelry mainly attracts young people, but how many of the young people are rich? And the most important thing is, who among the rich would patronize such a small stall? They probably wouldn't even bother to take a second look when passing by. She needs money to support her 2 children. We bought this bracelet to help her out, not to take away something precious from her. If her mother were still alive, she would definitely support that sister's decision. Because for a mother, nothing in the world is more precious than her own child. When he said these remarks, the look on Kushina's face was even more shocked than when Lu Yun spent a lot of money to buy something. She didn't expect Liu Yun to be more comprehensive than she thought. There really shouldn't be any psychological burden on buying a bell bracelet. After Kushina figured out the key, her mood changed from negative to positive. Lu Yun, where did you get so much money? She finally remembered to ask this question. Follow me, and later you will know why my brother has money to spend. A mysterious smile appeared on Liu Yun's face. It was not far from Wushin Akira's bookstore, and he wanted to take Kushina there to have a look. Then you bought this bracelet. Who do you want to give it to? Kushina spoke softer and quieter, her face became redder and redder, and her head lowered and lowered. Haha, what do you think? In a quiet corner where no one was around, Lu Yun took the initiative to approach her. I don't know. Kushina fiddled with the corners of her skirt with both hands, her voice still as thin as a mosquito's moan. The next moment, Lu Yun opened the jewelry box and took out the golden bell bracelet. The crisp ringtone sounded so pleasant to Kushina's ears. Chapter 49 Giving Precious Things to Those Who Cherish Them, the Collision of Sensibility and Rationality. Under the dim street lights, pedestrians who occasionally walked through this small street could see a pair of blushing and shy young lovers. The 2 people standing opposite each other looked a little restrained. The girl lowered her head the whole time and did not dare to see anyone. Her small hands kept playing with the hem of her skirt, as if it was something very interesting. Liu Yun held the bell bracelet in one hand, and slowly stretched out the other hand, taking the initiative to take Kushina's white and tender hand. The cold, white, and tender little hands were trembling slightly. There was a slight instinctive struggle the moment he took the hand, but as Kushina turned his head to the side, the arm immediately lost the strength of the struggle. This bracelet used to carry the precious friendship between a mother and her daughter. Now it has changed its owner, and that beauty has become a thing of the past. Now it is just an ordinary piece of jewelry, but I will give it another emotion and make it a precious thing again. Today, I want to give it to someone I cherish. Liu Yun expresses his emotions sincerely and boldly. He gently pulled Kushina's palm closer. Kushina, are you willing to accept this precious thing? Although Liu Yun did not express his confession directly, these words were more deeply rooted in people's hearts than a direct confession. He did not immediately put the bell bracelet on Kushina's wrist, but first expressed his feelings and then sincerely asked Kushina about her wishes. The best emotion should be love between you and me, rather than self-movement. This bell bracelet is already a token of love. It carries another kind of love and is no longer as simple as a piece of jewelry. If you want to send it out, you need the other party to nod and agree. The process cannot be careless, and the things cannot be imposed on others. Facing the affectionate confession of the big boy in front of her, Kushina's face unconsciously showed joy, and her body began to tremble slightly due to the fluctuation of emotions. Give me the precious thing. I am the one who values it. Is Liu Yun confessing to me? Should I promise him? Kushina's whole brain was running rapidly, and her heart was beating violently. But after a while, she seemed to have thought of something, and her whole body gradually calmed down, and she fell into a long silence. Should I promise him? But isn't it too early? Teachers and elders say you can't fall in love too early. If I promise him now, will I not be reserved enough? What if he doesn't cherish me? No, I can't promise him, it's too soon. I'm not ready, can't do this. Kushina's arms began to struggle subconsciously. Liu Yun was obviously stunned for a moment, and his originally steady breathing became a little disordered and rapid. This result was something he didn't expect. He didn't want to let go, but Kushina felt the gradually increasing grip strength, and his initial resistance suddenly became a little stronger. Feeling her struggle, Liu Yun's heart twitched obviously, and the look on his face showed a bit of loss and discomfort. I'm too anxious. The days are still very long, and there are still many opportunities to get along with each other. There is no need to rush for the moment. After thinking about this clearly, he immediately released his palm. He was afraid of scaring Kushina, afraid of hurting others, and even more afraid of causing the other person's resentment. But the moment he let go of his hand, Kushina instantly felt empty inside. The next moment, there was a sharp stabbing pain in her heart, which made her bite her lip subconsciously. The uncomfortable feeling is spreading throughout the body at an extremely fast speed. She looked up at Liu Yun, only to see him lowering his head, and his originally bright and energetic eyes dimmed a bit. Am I not someone you cherish? Why did you let go so easily? Kushina stared at Liu Yun with red eyes, but subconsciously took several steps back. Sensing something strange about Kushina, Liu Yun also looked at her immediately. Both of them seemed to have the same emotions in their eyes. They were disappointed, but also disbelieving. Kushina felt that he shouldn't let go. The sentence "a cherished person" had just been spoken, so why did it become a lie the next moment? But Liu Yun felt that she shouldn't struggle, let alone retreat. The reason why he let go was just to respect her wishes, not to scare her, nor to force her. It was precisely because of cherishing it that he chose to let go temporarily. This is the first collision between sensibility and reason, and both of them seem to not understand the other's reaction. Kushina opened her mouth to question him face to face, but the words came to her lips but she couldn't come out anyway. My throat was so choked that I couldn't help but shed tears. Looking at the girl in tears, Liu Yun felt his heart tremble, and he subconsciously stretched out his palm. But before he even got close to touching Kushina, he saw her take a few steps back again, and the next moment she turned around and fled the place. 9. Liu Yun wanted to call her out, but looking at the running figure, it was obvious that there was not much room to save her. He didn't chase him because now both parties needed to calm down alone. The outstretched arm fell down weakly. Lu Yun looked at the gold bracelet in his hand with dull eyes, and he stood still for a long time, unable to regain his consciousness. After a long time, he carefully put the bracelet back into the jewelry box, and then returned home with a heavy heart. Seeing Lu Yun coming home, Asuka took the initiative to greet her, but before she could speak, she immediately noticed something strange on Lu Yun's face. "Son, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so downcast?" Asuka's face was full of curiosity. "Didn't my son go out for dinner with his classmates in the evening? Why did he look so depressed? It's like falling out of love." "Nothing." Liu Yun shook his head gently, not wanting to explain too much, but actually he was too embarrassed to speak. He ignored Asuka's repeated questions and locked the door directly after returning to the room. "This kid." Asuka frowned and didn't dare to knock on the door to disturb him for a while. "We can only wait until tomorrow to ask more about it." Liu Yun sat in front of the desk and took the initiative to pick up the 2 scrolls of sealing techniques placed on it. This was a gift from KUSHINA. She suggested that you should think more about these basic knowledge if you have nothing to do. She admitted that there might be some omissions in what she said, and Lu Yun needed to take the scroll back and study it carefully. Liu Yun separated a shadow clone, picked up 2 scrolls and began to read them carefully from beginning to end. "Immersed in the practice, the frustration and sense of loss in my heart have obviously subsided by 7 to 8 points. In a shadowed corner in front of the Senju clan, a red-haired girl squatted on the ground, burying her head in her arms and sobbing silently. After a long time, the girl, whose eyes were obviously swollen from crying, stood up straight. I will never deal with that liar again." Kushina made this oath with an angry look on her face. She wiped the tears and snot from her face with her hands, and then walked slowly into the Senju tribe. Chapter 50 The King of Konoha temporarily follows Orochimaru's master and apprentice out of the village to perform a mission. The next morning, after Liu Yun went through his daily morning exercises, he arrived at the gate of the Senju tribe early. The two had made an appointment yesterday, and today he was going to find Kushina and teach her the tree climbing skill. Unfortunately, he waited at the gate for a long time, but never saw Kushina. Uzumaki Mito discovered him and came out with a cane to chat with him for a long time. She said that Kushina seemed to have had insomnia last night and couldn't fall asleep until it got light. She probably wouldn't be able to wake up in the morning. Then Uzumaki Mito asked about the two of them again. Why was Kushina crying? Liu Yun hesitated for a long time and couldn't explain why. Fortunately, she didn't ask to the end, which made Lu Yun obviously relieved. Since he couldn't see Kushina in the morning, he didn't want to waste time, so he started training again under the scorching sun. Youth is not allowed to be wasted. Before the summer vacation, he asked Matt Dai to formulate scientific and reasonable daily physical training tasks for him. If he carried out all the tasks, he would not have much free time. So sometimes he would separate the shadow clone to cooperate with him and handle some trivial matters outside of practice, while the main body ensured the completion of daily body training tasks. In the whole of Konoha, there is no one who can curl up like him, let alone children of the same age, and even adults, no one can curl up like him. In his previous life, he also curled up a lot in order to have a better life, but in Daxia, he was able to curl up more than he did. He couldn't get much wealth or status. Now that he has been reborn, he still retains the habit of rolling inwards, but this time he no longer wants to roll up some imaginary objects outside his body. In this world, strength is the foundation for settling down and living. He needs to find the power to protect himself as soon as possible, and then he can rely on his understanding of the plot to realize his ambitions. At noon, Lu Yun had a hyuxia meal with his mother Asuka at home, and then he spent another hour writing a plot for Dragon Ball. After finishing his daily work, he walked out of the house and planned to go to the Senju tribe again. But when he was about to reach his destination, he happened to meet two figures. Jun Liu Yun. Orochimaru had a look of surprise on his face. Orochimaru, sensei. Liu-yun met Orochimaru and the rope tree at the intersection. Haha, why did Liu-yun-kun appear here? Orochimaru asked with a smile. Ah. I was just passing by. Liu-yun scratched his head and explained with a smile. Just passing by? I can't see, right? Shensha crossed his hands on his chest and showed a meaningful smile. Don't you want to find Kushina? I took her out for a big dinner last night, and it seemed to make her cry. Was that person you? Naisha directly pulled out someone's underwear. After hearing this, Orochimaru had a strange look on his face. Liu Yun's face was full of embarrassment, and he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. All right. Orochimaru waved his hand to relieve him. Teacher Orochimaru, where do you want to go? Liu Yun actively cooperated and changed the topic. There is a small mission that needs to be carried out of the village. Orochimaru explained casually. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Liu Yun with an evil smile. Do you have time today, Mr. Liu Yun? Orochimaru's question made him feel a little surprised, but he was just stunned for a moment. Liu Yun nodded slightly and said that he had time every day. If that's the case, then do you want to come with us and go out of the village? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and extended the invitation. Liu Yun did not expect that Orochimaru would let him leave the village, and based on what he just said, it seemed that he had plans to let him participate in the mission. To be honest, he was very curious about Orochimaru's purpose, but he planned to go find Kushina in the afternoon. What? Do you have a date this afternoon? Orochimaru teased. No. No. Teacher Orochimaru's invitation, the disciple must make time even if he doesn't have time. Liu Yun laughed. He hopes to learn ninjutsu knowledge from Orochimaru in the future. People have opened their mouths, so naturally he has to give face. Haha, very good. Orochimaru was very satisfied with his attitude. He thought Liu Yun's words were very interesting and very wise. Humph, flatterer. Naisha curled his lips and couldn't help but muttered. Liu Yun glanced at him briefly, not intending to meet him. Secretly glancing in the direction of the Senju tribe, Liu Yun sighed in his heart. Forget it, let her rest for a while. Now that everyone is watching, it is difficult for him to separate the shadow clone. He can only wait until tomorrow to find Kushina. Teacher, when did you take on another apprentice behind my back? Why have I never heard of you mentioning such a thing? Naoki looked at Orochimaru with a resentful expression. Haha. I taught Mr. Liu Yun some knowledge, so it is reasonable for him to call me Teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru explained with a chuckle. He didn't deliberately point out the relationship between the two, but Naoki understood the meaning of his words. The teacher did not accept a new apprentice, he was still the teacher's only disciple. Can you tell me about the mission for leaving the village? Do I need to prepare anything? Ryuho quickened his pace to catch up with the two, and asked Orochimaru what he meant. The mission is kept secret for now, and you don't need to prepare anything. After leaving the village, you just need to be a spectator. After Orochimaru said this, a special smile appeared on his lips. Forward. Liu Yun suppressed the curiosity in his heart, nodded and said no more. Within the territory of the Senju tribe. After lunch, Kushina seemed a little anxious and would look out the door from time to time. Grandma Mito had told her during dinner that Liu Yun had been waiting for her outside the gate all morning. When she first heard the news, Kushina was very happy, and most of her unhappiness last night had subsided. Liu Yun has not forgotten the agreement between the two, which proves that he still values himself very much. But what happened last night made Kushina very angry, and she made Liu Yunbei wait all morning. She felt relieved and proud. But as time went by, Kushina's inner pride began to turn into anxiety and uneasiness. Because Liu Yun didn't seem to come to see her in the afternoon. Is he angry with me? Is he blaming me for not going out in the morning? I overslept. Kushina was hiding in a corner not far from the gate of the tribe. At this time, her heart was restless. Where could she find the previous joy and pride? If Liu-yun doesn't come, she is really anxious. UBD, you are talking about someone you cherish. He is obviously a big liar. What did you tell Grandma Mito to come see me again in the afternoon? You are full of lies. No, normally he won't break an appointment. Maybe something happened. I was delayed for something, that's why I didn't come. The whole afternoon, she was in internal conflict, with mixed feelings in her heart. She was thinking about the good things about the other person, and the bad things about the other person. Her mind was filled with the image of that boy. Unknowingly, Liu-yun has completely entered her heart, and Kushina's emotions are also affected by each other's words and deeds. In fact, both of them are in the same situation, but one knows how to divert attention, and the other is not sensible yet. Without anyone to guide him, he will inevitably think wildly, leading to a continued sluggish state.